Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, Shinigami, a tough start against Ryujin Jakka. Chapter 91. Turn back time a little, before Kurosaki Ichigo and others went to Soul Society. Byakuya Kuchiki and Ichimaru Jin returned to Soul Society with Rukia. Rukia, you are temporarily detained in the prison of the 6th Division. I will tell you the specific situation in real time. Byakuya Kuchiki didn't say anything to Rukia Kuchiki and directly asked Abarai Renji to take Rukia Kuchiki to the 6th Division prison. Oh, I forgot to mention that because the 6th Division is a noble division, their prison is located at Kuchiki's house. In other words, Rukia Kuchiki is equivalent to going home. Now Byakuya Kuchiki and Ichimaru Jin have more important things to do. That is, go to the first team, report the mission to Beilong, and discuss the next countermeasures. Ichimaru Jin looked at the silent Byakuya Kuchiki, patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, the teacher is here, Rukia will not have any problems. If it doesn't work, you can also use the noble privileges of your Kuchiki family." Byakuya Kuchiki nodded. He was not very worried about Rukia's safety. When he thought of Kurosaki Ichigo, a yellow man, who almost took his sister away, Byakuya Kuchiki felt a panic in his heart. Ichimaru Jin doesn't think there is anything bad about Kurosaki Ichigo. In other words, Ichimaru Jin is essentially the same type of person as Kurosaki Ichigo. He is still very optimistic about this apprentice son-in-law. First team, captain's room. Teacher, we are back. Ichimaru Jin and Byakuya Kuchiki walked into the captain's room carelessly. One frowned, and the other thought it was nothing. Beilong was still drinking tea calmly. When he saw the two people coming back and sitting down, he nodded and said, "Did Rukia bring it back?" "Yes, teacher, he has been detained in the prison of Division 6. Beilong's mouth twitched after hearing this. "If you just say Rukia goes home, it's over." After giving Byakuya Kuchiki a blank look, Beilong continued, "Since you're back, let's report it directly to room 46. I guess that this time, something unexpected will happen, and what will be issued by room 46 then? Don't be surprised by the reliable order." Byakuya Kuchiki and Ichimaru Jin nodded, neither of them said anything. The last time the hollow experiment occurred and many captains fled Soul Society, you two were still young after all. This time, I guess the mastermind behind the scenes will be unable to sit still. "We know it, teacher." "Haha, if that's the case, we have to perform this scene well." Beilong sneered. "Aizen Sosuke has been waiting for this scene for more than 100 years. Aizen must perform this big scene for him." Sure enough, Aizen took action. Aizen passed through the 46th chamber, intending to execute Rukia to death and completely annihilate Rukia's soul through bipolar. Of course, Byakuya Kuchiki and Ichimaru Jin could not agree, so they appealed to the 46th chamber in the name of the captain and the three nobles of the Kuchiki family, Shihuin family, and Shiba family. But this time, room 46 has an extremely tough attitude and will punish Lucci no matter what. Originally they wanted to imprison Rukia in the confession palace, but Byakuya Kuchiki stopped her with a knife. Since the 46th chamber rejected the request of the three nobles, Byakuya Kuchiki keenly discovered that something was wrong, acted according to Beilong's instructions, and deliberately confronted the 46th chamber, but did not deny the verdict, just said he wants Rukia to be imprisoned in his team's prison before execution. It was impossible for room 46 to deny the Kuchiki family face at all, and Aizen was not stupid and agreed to this small request. At the same time, the intrusion of Kurosaki Ichigo and others was detected by the Bureau of Science and Technology Development, and Beilong held a captain meeting. Time returns to the present. In that case, let's happily start the invasion of Seraiti. Speaking of which, if the place we landed is as expected, it should be West Rukongai, right? In other words, the gate in front of us is Beidao Gate. The guard currently guarding Beidao Gate should still be from Saidanfangai, right? Speaking of which, he has been working as a guard at Beidaemin for how many years? Yoruichi saw that Kurosaki Ichigo had rekindled his fighting spirit, nodded and told everyone about Beidaemin. While talking, he walked towards Beidaemin. "Isn't it okay to just go there?" Kurosaki Ichigo asked doubtfully. Before Yoruichi could get close to the Shiradamen, a huge figure fell from the sky, causing a violent air current. How many years have passed? This is the first time I have seen someone who dared to break into Seraiti without a pass. But no matter who you are, your good luck will end here. I am Dudanfang, and I am sole one of the heroes of society. He is the hero who has guarded the Beta for 300 years and never let anyone break into it. Kabutenbo held two huge axes in his hands and preached extremely arrogantly to Kurosaki Ichigo and others on the ground. In fact, Dudenbo is trying to get Kurosaki Ichigo and others to retreat. He has his own principles. If he can avoid using violence against others, he will not use violence against others. 3 seconds later. Ah, my axe. Kurosaki Ichigo and others looked at Dudenbo, who was wailing after two axes were chopped into pieces with one knife, and were speechless for a while. Such a huge body actually cried so sadly like a child. This made Kurosaki Ichigo, who chopped the axe of Kabutenbo into pieces, embarrassed and apologized repeatedly. Dudanfang wiped his tears and said, "You actually comforted me. You are really good people. Let me give you a final helping hand and help you open this door." As Dudanfang spoke, he threw away the two broken axes in his hands and walked to the Beidao gate he wanted to guard. The veins on his forehead were stretched out, and all the strength in his body was mobilized. While bending down, he dug his hands into the soil, pressed his fingertips hard against the bottom of the Beidao gate, and then lifted it with all his strength. The extremely huge Beidao gate, which weighed more than hundreds of tons, was just carried away. Danfang relied on the purest brute force to lift him up. "Everyone, hurry up and click in while I'm lifting the door." Halfway through Dudanfang's words, his expression changed drastically. Behind the Beidao gate, a middle-aged uncle wearing a pink floral robe, covering up his white Captain Yori, appeared here. "Dudanfang, do you really know what you are doing? Privately letting a wanted criminal wanted by room 46 enter Seraiti. This is a serious crime in Seoul society. Then let me punish you here." The visitor is none other than Bailong's gold medal undercover, good senior brother Kyoraku Shunsui. What happened? Kabutenbo turned pale when he saw Kyoraku Shunsui. When he saw Kyoraku Shunsui drawing his sword, he was even more frightened and didn't know what to do. However, the moment he saw Kyoraku Shunsui draw his sword, Kurosaki Ichigo moved. When the holy sword Zanjetsu in Kurosaki Ichigo's hand blocked Kyoraku Shunsui's double swords. "Oh, I've never seen Shinigami before. You're not the one who invaded Seoul society, are you? Kyoraku Shunsui's acting skills are already full now, and you pretend to be too similar. Uncle, will you let us go? I don't want to be your enemy," Kurosaki Ichigo said helplessly. In his perception, Kyoraku Shunsui's Reiatsu is on par with him, but Kyoraku Shunsui is not wearing Captain Haori. Obviously, this is not the captain. In Kurosaki Ichigo's view, Shinigami who is not the captain is not at all, it can't be his opponent. Without Ichimaru Jin, Kyoraku Shunsui stepped up. "That won't work, kid." Kyoraku Shunsui pulled out the second sword and used both swords to push Kurosaki Ichigo back. Kurosaki Ichigo sighed slightly, and when he was about to say something, he saw Kyoraku Shunsui lowering his head slightly and shouting, "No seaman alone." With a wave of his hands, a hurricane flew out directly, but the target was not Kurosaki Ichigo, but Kabutodanbo. Kurosaki Ichigo's expression changed. The current Kabutenbo couldn't move and was simply a living target. Shunpo quickly came to Kabutenbo and crossed the soul-slashing sword in an attempt to block Kyoraku Shunsui's attack. Unexpectedly, this hurricane actually swept him and Dudanfang away, and the two of them fell heavily on the streets of Rukongai. "Bye-bye, you little kid who got into trouble." Kyoraku Shunsui even had the time to say hello to them. Yoruichi didn't make a move during the whole process, he just watched the battle between Kurosaki Ichigo and Kyoraku Shunsui. If he didn't let him feel it, he wouldn't know how powerful his opponent was. Kurosaki-san, Ichigo, Inoue Orihime and others quickly ran to the location of Kurosaki Ichigo and Dudenbo. Kurosaki Ichigo was not injured, but was a little dizzy from the wind, but Kabutenbo was in a terrible situation, with a big hole in his back. "Double heaven returns to shield, I refuse." Upon seeing this, Inoue Orihime quickly treated Dudanfang. But Kurosaki Ichigo was surprised and said to Yoruichi, "Mr. Yoruichi, is any uncle in Seraiti so strong?" The corner of Yoruichi's mouth twitched slightly and he said, "He is not an ordinary uncle. The one you fought just now was the captain of the 8th Division, Kyoraku Shunsui. He is a disciple of the previous captain, Yamamoto Genryusai. He has been the captain for hundreds of years. As soon as these words came out, Kurosaki Ichigo relaxed. Seeing Kurosaki Ichigo relax, Yoruichi continued, "Don't get carried away, Kyoraku Shunsui was useless just now Bankai. This is not his full power." Bankai. Kurosaki Ichigo was stunned when he heard such a name. What, didn't Urahara Kazuki tell you about the release of the Zanpakuto? Yoruichi asked quickly when he saw Kurosaki Ichigo's confused face. Of course not. Kurosaki Ichigo was a little emotional. Yoruichi said helplessly, "Well, then I can only give you some popular science. Generally Shinigami's Bankai, depending on each person's situation, will have 5 to 10 times the combat power of Shikai. Of course, some people will find that their combat power after Bankai will far exceed that of Shikai, and some may even exceed it by more than 10 times. Special cases. There are also some special cases where after Shinigami Bankai, they found that their Bankai is not suitable for one-on-one combat at all. In one-on-one combat, it hardly increases the combat power, and is not even as useful as Shikai." Yoruichi looked at Kurosaki Ichigo with firm eyes, and a few drops of sweat appeared on her forehead. She did not mean to deceive Ichigo, and what she just said was serious. So what you are saying is that Mr. Urahara did not teach me the most important thing about Shinigami during the 10 days of teaching me. Is that correct?" Kurosaki Ichigo twitched his eyes and asked Yoruichi. "So, it seems right." Yoruichi heard this, thought for a moment, and then nodded. That profiteer. After Kurosaki Ichigo heard Yoruichi's words, veins immediately stretched on his forehead and he cursed angrily. Forehead. Yoruichi knew that Kurosaki Ichigo had misunderstood Urahara Kazuki, but she didn't explain anything. This is really troublesome for Yoruichi. "Don't worry, I'll help you finish your Bankai." Yoruichi comforted Ichigo. "I know." Ichigo nodded slightly. "But the most important thing now is to enter Seraiti." Yoruichi looked at Seraiti said speechlessly as the door closed again. "We can't break through the white gate. Is it possible that we have to go to other gates?" Kurosaki Ichigo turned into a curious baby again and asked. "Of course not, I have a friend who can help us enter Seraiti." Yoruichi smiled. This friend is none other than Yoruichi's best friend, Shiba Kuzuru. Beilong has put in a lot of effort this time. Both of his wives are leading the way. At the same time, the head room of the first team. The first team's head conference room has been activated at this moment. Except for Kyoraku Shunsui, the captain of the 8th team, who went to greet Kurosaki Ichigo, all the captains of Gotei 13. Now that they have all arrived, they stand quietly on both sides of Beilong, looking at the door of the conference room in silence, waiting quietly for a certain uncle who has not yet arrived. Crack. After a while, with a gentle push of the door, Kyoraku Shunsui's figure appeared in front of all the captains. Kyoraku Shunsui's eyes were seen scanning everyone's faces. Smiled and said, "Hey. You are all here. 1. Uncle Jinraku, I heard that you went to fight the travel disaster alone without permission. What was the result? You didn't let people run away on purpose, right?" Zaraki Kenpachi glanced at Kyoraku Shunsui, who was belatedly arriving, and said coldly. Although Zaraki Kenpachi calls his master, there is no respect in his words. After all, Zaraki Kenpachi knows that the relationship between Kyoraku Shunsui and his master Beilong is not good. Forgive Beilong for not telling Zaraki Kenpachi the truth, but it's really Beilong who thinks Zaraki Kenpachi's acting skills are not good. It's okay to let him kill people, but if he is asked to act, it will be really difficult for Zaraki Kenpachi. So Zaraki Kenpachi has the honor of being the only person who doesn't know Kyoraku Shunsui's undercover identity, which is really a bit miserable. Junior brother Zaraki, how could you talk to senior uncle Kyoraku like this? How could senior uncle Kyoraku do such a thing? You say so, senior uncle. Ichimaru Jin acted like an old hermaphrodite as soon as he opened his mouth, and directly followed the group and said to Kyoraku Shunsui takes action. Haha, Captain Zaraki, you're kidding me. I didn't let him go on purpose. I just narrowly escaped death and escaped from those travelers. Kyoraku Shunsui smiled after listening to Zaraki Kenpachi's words. You're kidding, those travelers can be your opponents. Zaraki Kenpachi was obviously dissatisfied with Kyoraku Shunsui. He glared at Kyoraku Shunsui and said coldly. The strength of this trip is extraordinary. The leading boy, Reiatsu, is not much worse than me. Kyoraku Shunsui spread his hands to show that he had absolutely no intention of letting go. Even Kyoraku Shunsui would not lie about this kind of thing. The captains were all stunned after hearing Kyoraku Shunsui's words. They did not expect that such a powerful Reiatsu could be found in such a simple travel disaster. Ho ho ho, that's right. My instrument has already detected it. The travel accident that I fought with the leader of Kyoraku just now, Reiatsu, is a second-class spirit. Kuretsuchi Mayuri also stood up and confirmed Kyoraku Shunsui's statement. For a moment, the captains were even more surprised. The second level of spiritual power is not so easy to reach. To put it bluntly, it is hard to say whether there are 100 people in the entire Soul Society who have reached the Earth-level spiritual power from ancient times to the present. This is what Kurosaki Ichigo Destiny Child is. Then what are you waiting for? Just let me chop him down. Upon hearing that Kurosaki Ichigo is so strong, Zaraki Kenpachi's hands instantly became itchy. Although his fellow disciples are powerful, they can't kill him in a fight. For Saragi Kenpachi, they are really boring. What he wants is a real fight. Of course, it's definitely not just a matter of being unhappy every time you get killed. After all, Zaraki Kenpachi cannot Bankai yet. Zaraki Kenpachi always has a premonition that once he Bankai, something will happen that he cannot accept. Don't worry, Captain Zaraki, you still have to listen to what Captain Beilong has to say. Aizen Sosuke, the man, started to pretend to be a good guy again, showing his attitude of listening to Beilong. Beilong, who had been watching everyone argue, also opened his eyes. Arrest the people first. Remember, what I want is alive. For a small team led by only one second-class spirit power, this is not a high request. As soon as these words came out, everyone nodded. Beilong had said so. No one wanted to kill a travel disaster and try the wrath of the strongest Shinigami. All obey. After Beilong spoke, the captains of Gote 13 all shut their mouths. Beilong's words seemed to have the final say. No matter what the captains thought, as long as Beilong spoke, they must do what Beilong said. This is the power of the captain of Gote 13. The meeting is dismissed. Beilong looked at the respectful captains in front of him and spoke calmly. As you command. When the captains of Gote 13 received Beilong's order, they immediately turned around and walked towards the door of the first team's conference room. Although each of them was respectful in front of Beilong, it was completely unclear whether there were any small moves in private. I let you get through. Captain Kyoraku, Aizen Sosuke and Kyoraku Shunsui walked out of the conference room door slowly. Aizen Sosuke and Kyoraku Shunsui started to play double act. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Kyoraku Shunsui said, pretending not to understand. All this is taken seriously by the pervert Ichimaru Jin. HMPH, you know what I'm talking about. Don't let me catch the evidence, otherwise I will report it to Captain Yulong personally. Aizen said, deliberately pretending to be loyal. Agig. Ha 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 ha, Captain Aizen, you are thinking too much. Kyoraku Shunsui laughed and left the conference room. Ichimaru Jin complained in his heart, Uncle Kyoraku, can you act any more fake? However, Ichimaru Jin instantly raised the danger of Aizen Sosuke to the highest point. Although Beilong never explicitly said who the traitor was, Ichimaru Jin basically has the answer. Yakiru, let's go and catch the travel trouble. Zaraki Kenpachi, who rushed out of the conference room directly after the meeting, greeted Kusajishi Yakiru. Okay, let's go, Shaojian. Yakiru and Shunpo lay on Zaraki Kenpachi, laughing. The two of them ran straight in the opposite direction from where Kurosaki Ichigo and the others were coming. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo and others also officially successfully entered Seraiti from the air with the help of Shiba Kuzuru, the second leader of the party. It didn't work this time. Shiba Iwagata was mainly because Shiba Kankakuji came in personally with Kurosaki Ichigo and the others. Anyway, I was just giving them a ride, and no team member would be stupid enough to stop the captain's wife. Yoruichi is also planning to let Kurosaki Ichigo learn Bankai first, and then consider saving Rukia Kuchiki. After all, with the current Kurosaki Ichigo, it is okay to meet the deputy captain level. If he meets the captain level, he does not know Bankai, and he will naturally fight in the battle. You will be at a disadvantage. Unfortunately, as soon as Yoruichi and others entered Seraiti, they bumped into someone they definitely didn't want to see. An old man wearing an ordinary Death Tyrant outfit, with long white eyebrows and beard, and a shiny bald head, who looked like he could be seen everywhere in the world, with kind eyes, stopped Ichigo and others. The way people go. Are you the travelers who invaded Soul Society? The old man seemed to be roasting sweet potatoes with unknown flames. After seeing Ichigo and others, he waved to Ichigo and others with a smile, and said, "Come and sit. Come and eat sweet potatoes together. The grilled sweet potatoes are the best in Soul Society." Yoruichi was dumbfounded when he saw the old man who stopped them. "It's over. I forgot to tell Mr. Yamamoto." When Shihu and Yoruichi saw the old man in front of him, he shuddered subconsciously. Shihu and Yoruichi was confident enough to use her skills to help her win down Flash Goddess in front of any active captain in Gote 13 except Beilong. The powerful Shunpo of the title fled with Kurosaki Ichigo and others. However, Yoruichi did not have any confidence to escape in front of the old man in front of her. Even after she saw the old man in front of her, even her original intention to escape completely disappeared at this moment. She would definitely not be able to escape. Yes, if you stay, maybe you can die with more dignity. For a moment, Yoruichi looked at Ichigo with eyes full of sympathy. She now had a very important question to ask the smart Urahara Kazuki, and asked, "Just after leaving the novice village, we encountered the ceiling of conventional combat power. What should we do? What to do? Urahara Kazuki, please use your invincible wisdom quickly and think of a solution." Urahara Kazuki: "Sorry, I can't do anything about this. My suggestion is that you just lie down and wait to die. In this case, your body will be relatively intact. It will not be burned. Ashes. As for defeating the opponent, don't think about it. Even if I lend you the complete Hogyoku, before you are fully integrated with Hogyoku, you will definitely not be able to defeat this ordinary-looking Leoden. Hey, old man, why are you baking sweet potatoes here alone?" Just when Yoruichi was trembling in fear at the old man roasting sweet potatoes in front of him, Kurosaki Ichigo had already walked to Lao Den's side carelessly, and took a fresh roasted sweet potato from Lao Den's hand, and then Kurosaki Ichigo also patted old Den on the shoulder and asked, "Ichigo, no." Yoruichi's eyes widened as she looked at the scene in front of her. She wanted to step forward to stop Ichigo, but it was too late. It was too late at this moment. When you have nothing to do, let's bake some sweet potatoes and try something new. Lao Den heard this and replied with a smile to Ichigo. "Old man, you're not the Shinigami from Gote 13, are you? I think only Shinigami can wear the Death Boss costume." Kurosaki Ichigo's question was quite straightforward. "Of course not. I'm just a retired sweet potato seller. Gote 13 has nothing to do with me." Yamamoto knew that the young man in front of him had no ill intentions. He said with a smile. Hearing Yamamoto Genryusai's words, Kurosaki Ichigo breathed a sigh of relief. He really didn't want to fight with the old man. However, fortunately, the kind old man in front of me is not the Shinigami of Gote 13. Moreover, the old man in front of me is already very old, and it seems that he is not very capable of fighting. Ichigo feels that it is unfair to deal with an old man, but at least he won't lose. For Rukia, Ichigo can challenge his moral bottom line. "Oh, the sweet potatoes are all baked. Come on, one of you." Just when Ichigo was about to say something, Genryusai picked up the sweet potatoes he had roasted from the fire, and then looked at Yoruichi and others in the distance. Call. With a howling wind, by the time everyone reacted, Shihu and Yoruichi, Ishida Uryu, Sato Yasutora and Inoue Orihime all had a sweet potato in their hands that was exactly the same as Kurosaki Ichigo's. At this moment, everyone was shocked when they saw the sweet potatoes in their hands. They didn't even see clearly when the old man in front of them made a move and put the sweet potatoes in their hands. Master. Super Master. At this time, everyone suddenly realized that this old man might be a monster. Okay, eat the sweet potatoes quickly. When you finish eating, it's time to hit the road. Just when everyone was marveling at the sweet potatoes in their hands, Genryusai Shigekuni said the most frightening words with the kindest face and gentlest tone. "Old man, are you our enemy too?" The moment Genryusai finished speaking, Kurosaki Ichigo immediately distanced himself from Genryusai, looked at Genryusai and asked coldly. Enemy. Genryusai couldn't help but laugh after hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's words. Young man, did you make something wrong? It's not that I want to be your enemy, it's that you want to be my enemy. From the moment you broke into Soul Society as a tourist, you have already stood on the opposite side of the butcher. Genryusai looked at Kurosaki Ichigo with a kind smile on his face. Old man, we invaded Seraiti for a reason. We don't have any ill intentions towards Soul Society and Seraiti. The reason why we came here is just to save our companions. Is it wrong to want to save our companions? Kurosaki Ichigo asked Genryusai. Haha, is there a reason? Every traveler who invaded Soul Society told me this. Each of them had a reason of one kind or another. After all, if there is no reason, there is no reason. Will someone get bored and invade Soul Society, right? At the same time, each of them told me that they have no ill intentions towards Soul Society or Seraiti. As a result, these travelers who invaded Soul Society either wanted us to promote him to Gotei 13's Shinigami, or they had whimsical wishes to replace the current Gotei 13 Shinigami. The 13th team of the court directly became the captain, or even the overall captain, and even worse, even attempted to kill the gods, thus becoming His Majesty the Spiritual King. Young man traveling in trouble, what do you think of these people's reasons compared to yours? After hearing this, should I agree to them all? If I do this. If you do it, this Seraiti may have gone into chaos a long time ago. It is precisely because I didn't do this that you can see the existence called order here. Genryusai said to Kurosaki Ichigo, God. He spoke calmly and calmly. It's different. Our reasons are different. Kurosaki Ichigo frowned and tried to retort. There is no difference between you and them. If there is a difference, it is the difference between great evil and small evil. Their evil deeds will destroy the world, and your evil deeds are just pure violations. There are laws and rules, but they are all evil after all. In the end, they all require me to trample on the rules of Soul Society. Since they all require me to violate the rules of Soul Society, then there is no essence. The difference. You must remember that there is no essential difference between trampling on some of the rules and trampling on them all. Once you do something that ignores the rules, it is like opening Pandora's box, and you can no longer contain it. Stop it. By then, the entire three realms will be destroyed because of your willful behavior. Can you little guys afford this responsibility? And how can you shoulder it? Perhaps Genryusai has been a teacher for too long. He subconsciously entered the role of a teacher and began to teach young souls such as Kurosaki Ichigo and Ishida Ryu what soul is. Society's rules. This. For a moment, Kurosaki Ichigo and others all closed their mouths. Just as Genryusai said, what the other party said did make sense to a certain extent, so much so that Kurosaki Ichigo and others couldn't find anything to refute. Even Ishida Ryu, who was born with a strong hand, nodded vigorously. If it weren't for Rukia Kuchiki, who had contributed to his battle with Kurosaki Ichigo, it would have paid for his mistakes and indirectly helped him. When he was busy, he wanted to say to Yuan Lujai, listening to you is worth 10 years of reading. I think you are right, old man. As you said, there is nothing without rules, and rules cannot be easily ignored. Broken. In this case, I will not save this person, I will return to the present world, and I will not come to Soul Society without permission until I die of natural causes. Unfortunately, Ishida Ryu cannot say the same. Kurosaki Ichigo, you must not listen to him. He is just stalling for time, waiting for the Shinigami's reinforcements to arrive and surround us. We don't have much time to waste now, so hurry up and defeat this old man, keep on your way. You know, Rukia Kuchiki is still waiting for us to rescue her. Ishida Ryu gently pushed the myopia glasses on the bridge of his nose. He first glanced at Genryusai who was standing opposite him, and then spoke to Kurosaki Ichigo on the side. No solution anymore, old man. Originally I didn't plan to attack you, but my companion is still waiting for me, and I don't have much time to waste here, so I'm sorry. Kurosaki Ichigo said, pointing the Zanpakuto in his hand at Genryusai in front of him. Oh, you want to have a fight with me? Genryusai was shocked when he saw this. He gently touched his chin and said to Kurosaki in surprise with his long white beard. Interesting. In that case, you go ahead and make the move, kid. As Shihoin Yoruichi spoke, he waved slightly to Kurosaki Ichigo. This waving gesture, no matter how you look at it, has a somewhat provocative meaning. However, in Shihoin Yoruichi's view, Genryusai's movements seemed like an adult. People tease babies who are just 1 month old. In Genryusai, after signaling Kurosaki Ichigo to attack first, the old god was there and sat back on the pony he had placed on the ground, quietly waiting for Shigo's attack. Kurosaki, don't be careless, this old man is super strong. Ishida Ryu held the roasted sweet potato that had been placed in his hand by the old man in front of him at some point, and spoke seriously to Kurosaki Ichigo in front of him. Well, you don't need to tell me, I know this. Even the guy from before, wearing a haori and claiming to be the captain of Gote 13, his movements couldn't surpass my visual nerves, but the movements of this old man just now, I didn't even see it. Kurosaki Ichigo holds the knife in both hands and stares at Genryusai in front of him tightly, not daring to be careless in the slightest, for fear that in the next moment, the old man in front of him will be like the man who just stuffed sweet potatoes into everyone's hands, killing everyone present. Everyone fell to the ground. Aren't you going to take action? Genryusai looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, who had not dared to step forward for a long time, and asked with narrowed eyes. Phew, be careful. After Kurosaki Ichigo kindly reminded Genryusai, he burst out with a raging Reiatsu, turning into a dark shadow and heading straight for Genryusai in front of him. Haha, Yuan Lujai was still smiling when he saw this. Until Kurosaki Ichigo's sword landed on Genryusai's head, Genryusai remained motionless, which made Ichigo, who originally planned to drop the knife, hesitated. However, at the moment when Kurosaki Ichigo hesitated, Genryusai, who was still sitting on the mazar and warming himself by the fire, had disappeared from Kurosaki Ichigo's sight. What? Cold sweat broke out on Kurosaki Ichigo's forehead. He was completely stunned by Genryusai's speed. Genryusai's movements seemed like magic, and he disappeared from Kurosaki Ichigo's sight in the blink of an eye. Inside. In fact, with Kurosaki Ichigo's current dynamic nerves, Ulquiorra cannot even keep up with the speed of the unreturned blade. However, even Ulquiorra, who is in the second stage of the returned blade, is as immature as a child in front of Genryusai, not Ichigo. Xiaowu is too weak, but old man Shan is too out of the ordinary. What are you doing, Kurosaki? The enemy is behind you. At the moment when Ichigo was at a loss, Ishida Yuryu's roar sounded from behind him. From Yuryu's anxious voice, Ikuryu's worry for Ichigo could be heard. Behind, Ichigo looked stunned, knowing something was wrong. Countless warnings sounded like a tide in Ichigo's heart. This feeling of powerlessness was the first time he felt it after he recovered his Shinigami power with the help of Urahara Kazuki. Boy, what are you hesitating about? Just as Ishida reminded Kurosaki what Ichigo was worried about, a faint, hoarse and aged voice suddenly sounded from behind Ichigo. Not good. The moment Ichigo turned around, he was greeted by a fist blow. One bone. Yes, Genryusai had no intention of drawing his sword when facing Kurosaki Ichigo. With Kurosaki Ichigo, who had just entered the second-level spiritual power, even Bankai had not learned it, and Reiatsu had just been promoted to the captain level, let alone a soul like him. Genryusai has liberated Zanpakuto, but he is not even qualified to let Genryusai pull out Zanpakuto. I will die. I will definitely die. The moment Yuan Lujai punched, his momentum seemed to have reached its peak. At this moment, Genryusai's bull-sized fist continued to enlarge in Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes. In the blink of an eye, it was as big as a mountain, with the momentum of overwhelming mountains and seas. Ichigo saw the fist that slowly came towards him but left him nowhere to hide. At this moment, every nerve cell in his body was sending out a distress signal. Ichigo knew clearly in his heart that if he was hit by this punch, if he loses his head, he will definitely die. At the moment when Ichigo's Death Star was shining, his body suddenly moved, and with a movement that surpassed Kurosaki Ichigo himself, Zanpakuto was placed in the path of Genryusai's punch. Boom! As the roar sounded, the holy sword Zangetsu in Ichigo's hand managed to withstand the punch, but Kurosaki Ichigo did not have such a good life. Ichigo, who was hit by Genryusai's punch, had already flown out and was being smashed. After breaking through more than 30 walls and drawing a 100-meter-long ravine on the ground, he fell in a pool of blood and passed out completely. Maybe Ichigo didn't expect that he tried his best to block Genryujin. One blow, still forced into Seraiti, smashed out a street. Ichigo was really miserable at this moment, like a dilapidated doll that no one needed and thrown in the trash can, and like a worn-out carpet that was thrown on the ground for others to step on. If it weren't for Ichigo's Reiatsu being relatively stable, everyone would have thought that Ichigo was completely dead at this moment. Kurosaki. Things happened so quickly that everyone present was unexpected. Yuryu's lips were a little dry, and he subconsciously pronounced Kurosaki Ichigo's name. I'm going to save Kurosaki-san. At the moment when Ryu was at a loss, Inoue Orihime had risked her own life and rushed towards Kurosaki Ichigo at a flying speed. Kurosaki Ichigo's injury was already too serious. If she did not give first aid to Ichigo, Ichigo would be injured. He will definitely die. Where are you going? However, before Inoue Orihime could get close to Ichigo, a hoarse voice had already sounded in front of Orihime. Orihime subconsciously looked towards the source of the voice, and what he saw was a kind old grandfather, and a pair of indifferent eyes, like a Shinigami harvesting souls, staring at his prey with cold eyes. Boom! In an instant, the furious Reiatsu, as if for free, fell towards Inoue Orihime's weak spiritual body. Orihime was like a lonely boat on the vast ocean under Genryusai's Reiatsu. She only felt that there seemed to be something in her mind. The thing exploded, as if someone had hit her on the head with a hammer weighing 100 tons, and she was smashed into a puddle of meat. Plop! As the sound rang out, Inoue Orihime collapsed to the ground. It was clear that Genryusai didn't do anything, he just looked at Orihime, and Orihime's spirit body seemed to collapse. Like a newborn, very weak. In this regard, Genryusai looked at the fallen Orihime and commented. In fact, Orihime's current Reiatsu is not weak under Yoruichi's training. He has already reached the 4th level of spiritual power. According to the standards before Gote 13, he can be the vice captain. Exclamation mark. Even in the current Gote 13, one can hold a high position ranging from 3 to 5 seats. But she is facing Yamamoto Genryusai. Now Yamamoto Genryusai has evolved once and became a member of the Zero Division. Even Aizen, who has completely integrated Hogyoku, cannot say that he can completely defeat Yamamoto Genryusai. Liu Jai. In his eyes, Shinigami below the 3rd level are just babies, the 3rd level can barely be regarded as children, and the 2nd level are teenagers. Only the 10th level can be considered as normal adults. Exclamation mark. The current Yamamoto Genryusai is so pervert. That's why Yamamoto Genryusai feels that Kurosaki Ichigo and his gang are really brave. They don't know anything, but they dare to invade Seraiti with just a sense of courage. 0. Inoue. After Inoue fell, Ishida Ryu reacted and opened the spirit bow in his hand. At this moment, the powerful sacred destruction condensed on Ishida Yuryu's bowstring. A bow and arrow made of spirit seeds. I see. Are you a Quincy? Since 1,000 years ago, when Yuwatch led the Quincy to invade Soul Society and launch an all-out war with the Shinigami, I haven't seen a Quincy for a long time. Now that I see you, I suddenly feel nostalgic for those days. The moment Ishida Ryu pulled out his bow and arrow, Yamamoto Genryusai, who was still 50 steps away from Ishida Ryu, stood in front of Ryu at some unknown time and asked Ryu. Ryu didn't have time to pay attention. The old man in front of him, who was nostalgic for the past, had already tensed his nerves because Kurosaki Ichigo and Inoue Orihime had fallen one after another. The way Flash moves is so scary. I saw Yulong trembled, and directly let go of his hand that was holding the bowstring and the Holy Death. In an instant, he fired a simple and unpretentious Holy Death, which was enough to open a bloody hole in Killian's body. Just like that, he shot at Yuan Lujai's bald head. Ding! It's a pity that at the moment when the sacred destruction was about to fall on Yuan Lujai's forehead, 2 powerful fingers of green pine pinched it gently. The arrow of sacred destruction is about to touch Genryusai's skin. Impossible. Ryu looked at the old man in front of him, holding the sacred destruction between his fingers, and was dumbfounded. The strength of the old man in front of him was beyond Ishida Yuryu's understanding of Shinigami. Snapped. Before Yulong could think about it, the sacred destruction had been crushed by the old man's fingers. Compared to Yuwatch's death 1,000 years ago, this sacred destruction is far worse. Yuan Lujai held Yuryu's sacred annihilation in the palm of his hand. He kneaded it into the most primitive spirit child with just a little force. Yuan Lujai seemed a little disappointed. The face, like throwing sand, scattered Yulong's spirit sun that constituted the sacred destruction in front of Yulong, and then Yuan Lujai spoke with some emotion. Monster. Yulong no longer knew how to evaluate Yuan Lujai in front of him. At some point, the word, strong, seemed not worthy of describing Yuan Lujai. He thought about it and finally could only use the word, weird. The word, object, was used to describe the person in front of him, Yamamoto Genryusai, who surpassed his understanding of Shinigami. Sato, run. This person in front of us is not ours. Ryu has given up fighting. He has decided to risk his life here and use the Quincy's final form to fight the monster in front of him. At this time, Ishida Ryu, if nothing else, is very brave. Although Ishida Ryu knew that even if he used the Quincy's final form to fight the old man in front of him, there would be no hope of victory, and he would not flinch at all. He only hoped that his companion, Sato Yasutora, could take the opportunity to escape. Unfortunately, Ryu was only halfway through his words when he saw Sato Yasutora, who was supposed to be standing behind him, lying on the ground at some point, just like Kurosaki Ichigo and Inoue Orihime, having lost their consciousness. When did he take action? Yulong raised his head and looked at the old god Yuan Lujai Chongguo who was standing not far away from him. His heart was full of confusion. He didn't even see clearly when Yuan Lujai took action. When did you do it? Young Quincy, you seem to have made a mistake. The young man behind you is the first one among all of you who plans to attack me. He is also the 10th person to be killed by me. Yuan Ryuzai said to Ikiryu with a calm expression. The first one. Before Kurosaki Ichigo, cold sweat broke out on Yuryu's forehead. It turned out that Kurosaki Ichigo was the second one to be knocked to the ground by the old man in front of him, and Sato Yasutora was the first one to be defeated by the old man. However, the old man's speed was too fast, and everyone was stunned. Without realizing it, Yasutora was already lying down. The difference in strength is too big, if not in the same dimension. Even so, I have to give it a try. Yulong took a deep breath and wanted to take off his spirit-dispersing gloves in front of Yuan Lujai. Ryu has decided to use the Quincy's final form as his swan song. Even if is defeated, he will lose with dignity. It is a pity that Yamamoto Genryusai knows the Quincy very well. Before Ishida Ryu can take action, Yamamoto Genryusai's Ten Shunpo came to Ishida Ryu. Boom! With just one punch, Ishida Ryu fell to the ground. So disappointing. Before Ishida Ryu could think too much, he only felt his eyes darken. Before Ryu fell, he only heard the voice of the old man who was extremely disappointed with his strength. It's over. Yuan Lujai looked at the 4 people who had fallen in front of him and sighed helplessly, saying that the travel disaster was an exaggeration. They were just 4 naughty kids. After Genryusai finished sighing, he looked at the shadows aside and said softly, the 4 little guys you brought have been knocked down by me. How long do you plan to hide? Shihuin Yoruichi. Ah ha ha ha. An embarrassed Yoruichi walked out of the darkness. She just changed her clothes, and Kurosaki Ichigo and the others were defeated. Master, I forgot to tell you that Beilong asked me to bring these children in. Shihuin Yoruichi was a little embarrassed. After all, they forgot to inform Yamamoto about this in advance. Beilong's plan. When Yamamoto Genryusai heard the name of his beloved disciple, his eyes twitched. He seemed to have hit the wrong person. Kurosaki Ichigo's father is Shiba Izshin, the former captain of the 10th Division. On the day when Shiba Izshin died in the present world, Beilong went to the present world and was with Kurosaki Ichigo's father Shiba Izshin. Kurosaki Ichigo's mother was also a pure-blood Mr. I have been in contact with Kurosaki Masaki who is a master, and Urahara Kazuki, but I don't know much about the specific situation. You only told me this after Yulong came back. Having said this, Shihuin Yoruichi feebly scratched her purple hair, which was inherited from her father's generation and had a noble and mysterious aura. At the same time, Yoruichi's expression seemed to be a bit helpless. Yamamoto Genryusai's face turned even darker. Good guy, he really hit the wrong person. You didn't even inform your master about such a big thing. Yamamoto Genryusai cursed secretly. Fortunately, he acted carefully and only knocked these children unconscious. Otherwise, he might have sabotaged his apprentice's plan unknowingly. Wait, you said this child's mother is a Quincy. Yamamoto Genryusai came back to his senses, turned to look at Kurosaki Ichigo lying on the ground and asked. Yes, the father of the child Kurosaki Ichigo is Shinigami, and the mother is a Quincy whose body contains the power of Manos Grande. In other words, from the moment the child Kurosaki Ichigo was born, he was born with all the Yes, Shinigami, Quincy, and Hollow's power. He is a very amazing child. Yoruichi heard this and replied. They don't know yet that Beilong has a backup plan for Kurosaki Ichigo, but when Kurosaki Ichigo actually Bankai, they won't be able to hide it. By the way, it has only been 10 days since this kid Kurosaki Ichigo awakened his Shinigami power and started to make full use of it. In other words, Kurosaki Ichigo promoted Reiatsu to the captain of Gote 13 in just 10 days. His level, his talent, and his potential are beyond our expectation. Yoruichi said, seeming to have thought of something, and continued to add. At this moment, it was Yuan Lujai's turn to be silent. If it is true as Yoruichi said, the potential of Kurosaki Ichigo, even in Soul Society, is rare to see in thousands of years. In other words, Beilong's disciples have talents that are comparable to Kurosaki Ichigo. Of course, if you include the Blade King, no one is more talented than Kurosaki Ichigo. The pen that changes the world. It also has the ability to be omniscient and omnipotent. Interesting. Since it is Beilong's plan, then I want to see how far this kid can go. Genryusai suddenly became interested. He seemed to want to see from the bottom of his heart. Kurosaki Ichigo, who by chance merged the three forces of Hollow, Quincy, and Shinigami to balance the world, has great potential. How far can a young boy reach in the shortest time? Teacher, what do you mean? I plan to play with you young people, and I will be considered a young man. Yuan Lujai touched his bald head, raised his head and looked at the blue sky and white clouds of Soul Society, and suddenly realized that he seemed to have been bound by countless rules since birth, and had never had a chance to indulge for a moment. Genryusai is undoubtedly synonymous with heroes and geniuses. He founded Genryu long before he took hold of Zanpakudo. He is respectfully called the founder of Genryu by countless Genryu disciples. Not long after he founded Genryu, after becoming the leader of the Seraiti, he was respectfully called the captain by countless people, or the founder of the Gote. He seems to have been living in the eyes of everyone's expectations, and has never relaxed for a moment. Thinking about it now, he has retired anyway, so he might as well take advantage of the opportunity of this travel disaster invasion to have a good time. Give it to those who are in his position when he is the captain. Beilong, the scoundrel who gives him trouble every moment, also finds some trouble to solve. Teacher, you are the captain, how can you do this? Yoruichi was dumbfounded. She didn't expect that in the end, it would be such a result. So Grandmaster Yuan Lujai plans to follow these young men and cause mischief together. Isn't this just fooling around? This is just like a clear and stupid contemporary college student taking his great-grandfather, who is more than 100 years old, to a disco. It is said that he wanted his great-grandfather to die before he died. Jump on the horse trend. Captain, retired. Yuan Lujai smiled immediately after hearing this. Don't call me teacher, call me Yuan Lujai. While I was messing around with you, I was not Yamamoto Genryusai, nor Genryusai Shigekuni, just a simple Genryusai without any surname or identity. Young Yoruichi, do you understand what I said? There seemed to be a hint of threat in Yuan Lujai's words. I understand everything. Yoruichi nodded vigorously up and down. Yoruichi is really helpless to complain. How come his man and his master seem to be reliable? What are you going to do next? Genryusai asked Yoruichi, directly asking about Yoruichi's next plan. Take Kurosaki Ichigo to learn Bankai. Yoruichi didn't dare to hide it and answered truthfully. Really, let's go then, Genryusai said, having already picked up Kurosaki Ichigo, Ishida Ryu, Sato Yasutora and Inoue Orihime who were unconscious on the ground, and urged Yoruichi. Yoruichi was even more speechless when he saw that he was moving quickly, as if he was going to deal with Beilong's Yamamoto Genryusai. Are you leaving? Yuan Lujai urged with great dissatisfaction. Go, go, go. Of course. Yoruichi did not dare to say anything, and immediately used Shunpo to lead the way for Genryusai. Yeah, Genryusai looked at Yoruichi's movements and nodded with satisfaction. For a moment, the two of them were like ghosts in the day, running towards Sokyoku Hill without knowing it. Although Gotei 13 had already taken action to catch the travel disaster, no one noticed it. The whereabouts of Yoruichi and Genryusai. In addition, Aizen et al. Aizen-sama, Kurosaki Ichigo was abducted by Genryu Seidenjin. When Aizen returned to the laboratory he established in Rukongai, he heard Tusen Kanami, who had been staring at the computer, shouting anxiously. Aizen was stunned when he heard this. What should we do next? Tusen looked at Aizen and asked softly. Don't worry, everything is under our control. Aizen persuaded Tusen Kanami, but in fact he didn't know what to do. He knows the whereabouts of all the captains of Gotei 13, but the problem is that Genryusai is not the captain of Gotei 13. Although Aizen is confident in his Kyoka Suigetsu. But the current Yamamoto Genryusai is a king-level Reiatsu. Aizen Sosuke without Hogyoku, just like Tsunayashiro Tokunada in the Four Nobles arc, Kyoka Suigetsu is ineffective against the monster Zaraki Kenpachi. That is to say, the current Aizen Sosuke, Kyoka Suigetsu is ineffective against Yamamoto Genryusai. This is so painful. Alas, Ichigo, please wish yourself well. Aizen, the godfather, doesn't know what to do at this moment. He hasn't gotten the second piece of Hogyoku yet, so he doesn't dare to fight Genryusai. At this moment, Aizen can only place his expectations on Kurosaki Ichigo himself. He hopes that Kurosaki Ichigo can protect himself and not let him be disturbed by Genryusai after conducting experiments for more than 20 years. At the same time, Aizen doesn't have time to deal with Kurosaki Ichigo's affairs. He has more important things to do now. It's time to start recycling Hogyoku. On the other side, Yoruichi and Genryusai soon arrived at the training base built by Shihoin Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki at the foot of Sokyoku Hill. Oh, this is the place where Urahara Kazuki, Hirako Shinji and others hid in the Soul Society before defecting from Gotei 13, right? It's spacious and unique, and it should be something that shouldn't be there, everything you need. Genryusai threw Kurosaki Ichigo and others into the hot spring in the center of the cave, and then said with a smile. This generous and unique title is a compliment to Urahara Kazuki. Thank you for the compliment. Yoruichi didn't dare to say anything, he could only keep nodding like a chicken pecking at rice. At the same time, he complained in his heart that it was my dear disciple who personally let Urahara Kazuki and the others go in. This hot spring is very similar to the restorative spring water made by the kid from Kirin Temple according to Unohana Retsu's Zanpakudo, but the restorative effect has been shrunk. Quite a few. Yuan Lujai stood by the hot spring, and after just a glance, he revealed the prototype of this hot spring. Haha, this is indeed built by Urahara Kazuki to imitate the hot springs of Kirin Temple. In this regard, Yoruichi nodded lightly and did not refute anything. What is that thing? Yuan Lujai said, and his eyes seemed to be attracted by something. He looked at the props on the edge of the hot spring that looked like human rubber models. Asked, that's the Zenshin body. It's a prop developed by Urahara Kazuki specifically for practicing Bankai. That kid from Urahara used this thing called the Zenshin body to complete the Bankai in just 3 days. The results are gratifying. Upon hearing this, Yoruichi immediately introduced Genryusai. Oh, interesting. If the effect is really that good, it can be promoted. Genryusai did not expect that this seemingly ordinary rubber model could have such amazing effects. After a slight pause, he immediately spoke to Yoruichi. Actually, this item called the God Transformation Body also has certain limitations, that is, people with insufficient spiritual power cannot successfully practice Bankai. Yoruichi listened to Genryusai's words. Finally, he preached awkwardly. Yes, turning into a divine body only allows people who are already capable of practicing Bankai to practice Bankai faster, but it does not allow those 7th and 8th level spiritual powers who do not even have a Bankai horoscope. Those who write off will become Bankai. After Yuan Lujai heard this, he was silent for a while, and then he tried to find a way to make up for it. That's not bad. At least from now on, anyone who has reached the captain level of spiritual power can successfully practice Bankai. This can be considered an improvement. At this point, Genryusai himself didn't even know what he was talking about. What does it mean that people with spiritual power who have reached the captain level can successfully practice Bankai? So far, there seems to be no spiritual power that has reached the captain level. Can't complete Bankai's case. Zaraki Kenpachi can Bankai, but he knows that Yakiru will be gone after Bankai, so he never Bankai. Yoruichi also took the opportunity to explain Beilong's plan. After all, Beilong's plan does not involve Yamamoto Genryusai. Since the old man wants to participate, Yoruichi and Beilong will not stop him. Anyway, the old man can't die now, so just let him. Let's go. About 4 or 5 hours later, Kurosaki Ichigo, Ishida Ryu, Sato Yasutora and Inoue Orihime, who had been soaking in the hot spring, slowly opened their eyes. My head hurts so much. What happened? I just remember that I seemed to be knocked down by an old man. Not only you, but also me, Inoue and Sato were all killed. Sato should be the first to be killed, Kurosaki you are the second to be killed, Inoue is the third, and I am the last. I don't know what happened after I was defeated, but it looks like we seem to have been saved. To be honest, the old man's strength is completely different from ours, so it is normal to lose to him. When Kurosaki Ichigo and others opened their eyes, they saw an unfamiliar ceiling, surrounded by warm water. The 4 of them were soaked in the warm water, constantly recalling what happened before they fainted. It seemed that none of them had noticed that Genryusai was sitting not far from them, silently making tea. Ishida Yuryu's words stopped abruptly the moment he saw Genryusai. Go on, ignore me, old man. Genryusai discovered Kurosaki Ichigo and others. After there was suddenly no sound, he knew that Ichigo and others should have discovered him. Genryusai poured himself some tea in a leisurely manner, and then turned around. He stood up and smiled at the people in the pool. What is your purpose? This was what Yulong said. What do you mean? This sentence was said by Kurosaki Ichigo. Old sir, could it be that you saved us? Inoue Orihime's first consideration was not whether Genryusai had taken action against them, but whether Genryusai had saved them after that. Sato Yasutora looked at Genryusai silently, he was on guard and said nothing. Let me come one by one. First of all, Yinfu has no purpose. Secondly, it was indeed me who saved you, and I saved you because I just wanted to save you. Genryusai looked at Ichigo and the others and replied softly. However, Genryusai's answer obviously failed to convince Ichigo and others. Everyone still looked at Genryusai Shigekuni in a wary manner. Let me explain the detailed process of this matter. At this moment, Shihuin Yoruichi, wearing orange sportswear, walked in front of everyone and comforted Kurosaki Ichigo and others. Who are you? Unexpectedly, Kurosaki Ichigo glanced at Yi. Behind his eyes, he asked without any impression at all. Bang, bang, bang. Upon hearing this, Yoruichi's eyes twitched slightly in anger at what Ichigo said, and then he punched everyone in the head of Kurosaki Ichigo and others. Then, he said, how rude. Have you even forgotten your own teacher, me? It's me, Shihuin Yi. Are you Mr. Yoruichi? Aren't you a cat? For a moment, the whole audience was in an uproar. Haha, of course I'm not a cat. How can a cat talk? Yoruichi looked at everyone's surprised expressions, the corners of her lips curved slightly, she smiled and said proudly. Why don't you listen carefully, are you really here? I don't know who told me that cats can talk, but it's just common sense. After hearing what Yoruichi said, Ishida almost became angry to death. I see, you are Mr. Yoruichi. As for the very nervous Inoue and Ichigo, they quickly accepted Yoruichi's identity. Hey, you guys accepted it too quickly. Ishida Ryu couldn't help complaining about this. It was also at this time that Sato Yasutora whispered softly, is it actually Mr. Yoruichi? I see, it's really surprising. But that's right, how can an ordinary cat talk? Aren't you guys reacting too slowly? We've all been surprised, and you're just starting to be surprised. Sato, you really should go back and see a doctor this time. I'm serious. Hearing this, Ishida Ryu looked at Sato Yasutora and complained helplessly. Okay, you already know my identity. Then I'm going to continue talking. In fact, the teacher. I mean, this wild old Mr. Yuanlujai, he has been on our side from the beginning. He is not an enemy, in fact he is. Well, he is actually the spy that Urahara Kazuki and I prepared at Soul Society. As for the reason why he attacked you just now, I think he probably. He's just here to test your strength. That's all. Shihuin Yoruichi spoke intermittently, word by word, and was very unskilled. It was obvious that she was explaining the identity of Genryusai to Kurosaki Ichigo and others while making up the story. That's it. In response, Kurosaki Ichigo and others showed expressions of sudden realization. This is obviously false. Only Ishida or Ryu discovered that what Yoruichi just said was all made up. Phew, that's it. Yoruichi said. She breathed a sigh of relief. She felt so awesome. Enough is enough. Yulong's eyelids twitched slightly, and he no longer knew what to do. Of all the people present, no one is serious, okay. For a moment, Ryu was a little worried. With their current half-baked team, is it really possible to rescue Rukia Kuchiki? Then let's get down to business. Kurosaki Ichigo, you should have felt the gap between you and the teacher, you and Mr. Genryusai. Next, I will let you learn the greatest secret of Shinigami, Zanpakuto's Bankai, within 3 days. Be mentally prepared for me. Yoruichi said, changing from the stumbling way she spoke before, and at the same time, her expression began to become serious. Her eyes were like sharp knives, looking directly at Kurosaki Ichigo. I know. Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly lit up. Then next, Kurosaki Ichigo, insert your Zanzanto into this doll. This thing is called the tension body. It was invented by that guy Urahara Kazuki. It is specially used to practice Bankai. Urahara Kazuki learned Bankai in 3 days with the help of this thing. Kurosaki Ichigo, I think your talent is definitely not there. Under Urahara Kazuki, 3 days is enough for you to learn Bankai. Yoruichi said softly to Kurosaki Ichigo. It won't take 3 days. 1 day is enough. Kurosaki Ichigo took out his soul-cutting sword and said confidently. Ishida Ryu and others stepped aside, and Kurosaki Ichigo inserted the soul-cutting sword in his hand directly into the tension body. Boom! Reiatsu exploded from Ichigo's body as it reached the sky. Wearing a jet black coat, sunglasses on the bridge of his nose, and a waterfall of long hair, he looked like a rock star, with the temperament of a European aristocrat and the image of a vampire in an ancient novel. He just appeared in Kurosaki Ichigo's house. In front of you. Ah, it's you, Uncle Zangetsu, Holy Sword. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the man in front of him and subconsciously greeted him. The Quincy power in Kurosaki Ichigo, who appeared in front of everyone in the form of Yuwatch from thousands of years ago, pursed his lips after hearing what Ichigo called him. Well, Zangetsu's name is gone, but Hadamaki is given the title of Holy Sword in front of it. Yuwatch really feels like a fool. Name is power, and different names represent different abilities. Even if you change one word, the power exerted will be different. But fortunately, Kurosaki Ichigo's Soul Zantodo does not have any fancy abilities other than violent output. Kurosaki Ichigo's Soul Zantodo, the only skill Getsuga Tensho, is recorded in the Kurosaki Ichigo Reiatsu and is passed down from the Shiba family's ancestors. Slashing techniques have nothing to do with his soul-cutting sword. It's like Shiba Isshin's soul-cutting sword is a fire-based Angetsu, but the slash he wields is still like Getsuga Tensho. Sure enough, you are my soul-killing sword. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Uncle Zangetsu, the holy sword in front of him, and asked aloud. Exactly. With his hands in his pockets and a cold and arrogant face, the Quincy power in Kurosaki Ichigo's body, after listening to Kurosaki Ichigo's words, nodded slightly and directly admitted his identity. Then Uncle Zangetsu of the Holy Sword, tell me my Bankai's name quickly. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the Quincy's power in front of him and asked. Okay, but you need to pass my test. Holy Sword Uncle Zangetsu nodded slightly and was about to suppress him as he spoke. Kurosaki Ichigo's true Shinigami power was released and taught Ichigo how to Bankai. After all, Bankai, a soul-zanting sword, can't do it with the power of a Quincy disguised as a soul-zanting sword. He can actually teach Ichigo how to use static blood armor, how to use holy annihilation, and even tried to teach Ichigo how to use up the power of the holy body, but forget about Shinigami's things. He really doesn't know how to do this. Haha, soul-cutting sword, you really dare to say that? You watch. How can you, a Quincy, pretend to be in front of me, a Shinigami? Unfortunately, before Holy Sword Uncle Zangetsu could finish speaking, an impatient voice had already sounded. Genryusai angrily crushed the teacup in his hand, and walked towards Kurosaki Ichigo's holy sword Uncle Zangetsu with the soul-cutting sword in hand. Come over. Ah, why is this old man Yuan Lujai here? Holy sword Uncle Zangetsu turned around silently after listening to Genryusai's words, and then felt his temples jump, and it was over. Now he seemed to be unable to pretend any more. At the same time, Uncle Zangetsu of the holy sword seemed a little strange. He could clearly see everything happening outside through Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes, but why was he the only one who didn't find Genryusai? Could it be? Blade King Sword, you tricked me again. Uncle Zangetsu, the holy sword, which is the Quincy power in Ichigo's body, immediately reacted. While his eyelids twitched crazily, he roared deep in his heart. Yuha, let me ask you, what are you pretending to be in front of me? At this moment when the power of the Quincy roars in his heart, Genryusai had already reached to Ichigo's side with his sword in hand. He put the knife on Ichigo's neck and asked in a cold voice. More than this, I want to know, what is the holy sword? Translate for me, what the hell is the holy sword? Compared to Yamamoto Genryusai. Speaking of which, Yoruichi is the angrier one. As we all know, a child's soul-zapping sword is usually inherited from his father or mother. Now it is known that Kurosaki Ichigo's mother, Kurosaki Masaki, is a Quincy, so Kurosaki Ichigo's soul-zapping sword. The origin of the knife can only be his father. And it seems that the only person whose soul-cutting sword is named after the holy sword is a certain unknown Gote 13 captain. I asked why Beilong came to this world. He also said that he was on a mission for Urahara Kazuki. I think he secretly looked at his illegitimate child. Yoruichi looked grim. Yamamoto and Genryusai were stunned. What Urahara Kazuki was most worried about happened. Kurosaki Ichigo still revealed the name of his soul-cutting sword. As the real owner, Kurosaki Ichigo was even more confused. Didn't he just materialize the soul-cutting sword? How could such a big problem arise? The Blade King, who was the power of Kurosaki Ichigo, finally couldn't sit still and appeared in the center of the field instantly. Wait a minute, wait a minute. Everyone was stunned again. This man wearing the captain's feathery clothes and whose appearance was 99 similar to Beilong appeared in front of everyone. Beilong, what else do you have to say? Yoruichi shifted his attention instantly. I am not Beilong. I am the power of Kurosaki Ichigo. Blade King. Blade King quickly changed his form to let Yoruichi calm down. Ms. Yoruichi, there is a reason for this. Just go back and ask Mr. Beilong. The Blade King returned to human form again and wiped away the non-existent sweat. Yoruichi calmed down. Blade King didn't dare to lie to others about this kind of thing. After all, he was just the incarnation of power. But she also made up her mind to go back soon to find out what was going on. Blade King saw Yoruichi calm down and disappeared again. Yamamoto Genryusai was also stunned. Good guy, there are a lot of things going on here. However, in order to divert attention, Yamamoto Genryusai quickly said, stop pretending to be you watch. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo also directly triggered the holy word D, completely ignoring Yoruichi's explosion just now. He instinctively sensed that the matter just now seemed to be bigger than the matter of Uncle Zangetsu, the holy sword. Uncle Zangetsu, holy sword, do you know Mr. Genryusai? Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Genryusai Shigekuni, whose anger was rising, and was suddenly stunned. Although he was usually a rough and twitchy person, he also noticed at this moment that Genryusai seemed to know his soul Zanzanto sword spirit, fact. In response, Kurosaki Ichigo looked at his sword spirit and asked. Ichigo, listen to me. At this moment, the Quincy power that belonged to Kurosaki Ichigo and appeared in the image of Yuha thousands of years ago seemed to be trying to struggle. Unfortunately, before Yuha could speak, he was abruptly interrupted by the furious Genryusai. Boy, your name is Kurosaki Ichigo, right? Genryusai looked at Kurosaki Ichigo and asked himself. Exactly. Kurosaki Ichigo heard this and nodded gently. Kurosaki Ichigo, keep your eyes open. The guy appearing in front of you now is not the power of Shinigami in your body. You should know that the color of Shinigami's spiritual network is different from that of ordinary humans and Quincy. It's different. The color of the spiritual channels in Shinigami's body is red in the three realms. But the guy who appears in front of you at this moment, occupying the magpie's nest and pretending to be the power of Shinigami in your body. His spiritual channels are white. Ah. Genryuzai said, using the soul-cutting knife in his hand. He opened a corner of Yhwach's dark coat, revealing the other party's white shirt hidden under the dark coat, and tore off the strips of the white shirt, letting it transformed into its most primitive form, which is the spiritual network. As Genryusai said, this guy who claims to be the Zanpakuto in Kurosaki Ichigo's spiritual network is actually different from the Shinigami, not red but white. Uncle Holy Sword Zangetsu, what on earth is going on? Could it be that you are not my soul-killing sword? Kurosaki Ichigo was stunned at this moment. He looked at the person in front of him in confusion. Using the turnaround body developed by Urahara Kazuki, he appeared in front of him swaggeringly. He was deeply trusted by him. At the same time, he called himself the spirit of the Zanpakuto. Guy asked. At this moment, Ichigo has already discovered something is wrong with Uncle Holy Sword Zinj. I'm sorry Ichigo, although I had expected this day to come, I never thought that I would be exposed so early. Ichigo, originally, I wanted to protect you for a little longer, but unfortunately my time has come. I may not be able to help you anymore in the future. At this moment, Yhwach knew in his heart that he could no longer pretend to be an old guy like Yamamoto, but fortunately he was too lazy to pretend. He just stopped pretending. He showed his cards. Uncle Holy Sword Zangetsu, what on earth are you talking about? I don't understand. Hearing this, Ichigo showed a puzzled expression. He frowned and asked Uncle Zangetsu, the holy sword in front of him, in a hoarse voice. Ichigo, as Yamamoto Genryusai said, I am not the embodiment of the power of Shinigami in your body, nor am I the spirit of your soul Zanbing sword. As I told you before, I am your soul Zanbing sword. It's just a lie to deceive you. These are all false, and I must apologize to you for this. And my true identity is not Shinigami, but Shinigami's enemy. In fact, I am the Quincy power in your body anthropomorphism, and you should have heard of the appearance in front of me. My name is Habak. Yhwach looked at Kurosaki Ichigo with a bit of regret in his eyes. Bak, that's right. Hearing this, Yhwach nodded lightly. Who exactly is Yhwach? Ichigo frowned, and he asked loudly towards the Quincy power that appeared in front of him in the form of Yuha. That is the ancestor of all Quincy in this world. He is also the only king of the Quincy. Thousands of years ago, he led an invincible army called the Empire of Light that conquered the entire world and invaded Seoul. The existence of society is the enemy of the Shinigami. At the same time, it is also the existence that was defeated by the man beside you, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni. Yhwach looked at Ichigo and spoke calmly. I don't understand. I don't understand at all. Kurosaki Ichigo had confusion in his eyes. Ichigo, you will understand everything soon. However, there is no need for me to tell you what happens after this. Now that Ichigo, you have known my identity, according to my agreement with him, I will fall into an endless sleep. Maybe, this will be the last time I see you. Before I fall asleep, there is one last thing I must remind you of. Ichigo, in the near future, you will definitely meet a man who looks very similar to me, and who will make your heart feel unconditionally attached to you. Ichigo, please remember that what you have met the person who arrived as both me and not me. Do not trust him. At the same time, if possible, after you see that person in Ichigo, you must not hesitate to kill him immediately, otherwise you will die. That person will be you. Yuhaba's eyes were full of love when he looked at Ichigo. After all, he was not the real Yhwach. He only appeared in the image of Yuhaba, with the power of the Quincy residing in the body of the pure-blood Quincy Kurosaki family. As a Quincy, he not only inherited Yuha's power and memory, but also inherited the memories of every generation of the Kurosaki family, including Kurosaki Masaki's deep love for Kurosaki Ichigo. There is no doubt that this being who appears in the form of Yhwach from 1,000 years ago deeply loves Ichigo deep in his heart. Holy Sword Zangetsu, where are you going? After hearing what Yhwach said, Ichigo suddenly panicked. Although he couldn't understand what Yhwach was talking about, he could still understand Yhwach's farewell words to him, which made him unable to help himself. I want to catch Yhwach in front of me. Before I fall asleep, I have one more gift to give you. I hope that while I'm sleeping, this gift of mine can take my place and protect you. After Yhwach finished speaking, before Ichigo could say anything more, his finger had already lightly touched Ichigo's forehead. After doing these things, Yuwatch slowly disappeared in front of Kurosaki Ichigo. Before leaving, Yuwatch was still smiling at Ichigo. It was also the second after Yuwatch disappeared that Ichigo's stiff body suddenly lit up with luster, and his blood vessels all over his body were filled with a massive amount of spirit seeds. These spirit seeds were greatly improved. Kurosaki Ichigo's defensive ability makes Kurosaki Ichigo's body harder than steel. That's the Quincy's static blood armor. Ryu looked at Ichigo's body and said in surprise. As expected, Kurosaki Ichigo also has the talent to become a Quincy. After Yulong was briefly surprised, he spoke softly with an extremely sure voice. Now Ishida Ryu is no longer the guy who doesn't know anything. Ishida Sojin and Ishida Ryuzuru told him everything they know. What happened? Why did that guy who always suppressed me suddenly fall into a deep sleep? Forget it, never mind. Now that he has fallen asleep, then the world will be mine. Even though I only have half the power, it is enough for me to make a big fuss. Do you think I am right, my dear king? It was also at the moment when the Quincy power representing Yuwatch fell asleep in Kurosaki Ichigo's body that a man who looked exactly like Kurosaki Ichigo, except that his whole body was only white, spoke with a string of electronic sounds. A man appeared in front of Ichigo, looked at Ichigo arrogantly, and asked, "Who are you? Where has Uncle Zangetsu of the Holy Sword gone?" Ichigo looked at the person with confusion in his eyes. "Huh, Holy Sword Zangetsu. I am the Holy Sword Zangetsu you call me." The man who was all white and had the same appearance as Ichigo, after listening to what Ichigo said, raised the corners of his mouth slightly and loudly informed Ichigo of his true identity. Then, without giving Ichigo any chance to speak, he grabbed the soul-cutting sword and slashed towards Ichigo. "You guy." Ichigo looked at Ichigo who was slashing at him, with a bit of displeasure in his expression. He subconsciously picked up the soul-cutting sword in his hand and blocked the oncoming sword. When, with a soft sound, the Zanpakuto in Ichigo's hand and the Zanpakuto in Ichigo's hand instantly collided together, erupting into a series of dazzling fires. Unfortunately, Shiro Ichigo's hand was so strong that he chopped the sword in Kurosaki Ichigo's hand into pieces. What a bully! When Ichigo saw that the sword was gone, he immediately did not dare to fight and immediately followed behind him. "My knife is gone. How can I fight now?" Ichigo held the Zanpakuto with only the hilt left, and asked Shihun Yoruichi and Genryusai Shigekuni who were watching the battle. "This is your fight, we can't." Unexpectedly, after hearing Ichigo's words, Yoruichi and Genryusai just shook their heads slightly and continued to watch. Even Genryusai drank tea, as if what happened next had nothing to do with him. "Look. You fools just looking for fun. Get me a knife." Ichigo looked stunned when he heard this, and then said angrily. It was at this moment that Ichigo suddenly discovered that Genryusai, who originally seemed extremely kind, might not be a so-called good person. He seemed to have been having bad luck ever since he appeared. This old man inexplicably told Uncle Zangetsu, his holy sword, that he was autistic, and unleashed a lunatic who looked exactly like him who couldn't communicate at all. Then, when he needed help and a weapon that could fight, he was told that this was his battle and they couldn't interfere. If they couldn't intervene, why did they drive away Uncle Zangetsu, the Holy Sword? This series of this operation is going to drive Kurosaki Ichigo, a guy who is born deaf, crazy. Now he just wants to ask Yoruichi and Genryusai, what are the intentions of and to bully him like this? At the same time, who is it that caused him to be at a disadvantage in the battle with the man on the opposite side who looked like a madman who couldn't communicate because he didn't have a suitable soul-cutting sword? Knife. Ichigo, the knife you are talking about, is it the one in my hand, or the one I chopped into pieces just now? Or is it the one stuck on the ground? How? After hearing Ichigo's words, Shiro Ichigo did not take action directly. He waved his hand and the ground was immediately covered with countless weird soul-cutting swords. According to Shiro Ichigo, these swords are all Ichigo's holy sword Zangetsu. Is this what happened? Ichigo looked at the knife on the ground. Hitomi. The hole shrank slightly. Ichigo, fight. Keep fighting with me. Ichigo didn't give Ichigo any time to breathe. He held Zanpakuto and kept slashing at Ichigo. However, Yoruichi and Genryusai, who were masters, could see that every sword that Ichigo struck was not directed at Ichigo's neck, heart, head, etc., where Ichigo would be fatally struck. It was obvious that Ichigo was training Ichigo, but he was just using his own. It's just my own way, a wilder way. Ichigo kept pulling out the knife on the ground. Snow White Ichigo fought. However, every knife he pulled out was like a piece of shoddy work. The knife in Ichigo's hand would break immediately with the slightest touch. These knives are impossible to fight with. Where did my sword go? Ichigo yelled as he ran. Ichigo, turn around, open your eyes wide, and feel with your heart, where is your soul-cutting sword? Just when Ichigo was forced back by Ichigo, and was almost forced into a desperate situation, an extremely dull voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Ichigo responded to the voice. Very familiar. It was this voice that told Ichigo the name of Ichigo's soul-zanbing sword, and the name of Yuwatch. Therefore, after Ichigo heard this voice, he did not doubt that he was there, and subconsciously. The ground turned around. Go to hell. As Ichigo turned around, what he saw was White Ichigo slashing at him with a soul-cutting sword in his hand. It was also at this moment that Ichigo finally saw clearly the sword in White Ichigo's hand. I see, my knife has always been here. A flash of realization flashed across Ichigo's expression, and at this moment he seemed to finally understand. With a smile on his face, he took Ichigo Shiro's sword with his bare hands. Whoa! For a time, countless blood filled the sky. Kurosaki-san. As Ichigo's chest was hit by Shiro Ichigo's sword, Inoue, Orihime and others immediately made a sound of worry about Ichigo. Unfortunately, before Inoue and others came forward, they were all killed by Genryusai and Yoruichi. Was stopped. You guys don't disturb Ichigo. This is Ichigo's own battle. Yoruichi stopped Orihime and said. But Kurosaki-san is injured, he needs me now. Orihime heard this and immediately retorted. Orihime, look carefully. Is Ichigo really injured? Yoruichi asked calmly after listening to Orihime's words. Yoruichi's words made Orihime feel a little confused. She raised her head and looked in the direction of Kurosaki Ichigo. I saw that there was no blood on Ichigo's chest, only countless bright red spiritual connections that symbolize the power of Shinigami. You guy. White Ichigo looked at Ichigo, who was holding his soul-cutting sword with his chest, and frowned. Hey, did you just say that? You are the holy sword Zangetsu. Before Ichigo could think about it, Ichigo reached out and grabbed Ichigo's wrist. Ichigo raised his head, showed an extremely ferocious expression, and asked Ichigo. PFF ha ha ha. Just because I said something casually, you believe me? Aren't you afraid that I, like the guy just now, are deceiving you? White Ichigo looked at Kurosaki Ichigo and sneered. No, you won't deceive me. Uncle Zangetsu, the holy sword, didn't deceive me. None of you deceived me. You are all my power, right? Ichigo seemed to finally understand something. He looked at Ichigo said. Ha 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 ha, you are really interesting. I am suddenly looking forward to you. If I remember correctly, the reason why you summoned me is to learn Bankai, right? In that case, just use my name. By now, you should already know what my name is, Bankai, right? There's no need for me to tell you anymore, right? Ichigo looked at Ichigo and asked. Yeah, I understand. Ichigo nodded slightly when he heard this. Haha, I will be waiting for your good news. Please please me as much as you like. White Ichigo said. His body turned into countless white fragments, floated towards Kurosaki Ichigo's body, and gradually merged with Kurosaki Ichigo. At the same time, Kurosaki Ichigo also had an intact soul-cutting sword in his hand. This sword was exactly the one in Shiro Ichigo's hand just now, but this sword was ruthlessly taken away from Shiro Ichigo's hand by Kurosaki Ichigo. The moment Kurosaki Ichigo held this soul-cutting sword that originally belonged to Shiro Ichigo, the color of the blade immediately reversed, turning into Ichigo's original soul-zanting sword form, and now it is the shape of his Kurosaki Ichigo. To be precise, even the white Ichigo is also the shape of his Kurosaki Ichigo. Mr. Yoruichi, and Mr. Genryusai. I have learned the Bankai of the Zanpakudo. Kurosaki Ichigo held the soul-cutting sword in his hand and smiled lightly at Genryusai and Yoruichi. Probably, the wind cleared up and the rain stopped, and after Kurosaki Ichigo learned Bankai with difficulty with the help of a certain Blade King who did not want to be named, he felt that he was good again. Kurosaki Ichigo, you finally learned Bankai, and now you have become stronger. Don't hesitate anymore, go and rescue Ruki. Yoruichi looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, who claimed to have learned Bankai, and immediately smiled. I just don't know if it was Ishida Yuryu's illusion. He always felt that under Yoruichi's seemingly sunny smile, there were endless conspiracies. At the same time, Yoruichi's words also made Ishida feel, you have become stronger. It's here, hurry up and deliver it. A strange sense of déjà vu. I hope I'm worrying too much. Ishida Ryu sighed and muttered to himself. Meanwhile, the Kuchiki family. Rukia, there were travelers who invaded the Seraiti this morning. One of them is a boy with an orange hedgehog head, wearing a death tyrant suit, and carrying a huge zanpakuto on his back. You should know this boy, right? Byakuya Kuchiki looked at Rukia, who was imprisoned in his own prison, and spoke calmly. Brother-in-law, Oni-sama. That travel disaster is Kurosaki Ichigo. Hearing this, Rukia looked at Byakuya Kuchiki and asked excitedly. Yes, it's him, he's here to save you. Although Byakuya Kuchiki's tone was cold, he was still satisfied with Kurosaki Ichigo's actions. Anyway, this is a big show. If it weren't for fishing, Byakuya Kuchiki would have teamed up with Ichimaru Jin to kill Room 46. How dare you deal with the eldest daughter of the Kuchiki family and the disciples of Beilong's family? It's so tiring, isn't it? Especially after Byakuya Kuchiki and Ichimaru Jin knew that Kurosaki Ichigo was a descendant of the Shiba family, they became even more rampant. Because according to the laws of Soul Society, Shinigami cannot pass on his Shinigami power to ordinary people, but there is no problem in passing on Shinigami power between Shinigami and Shinigami. According to Kurosaki Ichigo's background, he is the next head of the Shiba family branch house, and he can be regarded as a hardcore Shinigami among hardcore Shinigami. In other words, the Kuchiki family is in charge of this matter. Even Central 46 has no right to deal with Kuchiki Ruki. You can impart Shinigami power to Kurosaki Ichigo however you want. But Rukia Kuchiki didn't know this at this time. Now Rukia Kuchiki really thought that neither her teacher nor her brother could protect herself. After all, it's not that Rukia Kuchiki doesn't understand how noble her status is. Thinking that Kurosaki Ichigo was fighting bloody battles to save herself, Rukia Kuchiki began to worry. Although she also hoped that Kurosaki Ichigo would save her, she definitely did not want Kurosaki Ichigo to fall into danger. Yes, and that orange-haired boy said he came to save you. How can he save you? Could it be that he wants to take you away from home? He's just a yellow-haired guy. It's simply unforgivable. Rukia, just relax. I will kill him with my own hands. Byakuya Kuchiki whispered to Rukia. Byakuya will never allow it. He has watched his adopted sister, who grew up using the resources of the Kuchiki family and cultivated an extremely excellent sister, be snatched away by a mere mortal. Even if he allows it, his wife Hyjin will never allow it. Even if Hyjin it's really allowed, even Renji, Rukia's childhood sweetheart, doesn't allow it. Speaking of Renji, Byakuya's frown deepened. Speaking of Renji, he also looked like a red-haired gangster. Byakuya really couldn't stand it. A guy with a tattoo on his head married into the Kuchiki family. It's simply a disgrace to the family. At this moment, Byakuya seemed to understand the suffocating feeling that his father and grandfather had felt when they saw him not marrying Fei Jen. The boomerang that Byakuya threw back at him did not know when it was aimed at him again. Byakuya called back, which was really chilling. Rukia, doesn't she, God, like gangsters? It's better to let Fei Jen persuade her, a little gangster can't do it. Byakuya thought of this and left. However, this information gap makes Rukia not know how she will be dealt with, so Rukia is in a state of despair. But Rukia didn't think about it. After she was locked up, when her sister came to see her, she didn't panic at all. Fei Jen has gone to great lengths to compensate Rukia. Even she didn't panic. Rukia didn't even think about it. She was really out of her mind. Brother-in-law, don't leave. Rukia wanted to know more information about Ichigo, but unfortunately no matter how she shouted, Byakuya had no intention of looking back. Byakuya had more important things to do. Not only Rukia couldn't understand, but Abarai Renji was also dumbfounded. He thought it was nothing big, but now Rukia is going to be sentenced to death. Abarai Renji panicked all of a sudden, especially Byakuya Kuchiki and Ichimaru Jin still looked like they couldn't be saved and would die. He, Abarai Renji, made up his mind to rescue Rukia Kuchiki with his own hands. So, our crazy-minded vice captain of Division 6 is ready to join forces with Kurosaki Ichigo and the others. Kurosaki Ichigo, on the advice of Yamamoto Genryusai, plans to go find out about Rukia tomorrow. Yoruichi went back to look for Beilong. First team, captain's room. My dear husband, can you tell me why the name of the kid named Kurosaki Ichigo contains the character for Holy Sword Earth? There was a very dangerous smile on Yiju's face. It made Beilong almost wonder if he had made a mistake. My Mrs. Yoruichi, listen to my explanation. Beilong held Yoruichi in his arms. In order to save Kurosaki Masaki, I left the power of the 10 holy blades in her body. It was indeed for my child Kurosaki Ichigo. His identity is quite special and he is one of the hopes of this world. Therefore, in the birth of Kurosaki Masaki after defeating him, Kurosaki Ichigo's soul Zenkanto will have the power of the Blade King's sword. Saolong briefly explained to Yoruichi that this matter is neither big nor small. If someone really thinks that Kurosaki Ichigo is Beilong's illegitimate son, it will be really troublesome. Yoruichi listened to Beilong's explanation and believed it. After all, there were so many sisters in the family. If Beilong wanted to marry someone, he would definitely tell them. On this point, Yoruichi still believed him. The next day, Aizen Sosuke is dead. The corpse was hanging on the opposite house in the center of the square, fixed there by his own soul-cutting sword, Kyoka Suigetsu. The discoverer is Kira Izuru, the current vice-captain of Division 5. Provocation. This is definitely a provocation to our Gote 13. In all the years I have been the commander-in-chief. This is the first time someone dares to provoke me like this. As the captain, Beilong of course had to continue with Aizen Sosuke's tricks, directly convened a captain meeting, and made an angry speech. Within 7 days, I want to see the murderer. Beilong also gave an ultimatum. However, Kira Izuru is not as pervert as Hinamori Momo. At least he did not draw a knife and want to kill someone on the spot. However, depending on each person's personality, Kira Izuru was guided by Aizen Sosuke to find the clues to his death. However, according to Aizen Sosuke's estimation, it will still take 5 to 7 days to solve this clue. This period of time is exactly the time Aizen fights for himself. That is, Rukia Kuchiki's execution time has now been confirmed in 7 days. Aizen Sosuke needs Kira Izuru to buy him time to distract Gote 13. However, Aizen faked his death and escaped, which really surprised Ichimaru Jin and Byakuya Kuchiki. After all, in their opinion, the possibility of Aizen being a traitor was too high, but now the traitor is dead. It was confirmed by their master mother Unohana Retsu herself. Ichimaru Jin and Byakuya Kuchiki couldn't help but understand this. As for Zaraki Kenpachi and Hitsugaya Toshiro, well, they should handle this kind of intrigue. It's not that Jin and Byakuya look down on these two junior brothers. A reckless man and a child can really not help much. At the same time, Kurosaki Ichigo also kidnapped Yamada Hanadoro of the 4th Division, and learned from him that Rukia Kuchiki would be executed in 7 days. In an instant, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't hold himself any longer, and took Yamada Hanadoro to the 6th team alone. It's not that he doesn't want to take Ishida Ryu and the others with him. In fact, now Ishida Ryu and the others are just a burden to Kurosaki Ichigo. It's better to let Yamamoto Genryusai protect them. At least Kurosaki Ichigo doesn't think any captain can break through Yamamoto Genryusai's protection. Ishida Ryu and the others also understood this matter, so they didn't get entangled in anything and just accepted Yamamoto Genryusai's teachings. It can be said that the battle with Yamamoto Genryusai instantly woke up the swollen people. Ishida Ryu and others are determined to continue to become stronger in order to help Kurosaki Ichigo rescue Rukia Kuchiki. Zaraki Kenpachi, who has been looking for Kurosaki Ichigo in Seraiti, finally found the trace of Kurosaki Ichigo. Ha ha ha, I finally found you. Which one of you two is Kurosaki Ichigo? Zaraki Kenpachi showed a heartwarming smile to Kurosaki Ichigo and Yamada Hanadoro with Yakiru. However, before they could speak, a small head suddenly appeared on the back of the tall figure. It was an extremely cute girl. The girl's dark eyes glanced at Ichigo and then she stretched out her fingers. He looked at Ichigo and said, "Xiaojian, this guy is the strongest." "Nu." As the girl's words fell, the tall figure immediately pulled out the soul-cutting sword from his waist and slashed at Kurosaki Ichigo. Boom. The unprepared Ichigo was struck by the man's slash and blasted into the sky. Kurosaki Ichigo. Where on earth did this reckless man come from? Kurosaki Ichigo cursed inwardly. Yakiru also took advantage of the situation and left Zaraki Kenpachi's shoulders directly. Her beloved little sword was about to fight, so she would not interfere with him. And Yamada Hanadoro is stupid. For him, Kurosaki Ichigo's Reiatsu is enough pervert, but he didn't expect that this past captain is even better. As expected of Captain Bailong's disciple, the current Kenpachi, Zaraki Kenpachi. Yes, of course Yamada Hanadoro recognized Zaraki Kenpachi's identity. After all, Yamada Hanadoro also had an older brother in Seraiti. That Unohana Retsu's licking dog, Yamada Shinosuke's Yamada Hanadoro's older brother Song, but this guy Tinlong was sent to the herbal medicine school as soon as he entered the Gote 10 main team. You actually attacked me without a trace of martial ethics. In the sky, Kurosaki Ichigo was confused after being beaten away by Zaraki. However, he had learned Bankai after all, and even got half of the power from Zubai. His strength was stronger than when he first came to Soul Society. A lot. After a brief period of confusion, Kurosaki Ichigo quickly turned over and easily adjusted his physical condition in the sky. At the same time, Koshiro shouted to Yamada Hanadoro, "You hide. Don't get loose by the battle." Yamada Hanadoro nodded and quickly ran away. He knew very well that this kind of battle was not something he could watch. Seeing Yamada Hanadoro successfully run away, Kurosaki Ichigo immediately frowned and glared at Zaraki Kenpachi, who attacked him without any explanation. He said coldly, "You guy, I shouldn't have provoked you before, right? Why are you so angry? Come up and attack me. You are Kurosaki Ichigo, right?" After listening to Kurosaki Ichigo's words, Zaraki Kenpachi's expression remained cold. He just repeatedly verified Kurosaki Ichigo's identity. "What happened?" Kurosaki Ichigo asked Zaraki Kenpachi. "That's right, you were the one who was hit." After Zaraki heard that the orange-haired boy standing in the sky finally admitted that he was Kurosaki Ichigo, a smile finally appeared on Zaraki's ferocious and cold face. Ha! Kurosaki Ichigo was confused. He didn't know who he was provoking whom. It made the strong man across from me look very simple, and I wanted to beat him so much. He actually came over to ask him if he was Kurosaki Ichigo, and then beat him. Kurosaki Ichigo, ever since I heard that you invaded Soul Society, I have been looking for you among these Seraiti for a long time. Before Ichigo could think about it, Zaraki Kenpachi's voice continued to ring in Ichigo's ears. I have already heard from Brother Byakuya that you are not an ordinary human being. You are the child of Shiba Isshin, the previous captain of the 10th Division, and a disciple of Urahara Kazuki. Just during the meeting in the morning, Kyoraku Shunsui told me that you are the one with the greatest potential and the most strength among all the travelers who invaded Soul Society this time. Coincidentally, I am also very capable. Fight, so I want to see whether you can fight or I can fight. Zaraki explained the reason why he approached Ichigo simply and clearly. Shiba Isshin's son. Kurosaki Isshin, Shiba Isshin. Haha, like it, whether it's my father or my mother. There are so many secrets about them that I can't figure out at all. I'm too lazy to think about these troublesome things now. This is true. After all, the power of the Quincy cannot appear on Kurosaki Ichigo out of thin air. In addition, when he was a child, he saw his mother kill a Manos Grande with his own hands. Kurosaki Ichigo is not a fool and has understood it a long time ago. But what you said later is right. I am indeed the most capable of all the people who invaded Soul Society this time. Kurosaki Ichigo is not a fool, he is just a little deaf. Fortunately, Zaraki's voice is surprisingly loud, and the other person's brain waves match his, so he can hear clearly. Zaraki said that he was Shiba Isshin's son. Although Kurosaki Ichigo had never heard of the surname Shiba, when he combined it with his father's name, he quickly deduced that Shiba Isshin might be the name his father Kurosaki Isshin used before he got married. Kurosaki Ichigo doesn't care much about the fact that his mother is a pure-blood Quincy and his father may be a Shinigami from Gote 13. There is only one thing he wants to do right now. That was Pain Bian, the fool who attacked him in front of him. Perhaps it's because the power of Shinigami in Kurosaki Ichigo's body is the artificial supreme Manos Grande Kyoshi created by Aizen using Shinigami's soul and half of Hogyoku's power, combined with the power of Shinigami that Kurosaki Ichigo inherited from Shiba Isshin, formed together. So when Ichigo began to accept Zubai, his character was also partially affected by Zubai, which led to Ichigo's abnormal desire to fight. Although Ichigo also discovered that there was something wrong with him, he just couldn't control himself. Oh, after listening to Ichigo's words, Zaraki suddenly became a little interested. Hey, looking at the white haori you are wearing, you should also be the captain of Gote 13. Am I right? Ichigo glanced at haori on Zaraki and asked. Yes, what's the matter? After listening to Ichigo's question, Zaraki raised his eyebrows slightly, then nodded slightly. Although Zaraki didn't know what was the relationship between the battle between the two men and their identities. But since Ichigo asked, he answered. Anyway, his identity is not a secret in Soul Society. It is not an exaggeration to say that everyone knows it. Since you are the captain of Gote 13, that would be great. In this case, I won't be bullying you. When you are defeated by me, I think you won't be able to find any excuse. After Ichigo learned that Zaraki was indeed the captain of Gote 13, he breathed a sigh of relief. The corners of his mouth raised slightly and he confidently looked at Zaraki Kenpachi as he preached. Ha! Zaraki was stunned for a moment, obviously not understanding what Ichigo meant. The word, defeat, had never occurred to Zaraki. After the entire Soul Society eliminated the Zero Division, except for the two captains, Yuan Ryuzai and Beilong, Zaraki believed that no matter who he faced, he would win in one word. At this time, Zaraki Kenpachi decisively forgot about Ichimaru Jin and Byakuya Kuchiki using Bankai to bully him without respecting martial ethics. In his opinion, as long as he Bankai, he is invincible except for his master and master. Several were the Beilong enhanced Shinyong silently gives you a thumbs up. I mean, since you are the captain of Gote 13, you should be able to do this move, right? That is, the greatest secret of Shinigami, the Bankai of the Soul Zantodo. Ichigo said, his right hand firmly grasping the handle of the Zanpakudo, pointing the blade at Zaraki Kenpachi, his left hand firmly grasping the joint of his right arm, and at the same time he began to frantically mobilize the reiatsu of his body, releasing endless air waves. Ah, I disappoint you. I am the only captain among Gote 13 who cannot use Bankai. Because for me, Shikai is enough. Furthermore, there is another news I want to tell you, that is, since my Shikai was cultivated, no one other than my own brothers has been able to make me Shikai. This is really boring. Ha 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 ha, if that's the case, then you should keep an eye on my Bankai. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed happily. Since this man said that he only knew Shikai, it couldn't be better. Bankai, Holy Sword Tensa Zanjetsu. Ichigo burst out with endless reiatsu, and slowly said his name Bankai to Zaraki Kenpachi in the waves, and his body shape suddenly changed. I saw Kurosaki Ichigo, who was originally wearing an ordinary Death Tyrant outfit, suddenly turned into a dark windbreaker, and Zanjetsu, which took on the shape of a kitchen knife in his hand, also turned into a dark samurai sword, with the hilt of the samurai sword appearing. The swastika, if you look closely, you can see that the 10 holy sword patterns of the Blade King 10 holy blades are arranged in sequence on both sides of the blade of the Kurosaki Ichigo Soul Zantodo. Let's not talk about how much Kurosaki Ichigo's strength has improved after Bankai. Ichigo's appearance after Bankai has indeed been greatly improved compared to his pre-Bankai. Especially after Ichigo came to Bankai, he wore a dark and windy windbreaker, which made Ichigo's fashion value continue to rise, and he stood faintly above everyone else. At this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo is worthy of the title of Destiny's Child. Interesting. Zaraki looked at Ichigo behind Bankai, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. At this moment, Ichigo could barely see enough, which made Zaraki's fighting spirit continue to rise. It's your turn next. Aren't you going to free your own soul-zapping sword? After Ichigo Bankai, his self-confidence greatly increased, and he asked Zaraki. Liberate the soul-zapping sword. I won't be able to use it against you. Zaraki said, turning into a dark afterimage, like a beast out of its cage, rushing straight towards Ichigo in the sky. At the same time, the Reiatsu in Zaraki's body, just like the fighting spirit in Zaraki's heart, kept pouring out crazily from Zaraki's body. I saw the golden Reiatsu released from Zaraki's body, and its concentration once changed qualitatively, gradually turning from the original gaseous state into a liquid state, and then like rain, falling from the sky and dripping on Kurosaki Ichigo's body. For a moment, Zaraki, under the background of his extremely powerful Reiatsu, was like a god of war. At this moment, Zaraki was indeed worthy of the name Kenpachi. There is no doubt that he is the Gote 13 active Shinigami. Apart from the captain, he has the most combat power. Strong Shinigami. So powerful Reiatsu. Even Kurosaki Ichigo after Bankai was surprised. As for Zaraki Kenpachi, who is already a first-class spiritual power without releasing the soul Zantodo, Kurosaki Ichigo, who is now barely at the peak of second-class spiritual power after Bankai, is really it's just barely enough to see. Kurosaki Ichigo's face fell instantly. He had just been strengthened and met such an opponent when he went out. How is that possible? Ichigo's eyes showed disbelief. Unfortunately, before Ichigo could think about it, he was already slashed away by a golden slash from Zaraki. Ha ha ha. Zaraki looked at Ichigo, who was knocked away by him, burst into laughter, and then his body flashed and he rushed towards Ichigo. However, although Zaraki Kenpachi has a strong offensive, Kurosaki Ichigo, who has the dual protection of the Holy Sword and the static blood suit, is not so easy to be injured. After Kurosaki Ichigo was knocked away by Zaraki with a knife, the two of them fought further and further apart. From the sky of Seraiti, the chase finally landed in a forest. 1. There should be no one here to hinder our fight. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Zaraki Kenpachi and said coldly. Ha ha. When Zaraki heard this, he just chuckled and didn't mean to say anything. No matter who you are, I will do my best next time. Be careful. After finishing speaking, Kurosaki Ichigo came to Zaraki Kenpachi with the soul-cutting sword behind Bankai in his hand, and slashed directly at Kenpachi's shoulder. When Zaraki naturally noticed Ichigo's movements, he held the sword with one hand and gently blocked Ichigo's slash. Then he used a slight force on his wrist and knocked Ichigo away. What? Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes widened after he was sent flying by Zaraki. He just stared at Kenpachi blankly, and then asked, "You have already completed the solution. Don't be ridiculous. Your ears don't work well, and your eyes are probably not blind yet. Open your eyes and see clearly. My soul-cutting sword is still in its original form. In other words, until now, I can't even Shikai hasn't been used yet. Boy." Zaraki Kenpachi carried the soul-cutting sword before liberation and said coldly to Ichigo. Not even Shikai is used. How can the gap between you and me be so big? Kurosaki Ichigo is a little puzzled. He cannot understand the huge gap between himself and Zaraki. Boy, didn't your teacher tell you that the battle in Shinigami is not just a battle between the Soul Zantodo and Zenkinzuki? Shinigami's battle. Reiatsu is everything. Zaraki Kenpachi shouted at Kurosaki Ichigo, who burst out with amazing Reiatsu. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Zaraki Kenpachi's sudden outburst and was momentarily distracted. He never expected that even though he had completed Bankai, he still couldn't defeat a captain without Bankai. This kid is also too memorized. If he met the captains of the 7th and 9th divisions, Kurosaki Ichigo could still fight them, but unfortunately, he met one of Beilong's 5 apprentices. Zaraki Kenpachi. Zaraki Kenpachi, which has been developed by Beilong a long time ago. Not to mention Shikai and Bankai, Zaraki Kenpachi doesn't even use Haki. Is this all you can do, Kurosaki Ichigo? I'm so disappointed in you. As Zaraki Kenpachi said, he had already arrived in front of Kurosaki Ichigo. He raised his hand and slashed towards Kurosaki Ichigo. Whoosh! With a streak of bright red flying into the sky, Ichigo was hit by Zaraki's strength and had a huge wound on his body. It's over. Before Ichigo had a chance to breathe, Zaraki swung his second sword in frustration. Am I going to die? Ichigo's face changed slightly, and his eyes flashed with despair. He has obviously become stronger, he has obviously learned Bankai, but in the end he has not even seen Rukia's face. Is he going to do it now? Boom! Zaraki Kenpachi's sword did not cut down, but at the moment of 1, 2, 3, time stopped. Blade King appeared again, standing in front of Kurosaki Ichigo, who was lying on the ground waiting for death, and said dissatisfiedly, "Hey, hey, hey, you kid is just waiting to die like this. How unworthy. Are you Uncle XX?" Kurosaki Ichigo said in surprise. "What the hell is Uncle XX? You know you can't hear my name, so don't give others random nicknames." Blade King was speechless. This is the first time it knows such an unreliable side of Kurosaki Ichigo. "Okay, let's get down to business. What, are you just waiting to die?" Blade King Jien said in a teasing tone. "Of course not. I still have to rescue Rukia and take her home. How could I be willing to die here?" Kurosaki Ichigo hammered the ground angrily. "In that case, why don't you use my power? Ichigo, I told you before, although you can't hear my name now, but I am also your power star." Blade King looked at Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes softened. "Like you watch, Blade King Sword also loves this master deeply. In that case, uncle, please lend me your power. I want to live and defeat the enemies in front of me. Rescue Rukia," Kurosaki Ichigo said fiercely. "Ha ha ha ha. Yes, yes, that's it. Ichigo, keep this mentality. Take more control of my power." After saying this, the Master Sword disappeared. Time begins to flow again. Zaraki Kenpachi's soul-cutting sword is about to hit Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly burst out with Black Reiatsu, and he just deflected Zaraki Kenpachi's fatal blow. The violent explosion of Reiatsu made Zaraki Kenpachi feel happy, and he jumped back to widen the distance from Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo stood up quickly, and the wound on his chest was slowly healing. Moreover, the Reiatsu on Kurosaki Jugo has risen to the first level of spiritual power, which is worthy of cheating. The inexplicable strength has once again increased a lot. Explosive Flame Getsuga Tensho. Kurosaki Ichigo clenched the soul-cutting sword with both hands and frantically mobilized his spiritual power. The Tensa Zangetsu sword in his hand has the fire emblem of the flame sword glowing red. A crescent-shaped sword energy with a black appearance burning with blazing fire quickly slashed towards Zaraki Kenpachi. Zaraki Kenpachi was not afraid at all, but laughed loudly and said, "Yes, yes. That's it. This is the battle I want." Zaraki Kenpachi also waved his hand, and the golden crescent moon collided with Kurosaki Ichigo's black and red crescent moon. A violent explosion occurred on both sides, even blowing away the clouds in the sky. Zaraki Kenpachi laughed again and slashed at Kurosaki Ichigo. This time, Kurosaki Ichigo easily withstood Zaraki Kenpachi's attack with the soul-cutting sword in his hand and was not knocked away. Zaraki Kenpachi was overjoyed and slashed at Kurosaki Ichigo crazily, using all kinds of moves, not sparing his own Reiatsu at all. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled slightly, and the green wind emblem on the Tensa Zangetsu sword in his hand also glowed. Zaraki Kenpachi suddenly felt a strong force guiding his soul-cutting sword towards the ground. Without paying attention, the soul-cutting sword had a close contact with the earth, causing a big flaw to appear in front of him. Of course Kurosaki Ichigo will not miss this opportunity. "If you chop me, of course I will chop you." Brush. The Tensa Zangetsu in Kurosaki Ichigo's hand left a gash of about the same size on Zaraki Kenpachi's chest. At this moment, Zaraki Kenpachi Reiatsu exploded, shocking Kurosaki Ichigo out. Looking at the bleeding wound on his chest, Zaraki Kenpachi was even happier. "Great. It's been almost 100 years. Kurosaki Ichigo, you are the first enemy who can leave a wound on my body. HMPH. I haven't used all my power yet." After receiving part of the power of the Blade King, Kurosaki Ichigo began to float again. "If that's the case, then I really can't underestimate you. Kurosaki Ichigo, watch out. This is a move I haven't used in front of the enemy in 100 years. Zaraki Kenpachi is not convinced that this person can fight him. Enemies above and below showed respect. "Ha ha ha ha, swallow it, Nozarashi." In an instant, the Reiatsu on Zaraki Kenpachi surged again, and the soul-cutting sword in his hand also changed. A long-handled electric axe-style soul-cutting sword was carried on Zaraki Kenpachi's shoulder. Crack, click, click. After Zaraki Kenpachi moved his body, he sneered and said, "I've kept you waiting for so long. This is my soul Zanpachi." Looking at the soul-cutting sword with a huge amount of Reiatsu, everyone in Kurosaki Ichigo was dumbfounded. "Good guy, why are you like me and you still have a trump card?" Coach, I'm reporting this. This guy is cheating. Well, if you report hanging on the wall, if the thief shouts, catch the thief, it's a yes. Looking at the somewhat astonished Kurosaki Ichigo, Zaraki Kenpachi comforted him and said, "Don't worry, my Zanzanto doesn't have the fancy abilities of yours. My Zanzanto has only one ability, and that is to cut you off." Ability. Saying that, Zaraki Kenpachi waved the Nozarashi in his hands and slashed at Kurosaki Ichigo. Seeing Zaraki Kenpachi smashing Washin, Kurosaki Ichigo secretly cursed, "This guy is really a monster." Kurosaki Ichigo had no intention of resisting this move, and Shunpo immediately dodged Zaraki Kenpachi's attack. Nozarashi collided with the ground, creating a huge crater. Those who didn't know it thought it was an asteroid attacking Soul Society. Ha 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 ha, come on, Kurosaki Ichigo, come face to face with me. Although Zaraki Kenpachi was carrying Nozarashi, his speed was not slow at all. He came to Kurosaki Ichigo's side in a few steps. The flowing water emblem of the soul-cutting sword in Kurosaki Ichigo's hand glowed again, and a huge wave instantly enveloped Zaraki Kenpachi, giving Kurosaki Ichigo a chance to breathe. But before Kurosaki Ichigo could breathe a sigh of relief, Zaraki Kenpachi burst out with Reiatsu again, directly breaking away the huge wave that enveloped him. Looking at Zaraki Kenpachi, who once again broke through his own limitations, Kurosaki Ichigo also understood that running away would not solve the problem. Then, that's right, okay, in this case, let's decide the outcome with one move. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Zaraki Kenpachi and yelled. One move to decide the outcome. Let's do it. Zaraki Kenpachi was not afraid at all, the fierce Reiatsu even formed a golden skull behind him. Kurosaki Ichigo also broke out his black Reiatsu not to be outdone. Not only that, the 10 crests on his Tensei-Zangetsu glowed together. Obviously, this move, Kurosaki Ichigo is going to do his best. Crescent moon clashes. Break the sword in two. The two of them used their strongest blows in unison. The black Reiatsu and the golden Reiatsu collided with each other, and all the surrounding trees were blown away by the two blows. Boom! The collision of Reiatsu made a violent explosion sound. But soon, the explosion was over. The two stood there gasping for air, but neither of them suffered any injuries. Kurosaki Ichigo had a static blood suit and the best protection, while Zaraki Kenpachi covered it with a layer of armament haki at the last moment. Well, these two are quite shady. However, after this blow, both parties recognized each other. Zaraki Kenpachi's thinking is relatively simple. He also wants to fight Kurosaki Ichigo one more time. Such a strong opponent is rare. Kurosaki Ichigo, on the other hand, has no spiritual power to attack again. If he continues to fight, he will have trouble even running. The two of them also recovered in perfect harmony. Zaraki Kenpachi still held back, his moves were useless, haki was useless, he only relied on Reiatsu to fight Kurosaki Ichigo. Although he was a reckless man, he was not a fool. As Kurosaki Ichigo shouted so loudly, of course Zaraki Kenpachi heard Kurosaki Ichigo's Benkai begins with the holy sword. Therefore, from the beginning, Zaraki Kenpachi did not intend to go all out. After all, in the entire Soul Society, the only soul-cutting sword that starts with the holy sword is the one in the hand of his master Beilong. This is if Kurosaki Ichigo is the illegitimate son of his master. Then Zaraki Kenpachi won't be in big trouble. This is what Zaraki Kenpachi thinks in his heart. Others think I am stupid, but I am actually one of the smart ones. Hey, Kurosaki Ichigo, I recognize you. Tell me why you came to Soul Society. Zaraki Kenpachi asked. Kurosaki Ichigo was stunned for a moment. Good guy, this guy who seems to be a reckless man is actually easier to talk to than Genryusai. So, Kurosaki Ichigo didn't hide it and told him what happened with Rukia. Zaraki Kenpachi frowned slightly. Being a reckless man, he realized something was not right. After all, Rukia was also his nephew and a member of the Kuchiki family. How could he be executed for such a trivial matter? So, Zaraki Kenpachi, who couldn't figure it out, said directly, in that case, I will join you. The execution time is 7 days later, right? Let's meet bipolarly. After saying that, Zaraki Kenpachi left. He wanted to see what medicine his masters and brothers were selling in their gourds. Zaraki Kenpachi's move was to prevent Kurosaki Ichigo. What the hell? Why did Zaraki Kenpachi instigate a rebellion? Kurosaki Ichigo is doubting himself. Is his charisma so outrageous? However, for Kurosaki Ichigo now, he has more important things to do. That is to get familiar with his new force. To put it bluntly, the current Kurosaki Ichigo has completely failed to unleash his full capabilities as a Bankai. His use of his Bankai was very rough, otherwise he wouldn't have been defeated so easily by Zaraki Kenpachi. You know, with the same Blade King's 10 sacred blades, Beilong can compete head-to-head with Yamamoto Genryusai's Bankai residual fire sword. Got to him Kurosaki Ichigo. In my hand, I defeated Zaraki Kenpachi who had no Bankai, and even lost. Although there is a reason why this is only part of the power of the Blade King, this is not the reason why Kurosaki Ichigo lost. Now that Rukia's execution time has been confirmed, and he is still unfamiliar with power, Kurosaki Ichigo is determined to continue to become stronger. He doesn't think he can beat Byakuya Kuchiki with his current strength. Zaraki Kenpachi who doesn't know how to Bankai is so strong, then Byakuya Kuchiki who can Bankai is even better. Kurosaki Ichigo also rarely calmed down. Of course, one of the reasons why Yamada Hanadoro told him was that Rukia Kuchiki was well protected by Byakuya Kuchiki. But he didn't even think about it, why Byakuya Kuchiki could protect Rukia Kuchiki but didn't do it. It can only be said that care leads to chaos. Just like Rukia Kuchiki, except that Abarai Renji fainted in the toilet. He obviously cares about Rukia Kuchiki too. It can only be said that Abarai Renji, who lost his principles, has lost his points in the heart of Rukia Kuchiki now. Just like that, the betrayal drama directed by Aizen Sosuke is finally reaching its final climax. Everyone is working hard for their own goals. Only Beilong is sitting firmly on the Daoyutai, just like watching a movie, showing everyone's movements on the big screen. Apart from anything else, the 10 sacred blades sincerely. It's so useful. The day of execution, double pull. Although Beilong has already said that all current captains and deputy captains should come to watch the ceremony. But the number of people who came to watch the ceremony was indeed unexpected by Beilong. Let's put it this way, the only ones who have come so far are the first team, the second team, and the fourth team. None of the other teams have come. Beilong couldn't help but feel his veins popping out. Good guy, all of his wings are stiff, right? Even among his dear disciples, only Rengoku arrived, and it was because Rengoku was his vice captain. Of course, everyone else was not idle either, each had their own things to do. Let's start with Byakuya Kuchiki. Today, Byakuya Kuchiki went out as usual to prepare for bipolar. After all, after today, Rukia Kuchiki can be released without charge. Thinking of this, Byakuya Kuchiki couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. But when he thought about two gangsters who liked his own cabbage and wanted to serve his own cabbage, Byakuya Kuchiki's heart suddenly became unsatisfactory. You must have a good talk with Feijun when you come back, and you must not let Rukia marry a gangster. Byakuya Kuchiki thought to himself while walking on the road to bipolar. What he didn't expect was that an unexpected person stopped him. Renji, are you here? Do you want to watch Rukia's execution ceremony with me? Byakuya Kuchiki looked at Abarai Renji in front of him coldly and said. Ever since he knew that Rukia Kuchiki was going to be executed, Abarai Renji started crazy training in order to rescue Rukia Kuchiki. However, although his talent is quite good, the training during this period has only allowed him to master his half Bankai proficiently, and it has not allowed him to go further. But this has greatly increased Abarai Renji's confidence. He directly holds the soul-cutting sword and wants to compete with Byakuya Kuchiki. He believes that Byakuya Kuchiki is the culprit for not saving Rukia. Well, you really don't know what Abarai Renji's brain circuit is like, and you don't know how he came to the conclusion. In short, Abarai Renji stopped Byakuya Kuchiki. No, Captain Kuchiki, I'm here to save Rukia. Abarai Renji said firmly. As soon as these words came out, Byakuya Kuchiki laughed angrily. Save people? Renji, do you know what you are talking about? If you want to save people, why not save Rukia in this world? At that time, I thought that the captain would save Rukia. I didn't expect that, Captain, you would not care about Rukia's life or death. Byakuya was speechless. Where did this kid come from? He obviously doesn't know anything and yet he dares to talk nonsense here. Okay, if you want to make a fool of yourself, go back to Division 6. Renji, please go back now. I can pretend that I didn't hear what you just said. Byakuya Kuchiki didn't want to say anything more to this stupid kid and just gave the order. He is gone. Ha 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 ha, Captain Kuchiki. Today, I must save Rukia. Abarai Renji shouted firmly. Byakuya Kuchiki shook his head slightly. You can't explain it to this person with insufficient IQ. Feijun doesn't even worry about you. Emperor Abarai Renji is not in a hurry, and the eunuch is, right. Kurosaki Ichigo doesn't know the specific background of Rukia Kuchiki, and you Abarai Renji don't know either, right? Byakuya Kuchiki didn't even look at Abarai Renji, he just passed him and walked towards the double pole. Abarai Renji's face became very ugly, and he said angrily, Captain Kuchiki, please use the sword. Byakuya Kuchiki was helpless, knowing that he couldn't do anything if he didn't do it, so he said speechlessly, Renji, have you thought about it? If you do it with me, I won't hold back. Abarai Renji didn't even mean to answer Byakuya Kuchiki, and directly drew his sword Shunpo and slashed at Byakuya Kuchiki. When Byakuya Kuchiki directly blocked Abarai Renji's attack with the scabbard without even the intention of drawing the sword. After all, for a Shinigami like Byakuya Kuchiki, who is close to the peak of his first-class spiritual power, Abarai Renji, who is now a third-class spiritual power, is like a child. Captain Kuchiki, you are too arrogant. After Abarai Renji's first attack was blocked, he was not surprised and launched continuous attacks on Byakuya Kuchiki. However, this was all blocked by Byakuya Kuchiki with his scabbard. Abarai Renji couldn't attack for a long time and had no choice but to retreat. He was secretly shocked. He didn't expect Byakuya Kuchiki to be so strong. He didn't even have the ability to force Byakuya Kuchiki to draw his sword. In that case, Abarai Renji secretly felt cruel, and slashed at Byakuya Kuchiki with the same soul-cutting sword. But this time, Byakuya Kuchiki's face changed slightly. This time, the soul-cutting sword blocked by Byakuya Kuchiki's scabbard is already in Shikai form. Byakuya Kuchiki is quite familiar with Abarai Renji's soul-zapping sword realm. He was just a third-level spirit warrior, but now he has mastered Bankai. I really underestimated you, Renji. Without saying the name, Shikai, you have completed the training of Bankai. Byakuya Kuchiki had mood swings for the first time. HMPH. How could a person as arrogant as Captain Kuchiki lower his head and look at an ordinary person like me? Abarai Renji's words were full of gunfire. However, Byakuya Kuchiki was not angry because of Abarai Renji's words. Instead, he pushed Abarai Renji out with one hand, shook his head slightly and said, Forget it, Renji, even if you complete Bankai, you are not my opponent at all. Captain Kuchiki, don't you think your arrogance is a little too much? Abarai Renji said angrily. He still doesn't know yet, but Byakuya Kuchiki's Reiatsu level is not a level he can access at all. He naively thought that Byakuya Kuchiki was just an ordinary second-class spiritual power. Byakuya Kuchiki found this man really unreasonable, even though he was obviously telling the truth. Abarai Renji flicked his wrist, and Zabumaru attacked Byakuya Kuchiki's body from the side like a lion majesty. Byakuya Kuchiki didn't use the sheath this time, and directly reached out and grabbed Zabumaru's blade. What? Abarai Renji was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. His soul-cutting sword has a Reiatsu attached to it. Byakuya Kuchiki dared to grab his blade with his bare hands. Renji, you still don't know, there is a huge gap between us. Byakuya Kuchiki caused a huge blow to Abarai Renji's heart. Abarai Renji struggled to take back his soul-cutting sword and said angrily, Really? In that case. Bankai. Baboon King Zabumaru. The light pink Reiatsu completely enveloped Abarai Renji. Soon, the Reiatsu dispersed. Abarai Renji's upper body was covered with a light brown fur dress, and the Zabumaru in his hand became extremely huge. It was like a long dragon made of bamboo knots surrounding his body. Abarai Renji originally thought that Byakuya Kuchiki would look up to him, but unexpectedly Byakuya Kuchiki shook his head slightly and said, Renji, Bankai is still a little too early for you. Can such an unrefined thing be called Bajia? Abarai Renji was furious when he heard this and said, Really? Captain, you have to take a good look at how strong my Bankai is. With that said, Abarai Renji gave the baboon king Zabumaru a fierce wave in his hand, and the huge snake bone bit directly towards Byakuya Kuchiki. Byakuya Kuchiki stood there without even the slightest intention of moving. He directly pointed at the baboon king Zabumaru, who was biting him, and calmly stretched out a finger and said, "Hado number 4, White Thunder." A thick white light burst out from Byakuya's fingertips and collided directly with the baboon king Zabumaru. The huge baboon king Zabumaru directly deviated from the target of the attack, swiped past Byakuya's side, and even only brought up the hem of Byakuya's clothes. Come again. Abarai Renji continued to attack Byakuya Kuchiki, but Byakuya Kuchiki stood there and easily made the baboon king Zabumaru completely unable to touch his body with a Hado no larger than 30. How is that possible? You obviously only used an ordinary Hado. How could you possibly destroy my attack? Abarai Renji said in disbelief. He thought he would lose, but he never thought that he couldn't even move Byakuya. Renji, all the joints of your baboon king, Zabumaru, are connected by Reiatsu. I don't need to use too much force, as long as I can interfere with the Reiatsu that connects each joint of yours. Byakuya Kuchiki also explained to Abarai Renji. Because Byakuya Kuchiki didn't regard Abarai Renji as a threat at all. Even if he told him how he did it, with Abarai Renji's current Reiatsu, he would never be able to improve his attack status immediately. Looking at Abarai Renji's disbelief, Byakuya Kuchiki continued, I told you, Renji, fighting with Bankai is still a bit too simple for you. Impossible. Baboon Bone Cannon. Abarai Renji completely broke through the defense and used his strongest move. Hado 33. Blue Fire Pendant. A completely non-singing blue fire pendant directly offset Abarai Renji's baboon bone cannon, in Abarai Renji's desperate eyes. Byakuya Kuchiki pulled out his soul-cutting sword and slowly walked towards Abarai Renji. Since you want to see my soul-cutting sword, then take a good look at it. Byakuya Kuchiki had no intention of freeing the Zanzanto. Tateyama wrapped a centimeter of black and red substance around the Zanzanto. Watch Renji. Abarai Renji instantly recalled all his joints to protect himself. God avoids. A black-red sword energy instantly defeated all Abarai Renji's defenses and opened a huge hole in his chest. Abarai Renji actually dreamed of taking Byakuya's divine evasion move. Byakuya Kuchiki looked at Abarai Renji, who was lying on the ground not knowing whether he was alive or dead, and shook his head. Courage is admirable, but I don't have enough brains. I told you to see it, but I still have to resist. Fortunately, Byakuya Kuchiki's hand was only Conqueror's entanglement, and he didn't use his full strength, so Abarai Renji's life was not in danger. Byakuya Kuchiki didn't even look at him and continued walking towards the bipolar. In addition to Byakuya Kuchiki, several other disciples of Beilong are also carrying out their own actions. On the morning of the execution, the 10th Division. Xiaobai, come with me. Ichimaru Jin had no intention of watching the execution. Instead, he called Hitsugaya Toshiro and asked him to follow him. Senior brother, you are really big-hearted. Your apprentice is about to be executed. Why are you so unhurried? Hitsugaya Toshiro complained. Come on, don't act stupid with me. All fools know that Rukia is not in any danger at all. If I really mess up, the old man will definitely deal with me. Ichimaru Jin rolled his eyes. Hitsugaya Toshiro listened to Ichimaru Jin's words and said speechlessly, then what did you ask me to do? Hehe, although Rukia will be fine, you have to find some reason for the old man. Let's go to the 13th Division to find Uncle Jashiro and Kaien. Uncle Jashiro borrowed the soldiers from his mother's house that can destroy King Rueni. Pretend, let's kill King Rueni. Ichimaru Jin opened his squinted eyes and said something incredible. Hitsugaya Toshiro said speechlessly, Teacher, it is really his blessing to have disciples like us. Then are you going or not? Go, that's it, let's go. Let's go to the 13th Division. We'll be late and we won't be able to make it in time for Rukia's execution. And Zaraki, Kenpachi's side is even more outrageous. Under bipolar, Kurosaki Ichigo meets Zaraki Kenpachi. Ishida Ryu and others are with Yamamoto Genryusai and Yoruichi, and they will be brought directly to them after a while. In addition, the two of them didn't want Zaraki Kenpachi to see them, so they just found a reason. Hey, Ichigo, what do you want me to do for you? Zaraki Kenpachi said with a smile. Good morning, Xiaoyi, Yachinliu greeted. I want you to stop the Shinigami who is going to bipolar next. Kurosaki Ichigo said directly without being polite. Stop them. That's the best thing. I've wanted to have a good fight with them for a long time. Zaraki Kenpachi was happy when he heard this, but he was worried that he couldn't find a fight. As for your opponent, it's already here. Don't worry, Xiaoyi, we will stop them all. Yachinliu said with a smile. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded and said gratefully, I'll spare your trouble. I'll go rescue Liu first. With that said, Kurosaki Ichigo activated the equipment Yoruichi gave him and flew towards the two poles silently. At this time, Rukia and Bipolar were also slowly brought up. At this time, Rukia was desperate and thought that she was definitely dead. Now her mentality has calmed down. Beilong nodded, very good. After this experience, the little girl should understand how deep the background is behind her. Chapter 101. Rukia Kuchiki couldn't help but feel sad when she saw that the two poles were filled with her own family members. She never thought that it would be her uncles and seniors who came to see her off for the last time. Just when Rukia Kuchiki wanted to say something, Byakuya Kuchiki slowly walked up to the double pole. The battle with Abarai Renji just now did not cause any consumption to Byakuya Kuchiki at all. Byakuya Kuchiki didn't look at Rukia Kuchiki after he came up, and just stood beside Unohana Retsu. Beilong waved his hand and asked Shinigami who came up with Rukia Kuchiki to leave. Without tying Rukia Kuchiki to the bipolar pole, Beilong said directly, Rukia Kuchiki, do you know your guilt? Rukia Kuchiki's head is full of questions. Isn't she going to be executed? Why is the interrogation started again? What puzzled Rukia Kuchiki even more was that Beilong did not let him answer at all, and continued, since you have been convicted, the execution will begin. Unohana Retsu stepped forward and pulled the confused Rukia Kuchiki to her side. The silly child just stared at the empty bipolar activation. Rukia Kuchiki, when I put a question mark, it's not me who has a problem, it's you who have a problem. What is this for fun? But no matter how slow Rukia Kuchiki is, she can still realize that she probably doesn't have to die. In an instant, joy filled Rukia Kuchiki's heart. The huge phoenix incarnated by King Destroyed the Valley appeared above the two poles, and the corners of Aizen Sosuke's mouth raised slightly while standing on the distant building. Haha, Hogyoku will be mine soon. But the moment the Shell Destroyer King appeared, Kurosaki Ichigo finally arrived. Rukia, I'm here to save. Kurosaki Ichigo, who had just flown to the bipolar plane, looked at everything in front of him, his head was buzzing. Didn't he agree to execute him? Are you standing here collectively watching the fireworks? Kurosaki Ichigo, who was not particularly smart to begin with, was even more confused. At the same time, Jashiro Yukitaki also arrived on the scene with Shiba Kaien, Ichimaru Jin and Hitsugaya Toshiro. Phew, you've finally caught up, Jashiro Yukitaki said in one breath. Hey, little Rukia, Master is here to save you. Ichimaru Jin and Jashiro Yukitaki started to act, as if it were a real thing. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the Shinigami as if they were playing house. He didn't know what to say for a moment, but he seemed to understand. People who love people don't want to execute Rukia Kuchiki. Kurosaki Ichigo is a little embarrassed. Jashiro Yukitaki took out the weapon from behind that was given to him by Shihuin Yoruichi specifically to target the King of Destruction. Under the operation of Ichimaru Jin and Hitsugaya Toshiro, he killed the King of Destruction in an instant. Then, Beilong started his performance. Okay, you all turn a blind eye to me, right? Yin, I didn't expect you to do such a thing with your uncle. Apprentice is more important than the law of soul society, right? Although Beilong is acting, but the Reiatsu radiating from his body is not fake. In an instant, everyone present was so oppressed by Beilong's Reiatsu that it was difficult to breathe. Even Shinigami like Jashiro Yukitaki who have reached the first level of spiritual power are the same. So strong. Is this the captain of Gote 13? Kurosaki Ichigo was startled. Having already reached the first level of spiritual power, he thought he was a master, but he didn't expect that there is a world outside the sky, and there is a world outside the world. HMPH. And you, Kaien, you are also making noise. Beilong was not polite and directly started to attack his cheap uncle. Don't say that, Master, not all of Soul Society's laws are correct. Ichimaru-jin deliberately pretended to be unhappy with Soul Society's laws. HMPH. It seems that I haven't done anything for so many years, and you have forgotten how I became the captain. Captain Beilong. Don't liberate the Soul Zantodo in bipolar. How about we change places? Jashiro Yukitake also said. Exactly what I want. Beilong nodded and left Shunpo first, followed by Matsumoto Rengoku of course. Jashiro Yukitake took Shibakayan and Ichimaru-jin and left with Beilong. Only Hitsugaya Toshiro is still a little confused now, but he also knows that the execution of Rukia Kuchiki is all fake. Just when Hitsugaya Toshiro was about to catch up, Unohana Retsu spoke up. Toshiro, come with me, my master wants you to go with me to do something. Hitsugaya Toshiro quickly stopped and said, I understand, master. Unohana Retsu nodded, greeted Katetsu Azane next to him, and left the two poles with Hitsugaya Toshiro. The destination was Central 46. Above the two poles, only Byakuya Kuchiki, Rukia Kuchiki, Kurosaki Ichigo and the other captain's wife, Sui Feng are left. Looking at this weird scene, Sui Feng was wondering if he should find a reason to avoid it and let Byakuya Kuchiki handle the matter on his own. Just then, Yoruichi appeared and took Sui Feng away directly. Kurosaki Ichigo was overjoyed when he saw this. That's great, Mr. Yoruichi. That's a big help. Kurosaki Ichigo is not stupid either. Now it is very clear that one captain and two captains are not the same concept at all. Seeing that everyone was gone, Rukia Kuchiki excitedly threw herself into Kurosaki Ichigo's arms and said in surprise, Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo hugged Rukia and showed a warm smile. Rukia, I'm here to save you. Watching this scene, Byakuya Kuchiki standing next to him felt that his blood pressure had risen. Rukia, Byakuya said coldly. Hearing Byakuya Kuchiki's voice, Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia Kuchiki immediately let go of each other. Kurosaki Ichigo blocked Rukia Kuchiki behind him and said to Byakuya Kuchiki in front of him, I don't know what the hell you are doing. In short, I am come to save Rukia. These words made Byakuya Kuchiki laugh angrily. Save Rukia. Don't you see that Rukia doesn't need your rescue at all? But this is not what Byakuya is most angry about. What he is most angry about is that Rukia Kuchiki is so unreserved and hugged that yellow guy in front of him. This is what makes him most angry. After knowing Kurosaki Ichigo's life experience, Byakuya Kuchiki thought that Kurosaki Ichigo was worthy of Rukia Kuchiki, but he accepted it rationally, which did not mean that he could accept it when he saw it. Rukia Kuchiki is hiding behind Kurosaki Ichigo, a little timid. She looks like a girl who secretly dated her boyfriend but was discovered by her parents. Kurosaki Ichigo turned to Rukia Kuchiki and smiled and said, Rukia, stay away, I will take you away safely. Rukia Kuchiki came to her senses at this time and said angrily, asshole. Who asked you to save me? You obviously survived. Why did you come to save me? Because you were Rukia. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Rukia Kuchiki with tears in her eyes, and rubbed her head. She protected Rukia Kuchiki like she was coaxing a child and placed her under the bipolar shelf. After Rukia Kuchiki returned to Soul Society, Reiatsu has begun to slowly recover. The aftermath of the battle between Kurosaki Ichigo and Byakuya Kuchiki will not have any impact on her. Mainly because this time, Abarai Renji was beaten so badly by Byakuya Kuchiki that he probably wouldn't be able to wake up for a long time. So no one can escape with Rukia Kuchiki, so she can only be placed here temporarily. Ichigo, you have to be careful. My brother-in-law is very strong. He is the direct disciple of Captain Beilong. Rukia could not help but worry about Kurosaki Ichigo. Don't worry, Rukia, I have fought against Zaraki Kenpachi before, and we tied. Rukia Kuchiki was surprised. She knew very well how strong Zaraki Kenpachi was, but after not seeing him for 10 days, was Kurosaki Ichigo so strong? Watching this scene, Byakuya Kuchiki felt that his little cotton padded jacket was leaking, and his face became ugly. The interaction between Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia Kuchiki, in the eyes of Byakuya Kuchiki, asked him with the willow fire boy, Lao Dang, I will stop you downstairs. Is there any danger anymore? Have you finished talking? Byakuya Kuchiki felt like he couldn't hold back his anger. Can't wait. Byakuya. Kurosaki Ichigo came to Byakuya Kuchiki confidently. Humph. It's just that you are tied with my junior brother. Does this give you enough confidence? Kurosaki Ichigo. I'm afraid you don't know. My junior brother Zaraki Kenpachi's winning rate under me is still 0. After all, Kenpachi doesn't want to use Benkai now. It's normal to have a gap with Byakuya and Silver, who have been specially trained by the Mongolian team. What? Kurosaki Ichigo was slightly surprised, but still confidently said, then let's try it. Rukia Kuchiki, who already knew that she would not be executed, was watching the fight between the two leisurely. She even wanted to go up and help Kurosaki Ichigo and Byakuya Kuchiki fight in person. Unlike facing Abarai Renji, facing Kurosaki Ichigo, Byakuya Kuchiki directly exerted his strength. After all, the gap between the third-class spiritual power and the first-class spiritual power is as big as the sky. If you face Kurosaki Ichigo Byakuya Kuchiki with bare hands, it will be no different than death. Kurosaki Ichigo held the holy sword Zangetsu and said in slight surprise, what? Don't you release the soul Zangetsu? My soul Zangetsu is a long-term release type, and I don't want to take advantage of you. To deal with you, I don't need to come up to free the soul Zanting sword. Byakuya Kuchiki said disdainfully. Really? Then eat my move. Gets the crescent moon. Seeing that Byakuya Kuchiki didn't care, Kurosaki Ichigo swung his sword and sent a white crescent moon straight into Byakuya Kuchiki's face. Byakuya Kuchiki nodded slightly. This is enough to see. God avoids. The black and red crescent-shaped slash collided with Kurosaki Ichigo's crescent moon. The two spiritual powers collided violently on the two poles. In the end, they both exploded, forming a huge crater between the two. With just one move, Kurosaki Ichigo forced Byakuya Kuchiki to use the move that defeated Abarai Renji. Kurosaki Ichigo doesn't care about this at all. After all, if Byakuya Kuchiki can't catch this move, then he is not Byakuya Kuchiki. Kurosaki Ichigo exerted force with his feet and came to Byakuya Kuchiki in an instant. Holding the knife in both hands, he slashed at Byakuya Kuchiki from bottom to top. Byakuya Kuchiki's eyes condensed, and the soul-cutting knife in his hand was wrapped in a black substance, and he easily blocked Kurosaki Ichigo. This blow. However, Kurosaki Ichigo missed a single blow, and instantly accelerated and came behind Byakuya Kuchiki. He rounded the soul Zanting sword with both hands and slashed towards Byakuya Kuchiki's back heart. Byakuya Kuchiki's back seemed to have eyes. He sideways dodged Kurosaki Ichigo's blow. At the same time, the soul-cutting sword in his hand stabbed Kurosaki Ichigo's chest. This moment made Kurosaki Jugo think of something bad. Kurosaki Ichigo quickly blocked Byakuya Kuchiki's blow with his sword, and the two swords collided. Kurosaki Ichigo was sent flying more than 10 meters by this blow. So strong. Really stronger than Zaraki Kenpachi. Kurosaki Ichigo thought in disbelief. This stupid kid didn't even know that Zaraki Kenpachi didn't use all his strength when fighting him. For Zaraki Kenpachi, it's normal to use force when fighting. However, Kurosaki Ichigo has not lost his confidence. Under the guidance of Yamamoto Genryusai during this period, he thinks he has become a lot stronger. Byakuya Kuchiki frowned slightly. In his opinion, such strength is not enough to tie with Zaraki Kenpachi. Therefore, Byakuya Kuchiki swung his sword with one hand, and dozens of sword energy flew towards Kurosaki Ichigo. Opening parenthesis. Shinigami does not differentiate between swords. A sword is a sword, and a sword is a sword. Kurosaki Ichigo took a deep breath and unleashed Getsuga Tensho again, destroying all dozen flying slashes in an instant. If nothing else, Kurosaki Ichigo is indeed enviable for his spiritual power. For example, he can use moves like Getsuga Tensho to burst out Reiatsu in one go. Kurosaki Ichigo moved his wrist and said, Byakuya, this is the end of the hot exercise. Byakuya Kuchiki nodded slightly, wanting to see what kind of tricks Kurosaki Ichigo can do. Kurosaki Ichigo held the sword in one hand with his right hand, grabbed it at the joint of his right arm with his left hand, mobilized his whole body's spiritual power and shouted, Bankai. 1. Holy Sword Tensa Zangetsu. The huge spiritual power was released and the entire bipolar was dyed black. When the black faded, Kurosaki Ichigo put on the black windbreaker, and the kitchen knife in his hand turned into a kodachi again. The spiritual power also increased again, and the soul-cutting knife in his hand exuded colorful light, but it quickly dissipated, revealing its original black appearance. Byakuya Kuchiki looked at Kurosaki Ichigo's Bankai, nodded and said, "Not bad. This condensed look is the real Bankai. Kurosaki Ichigo, your Bankai is well trained." If this were in the original work, Byakuya Kuchiki would definitely say, how could there be such a compact Bankai? But now, none of their Bankai is anything fancy, including Byakuya Kuchiki himself. Kurosaki Ichigo saw that Byakuya Kuchiki was very optimistic about his Bankai, and said proudly, "How do you think? This is my Bankai." Byakuya Kuchiki nodded and said, "You are really good, Kurosaki Ichigo. You can train Bankai to this point in such a short period of time. It seems that I really underestimate you." At this moment, Byakuya Kuchiki reluctantly pinched his nose and admitted Kurosaki Ichigo's talent. After all, none of the Shinigami's Bankai who have entered the first-class Reiki are flashy things. Unless you break through again and enter the king-level Shinigami, that is, the realm of Team Zero, your Bankai will become a huge form again. Otherwise, Shinigami and Bankai from first-class Reiwei are very concentrated. Of course, except for the regular Bankai. After all, most of the regular Bankai will not have changes in the soul-zanting sword, but the scope of their influence is extremely huge. Just like Kyoraku Shunsui's Kaden Kyokutsu, although he is also a first-class spiritual power, his Bankai's range of influence is too large, so large that it is basically unusable when teammates are around. But the current Kyoraku Shunsui has not yet reached the first-class spiritual power. When he reaches the first-class spiritual power, it will be during the 1,000-year bloody battle. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Byakuya Kuchiki, and although he admired his Bankai, he still did not free the soul Xantho. "Hey, you've already seen my Zanzanto, but you haven't let me see the power of your Zanzanto yet." Kurosaki Ichigo said, a little unhappy. "Haha, I don't need to free the soul Xantho just yet." Although Byakuya Kuchiki admires Kurosaki Ichigo, he still has no intention of freeing the soul Xantho. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo was irritated. He snorted coldly, moved his feet, and stabbed Byakuya Kuchiki's head with the soul-cutting sword in his hand. The speed this time was really too fast. Even Byakuya Kuchiki's sight and color only took a moment to discover that Kurosaki Ichigo was right in front of him. Byakuya Kuchiki tilted his head sharply, and Kurosaki Ichigo's soul-cutting sword passed through his eyes, taking away a strand of his hair. Moreover, this was not over yet. Kurosaki Ichigo missed a single blow, quickly stopped, turned around, and slashed with his sword again. Byakuya Kuchiki can only keep dodging in place. Because Kurosaki Ichigo's speed at this time is really amazing. It's more than 5 times faster than Shikai's previous speed. Kurosaki Ichigo is like driving a stake, constantly sprinting, attacking, adjusting the angle, sprinting, and attacking. Every time, he felt that he was about to hit Byakuya Kuchiki, but every time, he was just a little short. The soul-cutting sword in Byakuya Kuchiki's hand can accurately hold his holy sword Tensa Zangetsu every time. After the two fought for several rounds, Kurosaki Ichigo also understood that it would definitely not work if the fight continued like this. He would not be able to break through Byakuya Kuchiki's defense. It seems that every blow is going to hit Byakuya Kuchiki, but in fact, it misses by a hair. Therefore, Kurosaki Ichigo took the initiative to stop the attack and distanced himself from Byakuya Kuchiki. All this was seen by Rukia Kuchiki. Rukia Kuchiki was dumbfounded. Her invincible brother-in-law actually temporarily tied with Kurosaki Ichigo. Although her brother-in-law has not yet released the soul-cutting sword, he can already do it. Explanation: Kurosaki Ichigo has become really strong now. Kurosaki Ichigo pulled away and was just thinking of some countermeasures when Byakuya Kuchiki nodded and said, "That's right. You are really strong after Bankai. Let me show you my soul-cutting sword." As he spoke, Byakuya Kuchiki held the soul-cutting sword in front of his chest and said calmly, "Let's scatter, Senbon Sakura." In Kurosaki Ichigo's shocked eyes, Byakuya Kuchiki's blade turned into a sakura flower and disappeared with the breeze. Is this your soul Zangtu liberation? Kurosaki Ichigo looked puzzled. After all, this was the first time he had seen the release of a non-direct attack type soul Zangta. However, Kurosaki Ichigo soon became nervous, because the sakura flowers transformed by Byakuya Kuchiki's blade had quietly surrounded him. Even Shikai's Senbon Sakura is the same strength as Bankai in the original. How come these Sakura flowers are full of dangerous aura? Kurosaki Ichigo quickly waved the holy sword Tensa Zangetsu in his hand to escape from Senbon Sakura's surroundings. But Senbon Sakura seems to have tracking properties, turning into multiple strands of Sakura flowers and attacking Kurosaki Ichigo from all directions. Kurosaki Ichigo had no choice but to keep swinging his soul-zanting sword to break through the siege of Senbon Sakura. It was the first time he saw a soul-zanting sword like Senbon Sakura. Kurosaki Ichigo is really not used to it. Kuchiki Aggd Byakuya was standing there, using his mind to continuously control Senbon Sakura to attack. The situation was instantly reversed, and Kurosaki Ichigo was chased this time. Finally, Kurosaki Ichigo made a mistake and failed to block a Sakura flower. He was knocked to the ground by the direct impact of this Sakura flower. However, Kurosaki Ichigo did not suffer any damage from this blow. The static blood suit is activated. Different from the original work, at this time Kurosaki Ichigo has been activated by Yuacha's static blood armor. Relying on the protection of the static blood armor, Senbon Sakura's attack did not cause any damage to Kurosaki Ichigo. Looking at Kurosaki Ichigo standing up unscathed, Byakuya Kuchiki was slightly shocked. On the surface of Kurosaki Ichigo's body, blue vein-like lines appeared on his body, tightly wrapping Kurosaki Ichigo's body. It looks very similar to the expression of armament haki. Moreover, this is a move unique to the Quincy. Kurosaki Ichigo breathed a sigh of relief. He thought Senbon Sakura would cause huge damage to him, but he didn't expect that he was not hurt at all after being hit. Rukia was shocked when she saw Kurosaki Ichigo knocked down by Senbon Sakura, but she did not dare to speak out for fear of interfering with Kurosaki Ichigo's battle. Seeing Kurosaki Ichigo get up unscathed, Rukia was relieved. Kurosaki Ichigo sneered, "It seems that your soul Zanthana is not as powerful as I thought." Byakuya Kuchiki looked at the confident Kurosaki Ichigo and also smiled slightly and said, "Really? Then you are trying." In an instant, Shomotobang's Sakura flower completely changed from pink to black, just like black petals. However, even Kurosaki Ichigo can keenly sense that Senbon Sakura is completely different now. And this time, Byakuya Kuchiki began to direct Senbon Sakura to attack with his hands. Commanding Senbon Sakura with your hands, Japanese Sakura's speed instantly tripled. Even Kurosaki Ichigo's speed can't keep up with Senbon Sakura's speed. Kurosaki Ichigo's face became ugly, and he looked at the black Senbon Sakura around him warily. This time, Senbon Sakura was wrapped by armament haki. Even Kurosaki Ichigo felt the danger aura when using the blood static suit. But in fact, Kurosaki Ichigo can rest assured that his static blood armor defense ability is quite pervert. Even Yuacha's sword can be defended by his static blood armor, not to mention that the current Byakuya Kuchiki does not have Bankai's Senbon Sakura. But this kid didn't know what the upper limit of the static blood suit was, and with the addition of armament haki, which was completely absent in the Shinigami world, Kurosaki Ichigo cursed secretly. Staring at Byakuya Kuchiki, he said calmly, "The sword of Toki, Keitoki." In an instant, Kurosaki Ichigo disappeared among the surroundings of Senbon Sakura. Even Byakuya Kuchiki could not detect the location of Kurosaki Ichigo with his sight and color. The next moment, Byakuya Kuchiki's expression changed, and Senbon Sakura quickly formed a black wall behind him. And Kurosaki Ichigo's holy sword, Tensa Zangetsu, hit the wall. When Tensa Zangetsu collided violently with the wall formed by Senbon Sakura. Although it smashed the wall formed by Senbon Sakura, it was unable to cause damage to Byakuya Kuchiki. Byakuya Kuchiki took the opportunity to raise one hand towards Kurosaki Ichigo and said, "Hado number 33. Blue fire pendant." A white flame went straight to Kurosaki Ichigo. The Tensa Zangetsu in Kurosaki Ichigo's hand lit up, and a blue stream of water rushed out from the tip of the sword, collided with the blue fire pendant, and hit the plane of the sun again. Kurosaki Ichigo is also very regretful. He has already used the power of the holy sword, but he still can't penetrate Byakuya Kuchiki's defense. You know, even Kurosaki Ichigo has just learned to use the ability of Kaishi. If it weren't for Byakuya Kuchiki's observation haki, who sensed the hostility of Kurosaki Ichigo's attack, this master would have really allowed him to successfully attack. This battle is simply a battle between hanging on the wall. Both of them used different types of cheats, and both felt that the other party's cheats were not as powerful as their own. Kurosaki Ichigo threw the holy sword Tensa Zangetsu into the sky, and two holy swords appeared in his hand. The light sword was the brightest, and the dark one appeared. Two holy swords instantly appeared in the hands of Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo waved his swords, light and darkness intertwined, and a black and white cross-shaped sword energy flew towards Byakuya Kuchiki, forming two big holes, one black and one white, on Byakuya Kuchiki's side. The two holes are emitting suction, trying to seal Byakuya Kuchiki directly. But Byakuya Kuchiki also reacted extremely quickly. Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki were instantly entangled when the soul-cutting sword was launched. God is afraid. This is a move that even gods are afraid of. It cuts through two big holes easily. Kurosaki Ichigo was even more surprised. He couldn't even suppress Byakuya Kuchiki with this move. Byakuya Kuchiki was also shocked. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, he would have been successfully sealed by Kurosaki Ichigo. The swords of light and darkness disappeared from Kurosaki Ichigo's hands, and Tensa Zangetsu returned to his hands again. Trouble. How can Byakuya Kuchiki be so powerful? Kurosaki Ichigo is a little confused. If it is Zaraki Kenpachi, relying on the power of the Blade King sword, the current Zaraki Kenpachi will definitely not be his opponent. Kurosaki Ichigo has a good idea. If Bankai is really cornered by Kenpachi, you may not even be able to beat him with the main sword. After all, the main sword song in Kurosaki Ichigo's body is just a part of the Langban main sword. Kurosaki Ichigo, I agree with you. Regardless of whether you can win this battle or not, I agree with you and Rukia. Byakuya Kuchiki said with satisfaction. This kind of strength combined with his identity is suitable for Rukia. Kurosaki Ichigo was stunned, feeling overjoyed, but he didn't show it. That is, Rukia was far away and didn't hear what Byakuya Kuchiki said, otherwise he would definitely blush. Byakuya Kuchiki held the soul-cutting sword upside down and said with ease, Bankai, Senbonsakura Kujiyoshi. The soul-cutting sword in Byakuya Kuchiki's hand melted into the ground instantly, and countless blades rose up from his side. In Kurosaki Ichigo's shocked eyes, all the blades completely turned into sakura flowers. Senbonsakura is already difficult to deal with, wouldn't Bankai be even more difficult to deal with? Kurosaki Ichigo now feels unsure. Without Bankai, Byakuya Kuchiki is almost as strong as Zaraki Kenpachi. Byakuya Kuchiki after Bankai, wouldn't he? Stronger. Not only that, Byakuya Kuchiki is worthy of being Beilong's apprentice, and he must be cautious in everything he does. Senbonsakura Kujiyoshi is not the complete Bankai of Byakuya Kuchiki, but only half the Bankai of Byakuya Kuchiki. Beilong's disciples hide themselves incredibly deeply. Ichimaru Jin has two sets of Bankai, Matsumoto Rengaku, no one knows what her Zanzanto ability is yet. Byakuya Kuchiki uses half Bankai as Bankai, Zaraki Kenpachi pretends not to know Bankai, Hitsugaya Toshiro, same use half Bankai as Bankai. The sixth child in the family. You never know how many trump cards and backups Beilong's apprentices have. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the blades that were 10 times more than Shikai Senbonsakura, his head was buzzing, now he was sure. Static blood equipment will definitely not be able to defend against Senbonsakura Kujiyoshi's attack. Kurosaki Ichigo took a deep breath, and the Tensa Zangetsu in his hand was covered with a layer of black Reiatsu. He wrapped the Getsuga Tensho in Tensa Zangetsu that was supposed to be released in one breath. Every attack will have the power of tomorrow. But the disadvantage is that Reiatsu consumption will be accelerated, but for Kurosaki Ichigo, this is not a disadvantage at all. After all, this child can maintain this state for 3 days and 3 nights without any problems. Kurosaki Ichigo has not mastered the Quincy's other abilities, but when it comes to absorbing souls, Kurosaki Ichigo is absolutely qualified. Byakuya Kuchiki also didn't expect that at this time, Kurosaki right-pointing arrow go would have extra means. He really underestimated Kurosaki Ichigo. Not many captains among Gote 13 have such ability. The two sides collided violently again. At the same time, not only Kurosaki Ichigo, but Beilong also brought Jashiro Yukitaki and others to an open space in Seraiti. After all, someone of his level could do something about it. That was truly an earth-shaking attack. Okay, let's stay here. Beilong looked at the empty surroundings and said with satisfaction. Matsumoto Rengoku also came behind Beilong in an instant, and his speed was not slow at all. At the same time, Jashiro Yukitake also stopped opposite Beilong with Ichimaru Jin and Shiba Kyan. Come on, senior brother Jashiro, Silver, Kyan, let me see your current strength. Beilong's Captain Yori was taken off by Matsumoto Rengoku and held in his arms, looking at the three people in front of him and said. Jashiro Yukitake shook his head slightly. He knew very well how strong his junior brother was. It is no exaggeration to say that Beilong's strength is greater than the total of the entire Gotei 13. This is the strength of Shinigami Beilong, the current captain of Gotei 13 and the strongest. Moreover, it is pure Shinigami without any external force. In an instant, Beilong's suffocating Reiatsu pressed against the three Jashiro Yukitake. You're not kidding. This Reiatsu. Shiba Kyan started to sweat profusely before he even made a move. Among all the people present, he has the lowest level of spiritual power. Only his spiritual power is the second-class spiritual power, and the rest are all first-class spiritual power. Not to mention that Jashiro Yukitake has mastered the power of the Spirit King's right arm. After Jashiro Yukitake learned the truth, although he still respected Mimihaki, he no longer regarded Mimihaki as a god. A god who is no match for his junior brother. Jashiro Yukitake begs to differ. It's really scary. Sensei's Reiatsu feels the same no matter what time it is. Ichimaru Jin wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead. He didn't bring Hinamori Momo here today. A battle like this is not something that a third-class spiritual power can come into contact with. But after all, Ichimaru Jin did not show any fear, but instead had a fighting spirit. Jashiro Yukitake was the first to draw his soul-cutting sword and whispered, all the waves have become my shield, all the lightning has become my sword, Sogyo no Kotowari. In an instant, Shiba Kyan felt a lightness on his body. Jashiro Yukitake's Reiatsu confronted Beilong's Reiatsu, directly reducing the pressure on Shiba Kyan's spiritual body. Shiba Kyan glanced at his master gratefully, and also released the soul-cutting sword and said, let the water and sky roll backwards, flower. The trident-style soul-cutting sword appears again in the hands of Shiba Kyan. Only Ichimaru Jin has not liberated the Zanzanto. Well, it actually doesn't make sense for him to liberate the Zanzanto. His Zanzanto is the kind of one-hit kill type. The moment it is used, it is released and its power becomes stronger. Maximize. However, Ichimaru Jin also released his Reiatsu, and the three of them together could barely fight against Beilong, who did not release the Soul Zantodo. Beilong shook his head slightly and pulled out his soul-killing sword. Since you don't plan to surrender, I won't be polite. When the Dragon of Courage and the Flaming Sword meet with fire, the true red sword will pierce evil, the flaming sword of blazing fire. In an instant, the soul-cutting sword in Beilong's hand turned red and white, and the circular pressure increased several times again. Beilong waved the soul-cutting knife, and a wall of fire surrounded the five people. It was completely different from the absolute temperature fire wall of Yamamoto Genryujai. Beilong's fire wall was a sacred flame, which highlighted an adhesive property. As long as it got on it, it would not be affected by it. Burning to ashes will not stop. So even Jashiro Yukitake would be in trouble if caught in flames. Jashiro Yukitake saw Beilong slowly walking towards the three of them with a knife, and slapped Shiba Kyan and Ichimaru Jin with both hands. He shouted softly, ding. This is not Sun Wukong's body-holding technique, this is the rule of the Spirit King's right arm. It can completely fix the physical condition of the two people at this point in time. Even if they are sliced into pieces by Beilong with the soul-killing knife, they can still return to their original state as if they were going back in time. Moreover, this ability does not consume Jashiro Yukitake's own power, but consumes the spiritual power of the entire Soul Society. In other words, theoretically, this thing can be activated infinitely. Unless someone's power can surpass the entire Soul Society. Of course, there are advantages and disadvantages, that is, the target Reiatsu cannot be more than Jashiro Yukitake, and the target of this move cannot be more than 3 people, otherwise Jashiro Yukitake himself can fight with a group of guys who are not afraid of death. Beilong is still very satisfied with Jashiro Yukitake's development of the Spirit King's power. In this case, he won't be afraid of killing his apprentice when he chops people up. At this moment, Ichimaru Jin suddenly felt a little chilly. Even though he could be said to be immortal now, he still felt a chill. Shiba Kyan became brave and rushed towards Beilong with the trident. One of them stood out. You have been strengthened. Go and send it. Jashiro Yukitake didn't mean to stop him, and he just wanted to test whether this ability worked. After all, since Jashiro Yukitake developed it, he had only used it for himself and never let anyone else use it. However, Shiba Kyan is not an absolute fool, waving the trident in his hand while running. Counting until the water rushes towards Beilong, it seems to want to block Beilong's forward direction. But Beilong didn't even have the intention to dodge these attacks. Before the water flow hit Beilong, it was completely evaporated by the temperature around Beilong. The temperature on the fire sword Agni is no worse than the temperature on Yamamoto Genryusai's Ryujin Jakka Shikai. Seeing this, Shiba Kyan quickly retreated and said helplessly, Captain Beilong's ability is too restrained for my soul-cutting sword. The water flow formed by my Reiatsu vaporized without even having a chance to touch Captain Beilong's body. Jashiro Yukitake nodded slightly. Don't worry about this. Use your Zanpakuto with all your strength. Shiba Kyan quickly waved the trident with both hands. Starting 1 meter in front of Beilong, a huge tornado-shaped wave enveloped him. Jashiro Yukitake took advantage of the situation and chanted Kido, beast bones scattered everywhere. Spires, red crystal, wheels of steel. What moves is the wind, what is still is the sky. The sound of spears striking each other resounds throughout the virtual city. 63 of Hado. Fiery lightning howl. A huge yellow lightning was fired from Jashiro Yukitake's hand, directly covering Shiba Kyan's giant waterspout, turning the entire waterspout into an electric tornado. Ichimaru Jin seized this opportunity, took out his soul-cutting sword and took a stance, shoot him. Shinso. In an instant, Shinso was covered with a layer of armament haki and directly pierced the entire waterspout at a speed that was many times faster than the speed of sound. But unfortunately, this blow did not cause any trouble to Beilong at all. Still stretching out 2 fingers, Beilong easily caught Ichimaru Jin's attack. And not only that, Reiatsu surged around Beilong's body, and the electrically charged waterspout was instantly cleared by Beilong with Reiatsu. It was as if it had never existed. Jashiro Yukitake was secretly frightened. Although it was just a tentative attack, looking at the uninterested Beilong in front of him, Jashiro Yukitake couldn't help but sigh, how strong he is. However, that sentence was just a tentative attack. The real battle has just begun now. Kyan, Bankai. Jashiro Yukitake said directly and seriously. Jashiro Yukitake knows very well that only the Shiba Kyan after Bankai can pose a threat to Beilong. The current Shiba Kyan cannot be said to be no threat to Beilong. It can only be said that it is completely the king's clothes. On the other side, Unohana Retsu also led Hitsugaya Toshiro and her vice-captain Kotetsu Azane towards Central 46. Master's wife, where are we going? Hitsugaya asked with some confusion. Because this time, Hinamori Momo is no longer Aizen Sosuke's vice-captain, so Hitsugaya Toshiro was not written by Aizen as the mastermind behind his murder. The message Aizen left for Kira Izuru was just to let him go to Central 46 without anyone knowing. So Hitsugaya Toshiro has no chance to explore the possibility that Aizen is not dead. Go to Central 46, I have something I want to verify. Unohana Retsu said gently. Central 46, Hitsugaya Toshiro said without feeling too cold. It's really not surprising that Hitsugaya Toshiro looks down on Central 46. It's different from when Yamamoto Genryusai was the captain of Gote 13. Since Beilong came to power, Central 46's status is not to say shit, but it can be considered precarious. It's very simple. 3 of the 4 major families that control Central 46 are influenced by Beilong. The only Tsunayashiro family that is not controlled by Beilong has been killed by Tsunayashiro Tokunada. Now only Tsunayashiro Tokunada, a seriously ill patient, is still thinking about making trouble, and the impact on Central 46 is basically non-existent. Coupled with the Spirit King token in Beilong's hand, Central 46 is now worse than one of Beilong's dogs. This is not because Beilong looks down on Central 46. In fact, the dogs Beilong raised are now captains of Gote 13. Komamura Sajin, are you polite? The entire Central 46, they had to do whatever Beilong wanted them to do. This is why Byakuya Kuchiki and Ichimaru Jin didn't take Rukia Kuchiki's matter as a big deal at all. It wasn't until Central 46 started going crazy that everyone realized something was wrong. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many actors here to perform in a big drama, just to make Aizen, a great smart guy, look like shit. When Unohana Retsu went to Central 46, it was time for things to come to an end, and the lead actor Aizen needed to appear in person. Once this actor finished his performance, the entire Gotei 13 really became one piece. The three of them acted very quickly, and soon arrived at the gate of Central 46 under the leadership of Unohana Retsu. At this time, it was very quiet outside the gate of Central 46, so quiet that it was a bit scary. The guards who were supposed to guard this place have now all disappeared. As soon as they arrived at the gate, Hitsugaya Toshiro and Unohana Retsu felt something was wrong. A breath of death lingered here. Hitsugaya Toshiro just feels cold, but Unohana Retsu is too familiar with the breath of death. Let's go in. Unohana Retsu took the two of them in directly. After all, with her here, there is no place in Soul Society that she can't go. As soon as they entered the lobby of Central 46, Hitsugaya Winterwolf and Katetsu Azane were dumbfounded. How could this happen? The sages of Room 46. Katetsu Azane looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Because all the members of Room 46 have now been killed in the hall of Central 46. Even Hitsugaya Toshiro felt chilled. Unohana Retsu's expression remained unchanged. This was just a small scene. Unohana Retsu himself had created hell drawings that were 100 times more miserable than this one. Looking at this bloodline and their physical condition, it is obvious that the sage in Room 46 has been dead for more than 3 months. Unohana Retsu made the most professional judgment. 3 months? How is that possible? Senior brother Silver and senior brother Byakuya just came to Central 46 some time ago. Hitsugaya Toshiro was shocked. Haha, it seems that the recent orders issued by Central 46 are all caused by people with evil intentions. Unohana Retsu couldn't help but not panic, but seemed to understand everything. Then Master, aren't you saying that the order to execute Rukia was not issued by Central 46 at all? Hitsugaya Toshiro also came back to his senses and realized that something was wrong. Unohana Retsu nodded. It seems that we are very close to the final truth. At this time, a figure in black passed by the door. Hitsugaya Toshiro reacted quickly and said angrily, "Who is it?" After all, whoever appears in Central 46 now is probably someone behind the scenes. Hitsugaya Toshiro chased him out instantly. Unohana Retsu shook his head slightly. This kid is still so impatient. As for Katetsu Azane, she was already stupid. Regarding the death of all Central 46, Katetsu Azane was frightened. Her intuition told her that something big was about to happen. Soon, Hitsugaya Toshiro caught up with the figure leaving the door. Looking at the person in front of him, Hitsugaya Toshiro was shocked and said, "Hira. It's you." Hira Izuru also looked shocked. "I didn't expect that Captain Hitsugaya and Captain Unohana were the murderers of Captain Aizen. You actually killed all of Central 46. If you want to kill me, just kill me." Hearing Kira Izuru's statement of generously willing to die, Hitsugaya Toshiro's expression suddenly changed and he said, "Oh no. This is a plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. The target is Mrs. Unohana." Hitsugaya Toshiro quickly turned around and ran towards Central 46. Kira Izuru saw that Hitsugaya Toshiro was so eager, and obviously felt something was wrong. He also followed Hitsugaya Toshiro back to the lobby of Central 46, but he had to go a little slower. At this time, the Central 46 lobby was quite busy. "Era Allah, this kind of behavior is obviously someone I know well." "You think so, Captain Aizen?" "No, rebellious Aizen Sosuke." After Hitsugaya Toshiro left, Unohana Retsu said naturally to somewhere, "Ha ha ha ha, you are worthy of being the captain of the 4th Division, Unohana Retsu Senpai. You can actually discover that my body is in disguise." Aizen stopped pretending and appeared directly in front of Unohana Retsu and Katetsu Azane. "Captain Aizen, aren't you dead?" Katetsu Azane exclaimed. "Yongin, the person in front of us is no longer Captain Aizen, he is the rebel of Soul Society, Aizen Sosuke, just 10 sinners. Yunohana Retsu corrected. Yes, Captain Yunohana, Kotetsu Azane said quickly. Captain Yunohana, you haven't told me yet, how did you find out that I'm not dead? Aizen asked in confusion. After all, in his opinion, Yunohana Retsu's Reiatsu is at best equal to his, and there is no way to be immune to his Kyoka Suigetsu. I didn't see that your body was fake, I just felt based on my experience that there was no body in front of me at all. Although Yunohana Retsu's words were plain, there was a background like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood behind it. That's it. I didn't think carefully. Aizen also suddenly realized that what experience was, it was just the intuition of killing people. Can you tell me why you betrayed Soul Society? Ujiwa asked strangely. Betrayal, senior, you are too arrogant. I am not on the same side as Soul Society. From the first day when I entered Soul Society, I wanted to become a god in the sky. Aizen Sosuke said confidently. Yunohana Retsu shook his head slightly, an incomprehensible thought. You seem to be the arrogant person. Aizen smiled. What, Yunohana Senpai, do you want to stop me here? Stop you. Don't make me laugh, Aizen Sosuke, you are not worthy of letting me draw my sword. Yunohana seemed to have seen some joke, with a gentle smile on her face. Oh, that's interesting. What do you mean, senior? I don't have the ability to force you to draw your sword. Aizen became somewhat interested. Ujiwa didn't speak, but shook his head slightly. Just when Aizen was about to say something, thousands of roars rang out. Aizen! You're not dead. Aizen turned around and saw that Hitsugaya Toshiro, who had gone after Kira Izuru, came back panting heavily. Oh, is it Captain Hitsugaya? It seems that Kira couldn't delay you longer. What an unexpected thing. Aizen was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Hitsugaya Toshiro to be so fast, and he actually planned to do it. Came back to Central 46 outside of time. Hitsugaya Toshiro instantly drew his sword to protect Yunohana behind him. Although he knew very well that his master's wife was definitely stronger than him, but how could he let his master's wife take action when his apprentice was there? Aizen looked at Hitsugaya Toshiro and shook his head slightly and said, Captain Hitsugaya, you are indeed a genius, but the time for you to grow is still too short. If you were given a few hundred more years, I would be hard-pressed to be your opponent. Quote. Aizen's words were very complimentary to Hitsugaya Toshiro, but Hitsugaya Toshiro was not moved by Aizen's words at all. Instead, he said angrily, Aizen Sosuke, what on earth do you want to do? As soon as he said this, Aizen's eyes showed disappointment. Why do you think my purpose is so ulterior? HMPH, if your purpose is very upright, you don't have to do these little tricks secretly. Hitsugaya Toshiro retorted. Alas, it seems that no one can understand my painstaking efforts, Aizen said, pretending to be profound. It's useless to delay. As long as the master finds out, Aizen Sosuke, you will definitely be captured. It's better to just surrender now, and you can still seek a lenient treatment. Hitsugaya Yoshiki Aizen issued an ultimatum. Delaying time. If you think so, then that's it. Aizen was a little uninterested. At this time, a voice that Yunohana and Hitsugaya Toshiro did not expect sounded, Aizen-sama, it's almost time, we should leave. The three of Yunohana followed the sound and saw that the person coming turned out to be Kyoraku Shunsui. Uncle Kyoraku, how could it be possible? Hitsugaya Toshiro was shocked. He was indeed not an actor. Kyoraku Shunsui was an undercover agent. Only Ichimaru Jin, Byakuya Kuchiki and Matsumoto Rengaku, the three first disciples, knew that Zaraki Kenpachi was afraid of him. He has no acting skills at all. As for Hitsugaya Toshiro, Beilong actually forgot to tell him. But it's not bad, Hitsugaya Toshiro's current reaction is correct. I didn't expect you to betray Kyoryu too. Yunohana shook her head slightly. Betrayal? What betrayal? This Soul Society should have been mine. If Beilong hadn't appeared, then I, Kyoraku Shunsui, should be the captain of Gotei 13 now. Kyoraku Shunsui roared at Hitsugaya Toshiro and the other three. Everyone in Kotetsu Azane is dumbfounded. Good guy, didn't I accompany the captain to Central 46 to investigate? Why did I get involved in this kind of thing? This is something that I, a little deputy captain, can't come into contact with. Alas, Jinraku, you see, even without Beilong, Yamamoto Genryusai is still at his peak, and you are not strong enough to be the captain. How can you become the captain? Is it possible that you can't be the captain? Can you defeat Yamamoto Genryusai in front of the entire Soul Society? Hana shook her head. Every word she said was like murder and heart-wrenching. Uncle Kiraku, it's not too late to look back. I think Master will understand you. Hitsugaya Toshiro also advised. Go back. I couldn't go back 50 years ago. At this time, Kiraku Shunsui no longer had the elegance before, but looked irritable, with bloodshot eyes. Forget it, what's the point of telling you so much? One day, I will get the expressions as my captain. Aizen Sosuke looked at Kiraku Shunsui's performance and nodded with satisfaction. Although it took nearly 50 years, Aizen Sosuke is very satisfied with Kiraku Shunsui. After all, this is the downline he developed personally. Okay, Shunsui, we don't need to tell them so much. One day, we will get back what we want. Aizen patted Kiraku Shunsui on the shoulder. I know, Master Aizen, things are ready, we should leave. Kiraku Shunsui nodded. Saying that, Kiraku Shunsui took out a white ribbon, released Senbon Whitesnake and transferred Aizen Sosuke to the two poles. Wait a minute, Aizen Sosuke, Master Kiraku, Hitsugaya Toshiro said in surprise. Okay, Toshiro, now immediately inform all Gote 13 to stop fighting with Rika, and explain the fact that Aizen Sosuke and Kiraku Shunsui rebelled. Hana opened his mouth to stop Hitsugaya Toshiro and said clearly. Yes, Master, I understand. Hitsugaya Toshiro calmed down and instantly used Kido, Tenten Kongra. At the same time, Zaraki Kenpachi and Tusen Kanami, who were blocking people under bipolar, had a fight. Originally, Tusen Kanami came to take back Hogyoku on Aizen's order, but he was stopped by Zaraki Kenpachi as soon as he reached the double pull. Accompanying him is of course Beilong's big dog Komamura Sajin. These two are good friends and have the same concept of justice. Of course, Komamura Sajin's justice is based on Beilong. After all, for dogs, the owner comes first. So, seeing Zaraki Kenpachi stopping them, Komamura Sajin said on the spot, Captain Tusen, I can't do anything about this. Zaraki Kenpachi is my little master after all, so I can't do it. Tusen Kanami had no intention of letting Komamura Sajin attack. He was afraid that Komamura Sajin would betray him, so he nodded and said, if that's the case, then I'll do it. Captain Zaraki, I'm not like other captains. I won't use my full strength when fighting you. Zaraki Kenpachi became interested when he heard this. Good guy, what gives you the courage, Liang Jingru? A captain with a second-class spiritual power dares to bark in front of me. Komamura Sajin, who are you scolding? Zaraki Kenpachi turned to look at Tusen Kanami. The Reiatsu on his body unabashedly suppressed Tusen Kanami's actions. Tusen Kanami snorted, you're looking down on me. Yakiru and Komamura Sajin retreated to a safe distance. Bankai, Suzumushi Final Style Enma Cricket. Tusen Kanami directly released Bankai to wrap up Zaraki Kenpachi and himself. Yakiru has full confidence in Zaraki Kenpachi. On the other side, Beilong continued to fight with Jashiro Yukitaki. Master, Captain Beilong won't give me Bankai time. Shiba Kyan said helplessly. Although with the help of Jashiro Yukitaki, Shiba Kyan was not injured, but as soon as he wanted Bankai, Beilong immediately stopped him, fighting them like a cat playing with a mouse. Ichimaru Jin said helplessly, my Bankai can be released instantly, but it is not a continuous fighting type Bankai. Jashiro Yukitaki is also a little speechless. Is it possible that he still needs to be Bankai? I'm going to hold Junior Beilong for a while, you take advantage of the opportunity to Bankai. Jashiro Yukitaki moved his feet, came directly to Beilong and shouted, Bankai. For a moment, Beilong's movement stopped. Not only himself, but even Beilong's clothes stopped there as if time had paused. Now, Jashiro Yukitaki shouted. Shiba Kyan took the opportunity to mobilize all his Reiatsu, and shouted, resolved. Overturn the sea. Instantly, violent Reiatsu surged. The trident in Shiba Kyan's hand doubled in size, changing from a long-handled weapon to a short-handled weapon. At the same time, rain clouds began to appear above the four Beilong people, and heavy rain fell down. Not even Beilong's firewall can stop Shiba Kyan's Bankai. Nejibana, the Soul Society's fourth soul-killing sword with the appearance of the sky. It can control the weather and instantly turn the sky into a rainstorm. This is why Jashiro Yukitake said Shibakayan is a genius. It is also the final reason why Shibakayan can join this battle. Haha, very powerful Bankai. Beilong didn't know when he broke away from Jashiro Yukitake's stillness, looked at the heavy rain falling in the sky, and nodded with satisfaction. Jashiro Yukitake's face became a little ugly. He knew Beilong was powerful, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. Even if the power of the Spirit King's right hand stopped, it only stopped Beilong for a second. For other people, 1 second is long enough, but for Beilong, 1 second. It's not even enough time to break through his defense. But Shibakayan has started his own show. Narcissus Blade. Shibakayan waved his trident, and hundreds of water blades appeared around Beilong. Shibakayan waved his hand again, and hundreds of water blades were accelerated by nitrogen, instantly bombarding Beilong's body. However, it did not leave any traces on Beilong. Shibakayan was slightly shocked. Is this the strength of the strongest Shinigami? It's really terrifying. Shibakayan couldn't help but sigh when he saw Beilong resisting his attack without any damage. Ichimaru Jin started water skiing here. Anyway, this assessment has nothing to do with him. The system is not too big. In fact, it still depends on the strength of Jashiro Yukitake and Shibakayan. Beilong touched his wet hair and said with a smile, "What about your other Bankai abilities? It can't be just this one, right?" Shibakayan regained his fighting spirit. "Of course. I still have a lot of useless moves." Just when Shibakayan wanted to continue, Hitsugaya's voice sounded. "Gotei 13 captains and vice captains, please listen to me. I am Hitsugaya Toshiro, captain of the 10th division, and I am announcing important facts. The captain of the 5th division, Aizen Sosuke, and the 8th division captain, Kyoraku Shunsui, have now betrayed and committed the grave crime of killing all the sages of Central 46. Please stop fighting with Rika immediately, go to Double Tap Hill, and do your best to capture Aizen Sosuke and Kyoraku Shunsui. Gotei 13. Hitsugaya Toshiro's voice began to repeat, and Beilong reluctantly put the soul-cutting sword back into its sheath. Okay, the news we have been waiting for is here. Let's go. Let's go to Shuangji. Shibakayan reluctantly released the soul-cutting sword, and followed Beilong towards the Shuangji hill. Under the double pull, Tusen Kanami was also cut to the ground by Zaraki Kenpachi's beast-like fighting consciousness. TCH. What a waste. It didn't make me happy at all. Zaraki Kenpachi spat out a mouthful of blood and said unhappily. At the same time, Hitsugaya Toshiro's voice sounded. Zaraki Kenpachi and Komamura Sajin both changed their colors. They didn't even care about Tusen Kanami lying on the ground, and hurriedly rushed towards the top of the bipolar. The top of bipolarity at this time. Kurosaki Ichigo and Byakuya Kuchiki, who were fighting, immediately stopped fighting. Aizen Sosuke, who is he? Kurosaki Ichigo asked in confusion. After all, since he entered Soul Society, he has never heard of Aizen Sosuke's name or deeds. So when he first heard that this person had rebelled, his first reaction was, who is this person? On the other hand, Byakuya Kuchiki frowned, wondering why Aizen Sosuke's destination was bipolar. The two of them protected Rukia Kuchiki without saying a word, but in front of them, Aizen Sosuke, who was wearing the haori of the captain of the 5th division, and Kyoraku Shunsui, the captain of the 8th division who was also the captain of Gotei 13, and 9 division captain Tusen Kanami and 3 others appeared in front of Rukia Kuchiki and 3 others as if no one else was around. Long time no see, Byakuya Kuchiki, Rukia Kuchiki, oh, and this boy who got into trouble during the trip. Captain Aizen, Captain Tusen, and Captain Kyoband. At this time, the 3 Rukia Kuchiki looked at the 3 captains in front of them with extremely confused expressions. Byakuya Kuchiki said coldly, no longer the captain of Kyoraku. It seems that Uncle Kyoraku has rebelled along with him. The sinner Kyoraku Shunsui. Byakuya Kuchiki's words were very rude. And Tusen Kanami, who had just been chopped to the ground by Zaraki Kenpachi, appeared unscathed on the Shuangji hill. Obviously, Tusen Kanami just now was completely an illusion created by Kyoka Suigetsu. Shunsui, I still have to trouble you to hold back this young man in trouble and Captain Kuchiki. Aizen turned to Kyoraku Shunsui and Tusen Kanami. Kyoraku Shunsui and Tusen Kanami nodded, drew their swords and stepped forward to fight Kurosaki Ichigo and Byakuya Kuchiki. Although it is obvious that Kyoraku Shunsui and Tusen Kanami are no match for Kurosaki Ichigo and Byakuya Kuchiki, they can still do it. And Aizen is walking towards Rukia Kuchiki step by step. I'm here for you, Rukia Kuchiki. Aizen Sosuke walked step by step in front of Rukia Kuchiki and spoke to the public. Looking for me. Is there anything in me worth looking for? I won't be just a useless person who has lost my spiritual power. Rukia Kuchiki laughed at herself and asked Aizen. Rukia, don't belittle yourself too much. Of course you have what I need. To be precise, in my eyes, your existence trumps everything else. Aizen said, already putting his hand on Rukia's shoulder. Ah, Rukia struggled, and the malice of the man in front of her almost overflowed. Asshole, stay away from Rukia. Kurosaki Ichigo took Tusen Kanami's knife and broke through to Aizen and Rukia Kuchiki. Aizen frowned slightly and reluctantly drew his sword and knocked Kurosaki Ichigo away. Ichigo, Rukia exclaimed. Yes, look after your people. Take a deep breath. Aizen used a gentle voice to comfort Rukia softly. Suck. Rukia was stunned for a moment, then involuntarily followed Aizen's words and took a deep breath. Puff. It was at the moment when Rukia was taking a breath that Aizen's other hand penetrated Rukia Kuchiki's heart. Rukia. Byakuya Kuchiki's face also changed drastically, but Kyoraku Shunsui's soul-sending sword ability could not be dashed away in a short while, so he could only fight hard at this time. Of course, both of them are acting. If something goes wrong with Rukia Kuchiki, Kyoraku Shunsui and Byakuya Kuchiki will attack Aizen together in an instant. But at this moment, Rukia has an idea in her heart. I don't know whether to say it or not. She makes me take a deep breath. The purpose is to dig out my heart. As Aizen withdrew his palm from Rukia's heart, there was a fluorescent blue jade in his hand, and Rukia was thrown to the ground by Aizen. Yes, Aizen's actions are simply scumbag, just throw them away after using them. Cough cough cough. On the ground, Rukia covered her chest and kept coughing. However, when Rukia's little hand gently touched her heart, the bloody hole in her heart that Aizen had dug out in her imagination did not exist. No matter how much pain she felt, she just felt that something was missing from her body. Not only was she not uncomfortable, but she felt a lot more relaxed. That guy Urahara Kazuki, hiding such a treasure in the body of a little girl, is really a waste of natural resources. As expected, Hogyoku can only play its greatest role in my hands. Shunsui, Kanami, everything in the world, is no longer available. Stop me. Aizen was holding Hogyoku and seemed to be in a good mood. He faced Tusen Kanami and Kyoraku Shunsui, who were still fighting, with a faint smile on his face, and recounted the fact that he had won. Why? Rukia Kuchiki asked Aizen while lying on the ground. Rukia Kuchiki, are you asking where and why? Aizen lowered his head and looked at Rukia lying on the ground, as if looking at a small insect crawling on the ground, with a hint of God's compassion for mortal things in his eyes. There are too many things I don't know. What is that thing in your hand? Why is it in my body? Why do you know that thing is in my body? Rukia Kuchiki asked Aizen. This is Hogyoku, which was developed by Urahara Kazuki more than 100 years ago. It is the crystallization of Shinigami technology. It is something that can help Shinigami break its limits. Aizen smiled at Rukia. Hogyoku, Urahara Kazuki. Rukia was stunned for a moment. From Aizen's words, she heard a lot of information that a Shinigami of her level should not know. As for why this piece of Hogyoku appears in your body, it's because your soul, Rukia, is one of the rare resources that can hide the power of Hogyoku. Aizen smiled at Rukia. I do not understand. Rukia seemed to be possessed by Kurosaki Ichigo and preached to Aizen. Haha, Rukia, you don't need to understand what I said. You just need to know that from the moment you go to the living world, everything about you is under my control, including your encounter with Kurosaki Ichigo, including you. Therefore, you lose the power of Shinigami, and you will also be summoned by the Soul Society because of the bait that Ishida Ryu used to summon the Hollow, Manos Grande, and thus be discovered by Soul Society and forcibly taken back. Aizen continued to preach to Rukia. Don't you understand, Rukia? All your actions are under my control. The purpose is so that I can successfully recover Hogyoku. After Aizen finished speaking, he didn't look at Rukia, but he didn't mean to kill her, leaving Rukia alone with a confused look on her face. Everything about me has been manipulated. Rukia's eyes flashed in confusion as she muttered to herself. After Kyoraku Shunsui and Tusen Kanami saw that Aizen had achieved their goal, they no longer fought with Kurosaki Ichigo and Byakuya Kuchiki, and Shunpo returned to Aizen's side. Rukia. Kurosaki Ichigo immediately held Rukia Kuchiki in his arms and checked whether Rukia Kuchiki was injured. Rukia's face turned red. She knocked Kurosaki Ichigo and said, "Idiot Ichigo, I'm fine." Byakuya Kuchiki also came to Rukia at the same time. He was relieved at first, and then his blood pressure soared again when he saw the interaction between the two. As for Aizen, well, to put it bluntly, Byakuya and the others just wanted to hang Aizen out. I didn't expect that you guys were the ones taking charge of everything. The captain's defection 100 years ago was probably also your fault. Byakuya Kuchiki looked at the three Aizens and said calmly. As expected of Captain Beilong's beloved disciple, he understood everything in an instant. But, what's the use of knowing it now? Aizen said with a calm look. Just when Byakuya Kuchiki was about to say something more, Zaraki Kenpachi and Komamura Sajin were the first to arrive at Shuangji Hill. Aizen Sosuke, Kyoraku Shunsui, and Tusen, Komamura Sajin said with disbelief. As expected, I was just wondering why the Tusen Kanami who fought with me just now is so weak. Come on, just in time, how about we fight again? Zaraki Kenpachi's fighting spirit surged, and he looked like he wanted to continue fighting with the three Aizens, the meaning of. Aizen smiled softly, it's really fast. Captain Zaraki, Captain Kashiwamura. Aizen, were you the one who bewitched Tusen? Gods. Komamura Sajin was also impatient and immediately drew his sword and slashed at the Aizen trio, but Aizen Sosuke didn't panic at all and just stretched out a finger to catch Komamura Sajin's attack. What? How is that possible? Komamura Sajin said in disbelief. The gap between the second-class spiritual power and the first-class spiritual power is really too big. Even a powerful soul-slaying sword like the King of Heavenly Punishment cannot shake Aizen's share. A trace of dissatisfaction flashed in Aizen's eyes, and he came to Komamura Sajin in an instant. Except for Kurosaki Ichigo, everyone else seemed to have not seen Aizen Sosuke move. Hey, that dog uncle, run! Kurosaki Ichigo shouted anxiously. What? Komamura Sajin was stunned, and finally saw Aizen in front of him. Hado's 90. Black coffin. Aizen raised a hand and said calmly. I saw a black barrier suddenly rise around Komamura Sajin and wrap it in it. Komamura Sajin exploded. Reiatsu wanted to penetrate the black coffin, but he couldn't do it. With two muffled sounds, Komamura Sajin fell to the ground, blood spurting out from his huge body. You are truly worthy of being Captain Aizen. Even Hado number 90 can be released without chanting. Kyoraku Shunsui is definitely a qualified compliment, and he immediately gave the words. In the astonished eyes of everyone, Aizen shook his head slightly and said, no, it failed. The power of black coffin that gave up chanting was only less than 1/3 of that of full chanting. It was an absolute failure. But what is surprising about is that, except for Kurosaki Ichigo, others still did not react at all, as if Aizen did not attack Komamura Sajin. The next moment, exclamations sounded. Captain Komamura. Zaraki Kenpachi felt a bit of disharmony and frowned slightly. Oh, as expected of Captain Zaraki. He discovered something was wrong so quickly. Yes, this is the true power of my soul Zenkin Todo, complete hypnosis. Anyone who has seen my soul Zenkin Toro Shikai will be impressed by my 5 senses. Complete manipulation, Aizen said calmly. What? How is that possible? Byakuya Kuchiki and Zaraki Kenpachi were both shocked. This means that they can't attack Aizen at will. Because they can't confirm which one is the real Aizen. However, just when Aizen was getting carried away, 2 soul-cutting swords were placed on Aizen Sosuke's heart and neck. Don't move. Move again. I want your life. It's Yoruichi and Sui Feng who have arrived. Even Aizen Sosuke didn't see how these two came to him. At this moment, Aizen Sosuke's expression changed unexpectedly. Something unexpected happened. Mr. Yoruichi. 2 mistresses. Kurosaki Ichigo and Byakuya Kuchiki spoke at the same time, and then looked at each other at the same time. Byakuya Kuchiki had a flash of enlightenment and emotion in his heart. Kurosaki Ichigo followed the path of his master and his wife and entered Soul Society. Kurosaki Ichigo is curious about Yoruichi's true identity. He is indeed the commander-in-chief of 2 secretive maneuvers. Captain Beilong really married 2 good wives. Aizen had to sigh. He really didn't react just now. Beilong, boy, let's find out more about devil fruit technology. Not only Aizen, but Hisagi Shuhei, who has never been seen, also put a knife on Tusen Kanami's neck. The same is true for Kyoraku Shunsui, except that it was his good friend Jishiro Yukitaki who did it himself. Sorry, Master Aizen, Tusen and I were also controlled. Haha, it's okay, Shunsui. Aizen still looked unhurried and Tianfen was calm. The captains and deputy captains of other divisions also arrived at the scene at the same time. Everyone stood in a row in an orderly manner. Not far away, Yamamoto Genryusai and Beilong appeared on stage with Ishida Ryu and others. Oh, have the 2 captains arrived already? Aizen was slightly surprised. Yamamoto Genryusai and Beilong came a little too fast. Haha, whatever you, Aizen, had planned, it has become meaningless now. Now that I have arrived, your plan can be terminated. Everything will end here. Yamamoto Genryu Seizu took the lead in speaking with the soul-slaying sword. Aizen's eyes looked at Yamamoto Genryusai with fear, because he discovered that Yamamoto Genryusai's 5 senses were not under his control at all. Even Yamamoto Genryusai had also seen Kyoka Suigetsu. No longer a normal Shinigami's Yamamoto Genryusai, Reiatsu has exceeded everyone's imagination. Aizen, no matter what plan you have, it's already too late now. Beilong said calmly. Yes, everything ends here. After hearing Beilong's words, Aizen suddenly smiled. I mean, it's almost time. Before he finished speaking, Yoruichi's expression changed and he shouted, let them go quickly. In an instant, the 4 Yoruichi quickly moved away. The moment Aizen's words fell, a huge dark gap suddenly opened in the sky, and countless heads of subordinate Manos Grande Killian suddenly emerged from the gap. Behind that Killian, there seemed to be several more faintly, the figure of Manos Grande in human form, and the Reiatsu released by Manos Grande, once made all the Shinigami present look shocked. Void, Jishiro Yukitaki and Shiba Kyan looked at each other, with shock that could not be hidden in their eyes. They never imagined that Aizen would actually have a backup player, Manos Grande from Hawako Mundo. Before anyone could think about it, 3 golden rays of light fell from the sky, enveloping the figures of Aizen, Kyoraku Shunsui, and Tusen Kanami. The golden light exuded infinite mystery, as if to separate Aizen and others, and the entire Soul Society. Isolated. It's negation. Anyone who has fought with Manos Grande knows this skill. This is the ability used by Manos Grande to save their companions. Once negation is activated, we will not be able to contact Aizen and others in negation. Yes, Yuan Lujai explained while looking at the golden light in front of him. Can we just watch them leave? Zaraki Kenpachi said angrily. Unfortunately, I have no other choice. Yuan Lujai shook his head helplessly. This was a world rules level Nangli. Tusen, Komamura Sajin, who was cured by Inoue Orihime, roared to his friend immediately. But Tusen Kanami just said calmly, Komamura, this is a necessary journey to achieve justice. Aizen, you actually joined forces with Hollow, you are really depraved. Jishiro looked up at the sky, the Manos Grandes who kept calling Aizen, and yelled angrily. Jishiro, you are too arrogant. In this world, no one has stood in the sky from the beginning, whether it is you, me, or even God. But the empty period of the throne of today will also end with my arrival. From now on, I will stand in the sky. As he said this, Aizen used his hair gel skill, instantly changing his previous hairstyle and crushing his glasses. Then goodbye, Shinigami, goodbye, fellow traveler boys, I hope you can open your eyes vigorously in the future and witness my rise. Aizen Sosuke was so calm at this time. However, a sneer sounded, haha. Will you stand in the sky? Beilong pulled out his soul-cutting knife. In an instant, the soul-cutting sword in Beilong's bag turned into a holy sword. Aizen suddenly had an ominous premonition when he struck the soul-cutting knife in Beilong's hand and changed. Get down here. Beilong suddenly waved the 10 sacred blades. I saw the 3 golden negation, which is said to be indestructible, instantly shattered. The 3 of Aizen lost their balance instantly. Even Aizen didn't expect that Beilong was strong enough to penetrate negation. At this moment, Aizen's color suddenly changed, because Ryujin Jakka, one of Soul Society's oldest soul-zanting swords, was already burning. Stay, Aizen Sosuke. Yamamoto Genryusai suddenly waved Ryujin Jakka, and 7 walls of fire quickly surrounded the Aizen master team. 5 swirling dragons of destruction. Aizen didn't dare to hold back at this moment, and directly activated his strongest Hado to hit Yamamoto Genryusai's Ryujin Jakka. Then the 3 of them flew towards the black cavity at high speed. But at the same time, Beilong's slash has arrived. A black-red slash with a violent aura hit the Aizen trio steadily. Even with the protection of Hogyoku, the 3 of them were still sent into the black cavity in the sky like dead dogs. The dark cracks floating in the sky above Soul Society finally slowly stitched together and disappeared without a trace. If Beilong's Reiatsu hadn't remained between heaven and earth, it would have been as if nothing had happened. Captain Beilong. All the Shinigami looked at Beilong, who had just taken action, with fanatical expressions. Even Yamamoto Genryusai looked at his apprentice like a monster. Just after he said that the negation could not be destroyed, he was slapped in the face on the spot. His apprentice chopped the negation into pieces in an instant, almost leaving Master Aizen Sosuke behind. All the captains and deputy captains will follow me to the first team for a meeting later. Young people who are traveling in trouble, come too. Beilong put away the soul-killing knife and said calmly. Just like Aizen Sosuke's betrayal has no big impact on Soul Society. Yes, Captain Beilong. The captains and deputy captains said quickly. Beilong nodded and turned to look at Kurosaki Ichigo, who looked puzzled. I know you have a lot of questions, young man, and I will answer them when the time comes. These young men are not the enemies of our Soul Society. They are the ones I specially come from. Foreign aid invited in this world must be treated with courtesy. After saying that, Beilong Shunpo left. Kurosaki Ichigo just nodded blankly. Sure enough, things were much more complicated than he thought. Soul Society, the Seraiti where Shinigami and nobles live. It had been 3 hours since Aizen, Tusen, Kyoraku and Manos Grande launched a rebellion. The entire Seraiti is in operation, and all Gotei 13 team members have entered a first-level alert state. According to records, the last time the entire Gotei 13 entered a first-level alert state was 1,000 years ago, when Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni was in power. At that time, the Quincy King Yohabok led the entire Empire of Light to invade Soul Society. So on the surface, Beilong still seems to take the betrayal of the 3 Aizens very seriously. What happened? How come the captain and the vice captains were all called to the meeting? All the team members were puzzled as to why they suddenly became so nervous. You know, even when Kurosaki Ichigo and the others invaded Seraiti, Beilong only strengthened their patrols. So who is our enemy? Apart from the travelers who invaded Soul Society this morning, are there other people who took advantage of the chaos and invaded Soul Society? Never heard of it, but obviously, those few humans from this world alone will never let Gotei 13 enter the first-level alert state. The Seraiti at the moment must be encountering some huge crisis that we don't know about. But for the specific situation, it seems that we have to wait until the captains have finished their meeting before asking. Also, Captain Beilong has already said that the young people in trouble are the helpers he specially invited, and they are our Soul Society. We can't be polite to our guests. Nu, stop chatting there. Step up patrols for me. After all the captains and deputy captains were called away by Beilong, these senior officers ranked 3rd, 4th and even 5th seats replaced the captains and became the commanders of each division. He gave orders to these ordinary team members. Of course, this does not include the 3rd and 5th seats of the 11th division. After all, these 2, Reiatsu, have barely reached the 3rd level of spiritual power, and can be regarded as vice-captain level Shinigami. First team, team leader room. Kurosaki Ichigo and others were temporarily placed in the lounge, while the other captains and deputy captains stood solemnly in the conference room. Beilong and Yamamoto, the 2 captains, stood quietly at the front, looking at the active captains and deputy captains. Among them, it seemed that because Yuan Lujai was too old, Beilong thoughtfully prepared a chair for Yuan Lujai, but Yuan Lujai was of no use. He stood beside Beilong extremely stubbornly, quietly look at the people coming. In the words of Yamamoto Genryusai, the boss has not eaten enough to move. In addition to Yamamoto Genryusai and Chojiro Sasaki, Several other wives of Beilong, Shihuan Yoruichi and Shiba Kuzuru also came to the scene. Bring the young people from this world over too, Beilong said. It's finally our turn, I'm almost impatient to wait. Outside the conference room, Kurosaki Ichigo moved his neck and muttered impatiently. It was obvious that Kurosaki Ichigo did not understand the current situation at all and was about to ask what was going on. Kurosaki, this is not a place where we can run wild, Ishida Ryu said quickly. Don't worry, I know. Kurosaki Ichigo took a deep breath and calmed down. Everyone quickly followed Kurosaki Ichigo into the conference room. Beilong nodded. Now that everyone is here, the meeting officially begins. Today I have a total of 2 things to say. The first thing is that Central 46 was completely wiped out. According to the investigation of Captain Unohana, Captain Hitsugaya, and Vice Captain Katetsu, Central 46 was all dead 3 months ago. In other words, the orders issued by Central 46 in the recent period were all attributed to the 3 of Aizen. This is a great shame to the entire Gotei 13. Beilong said angrily. This time the whole army of the 46th room was wiped out first, which can be regarded as a reminder to us. If the 46th room is too weak, it will be used by the enemy to attack a Seraiti from the inside. So in order to ensure that from now on, Room 46 will not be guided by others, will not be easily influenced by the enemy's ability, and do things that are detrimental to Soul Society. So starting today, I decided to change Room 46 the selection system of the room. From the original selection of people who can be called virtuous among the major nobles in the Seraiti, it was changed to the Gotei 13, the captains and deputy captains who have actively performed meritorious services or retired, and voted to be promoted to 40 Room 6. This is the first thing I called you here today. I wonder if you think what I said makes sense. Since the system of the 46 chambers cannot be easily abolished directly, then all the sages and judges in the 46 chambers should become his own. Beilong has no intention of engaging in politics with these aristocrats anyway. Soul Society, having a strong fist is the last word. Especially since Central 46 has died a wave now, it is a good time for reform. All the captains and deputy captains were silent, no one objected, because this is also a good thing for them, right? Zhao, even the Shihuan family, Kuchiki family and Shiba family would not refuse. Because they themselves have fixed teams in Gotei 13, the Shihuan family is the second team, the Kuchiki family is the 6th team, and the Shiba family is the first team. It will harm their interests, but it will gain more benefits. Seeing that the captains and vice captains had no objection, Beilong nodded. The last, something about Rukia Kuchiki. Since she was plotted by Aizen, after careful consideration, I decided to revoke the penalty imposed on her by Room 46. Well, today's meeting ends here. None of the captains responded, and the meeting ended. Yamamoto Genryusai coughed slightly. There is still something about Aizen that I haven't talked about. Beilong originally didn't regard Aizen's matter as a problem, but now that Yamamoto Genryusai has spoken, Beilong can only say, as for the issue of Aizen Sosuke and the 3 of them, we will discuss it next time. Let's discuss it further. They are not too much trouble for Soul Society. Our first priority is to protect Seraiti. Okay, let's break up the meeting and let the young people in this world stay. One time, the captains and vice captains nodded one after another and left the conference room, planning to go back to their own teams to contact some seniors to see if they had any ideas about entering the new Central 46. All members of the Beilong department, including Yamamoto Genryusai, are ready to have a good talk with Kurosaki Ichigo and others. Kurosaki Ichigo saw that everyone had almost left, and said impatiently, Captain Beilong, may I ask what is going on? Seeing that Kurosaki Ichigo and others were full of questions, Yoruichi smiled and said, don't worry, we will tell you everything. First of all, there is the issue of my identity. Yes, I am indeed Beilong's wife and the former captain of the 2nd Division. Yoruichi said calmly. Then why is Mr. Yoruichi helping us? Wouldn't it violate Soul Society's laws by taking us into Soul Society? Inoue Orihime asked the first question. No, just like what Beilong said, I'm going to help you. Beilong asked me to go. In fact, this has a lot to do with Kurosaki Ichigo. Yoruichi nodded. Me. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at everyone in confusion. Your father, Shiba Ishin, was personally invited by me from the Shiba family to Gote 13 to serve as captain of the 10th Division. He can be said to be my old subordinate. Beilong explained. As for you, Ishida Ryu, your family is also one of the rare Quincy's who have been specially approved by me to not be wanted by Soul Society. Beilong turned to look at Ishida Ryu. Ishida Yulong was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect that there was something about him involved. For the specific situation, you can go back and ask your family members. I think Yixin and Longxian will be willing to tell you these things. Beilong continued. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded, while Ishida Ryu was lost in thought. As for Rukia, it is indeed Shinigami sent out by Central 46. However, it has been destined from the beginning that she can only carry out this mission in the 13th Division. Aizen has long discovered the specialness of Rukia, so you don't have to worry about this kind of thing. Maojihua continued. It can be said that your meeting is inevitable by fate, and meeting each other is the greatest fate. Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia Kuchiki glanced at each other, clarifying each other's intentions. Kurosaki Ichigo, the Kuchiki family would like to thank you for helping Rukia, but this does not mean that the Kuchiki family will agree with you and Rukia. Byakuya Kuchiki also said the same. Brother, Rukia blushed, now is the time to say this. That's right, if you want to marry my apprentice, it depends on your ability Kurosaki Ichigo. Except for the former captain of the 10th Division, there is no case of Shinigami marrying a human. Ichimaru Jin said the same. Hinamori Momo also showed that she would never let her best friend get married easily. Kurosaki Ichigo was sweating profusely, and Inoue Orihime was a little disappointed. Only poor Abarai Renji is still receiving treatment in the 4th team's team building. Well, after all, Unohana and Inoue Orihime, the two god tiers in the field of treatment, are still meeting in the first team. Seeing that Beilong was about to collapse, he coughed and said, as for Aizen's problem, Kurosaki Ichigo, you don't have to worry about it, the Tohunkai will deal with their rebellion. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded, but he was still a little worried. After all, the words Aizen said before leaving seemed to have targeted him. Matsumoto Rangaku said, Urahara Kazuki has sent a message. The Hogyoku obtained by Aizen will take at least half a year to unblock. In other words, Aizen will not start a war until winter at the earliest. Everyone nodded, and Zaraki Kenpachi said excitedly, great. Now, we can fight happily. Okay, Xiaojian likes fighting the most. Yachinliu also cheered. Everyone looked at the fighting maniac Zaraki Kenpachi with black lines on his face. For Zaraki Kenpachi, protecting Soul Society. This is not within the scope of his consideration at all. Fighting is the most important thing. Yamamoto Genryusai snorted coldly, and Zaraki Kenpachi calmed down instantly. It was true that one thing was better than another. Yamamoto Genryusai tortures Zaraki Kenpachi a lot. Shuhei, since Tusen Kanami has rebelled, you are ready to take over the position of captain of the 9th Division, and you are given the right to find the deputy captain on your own. Beilong turned to Hisagi Shuhei. I understand, Captain. Hisagi Shuhei still knows how to do his job properly when working. Kurosaki Ichigo, Soul Society thanks you for your help this time. Sui Feng, bring up the prepared gifts. In an instant, Sui Feng came to Kurosaki Ichigo with a special badge and handed the badge to Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo took the badge in confusion. What is this for? This is the Shinigami Agent badge. You are now a Shinigami agent recognized by Soul Society. When you encounter a hollow, you can use this badge to fight without the body. By the way, this badge also has the function of talking to Soul Society. If you encounter important events, you can contact Soul Society directly. Yoruichi explained to him personally. I know, thank you, Mr. Yoruichi, Uncle Beilong. Kurosaki Ichigo said with a smile. Impolite guy, I have to call him Captain. Sui Feng said dissatisfied. But Beilong waved his hand, you don't need to be so open-minded. As for Inoue Orihime and Sato Taihu, you two have been specially granted priority for extradition by Soul Society. After your death, Shinigami will take you to Soul Society as soon as possible. Inoue Orihime and Sato looked at each other in confusion. Why do these words sound so awkward? Okay, there is nothing else to do. Please stay here Kurosaki Ichigo. I will talk to you about some personal matters later. Beilong also asked the others to leave first, preparing to chat with Kurosaki Ichigo alone. Everyone didn't think much and stood up and left. Only Beilong's ladies looked at Beilong with strange expressions. So Lang said decisively, "The ladies can listen. After all, everyone present knows that Kurosaki Ichigo's soul-sanding sword belongs to the holy sword Zangetsu. If you want to say that it has nothing to do with Beilong, that is simply impossible." Kurosaki Ichigo looked confused, and at the same time he was shocked. After all, Yoruichi had told him at the time that the soul-sanding sword was usually inherited from his father or mother. His soul-sanding sword obviously came from his father, and Yoruichi had said that Shiba Ishin's soul-cutting sword doesn't have so many fancy functions. For a moment, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He was really afraid that he would have an extra father out of nowhere. Seeing that Kurosaki Ichigo was very nervous, Beilong waved his hand slightly and said, "Don't be so nervous. According to your seniority, you should call me brother-in-law." Brother-in-law. Kurosaki Ichigo was even more dumbfounded. What a great guy. Kukaku, you have met her. Her full name is Shiba Kukaku. She is your father's niece and your cousin. At the same time, you also have a cousin who is the vice-captain of Gote 13. Shiba Kyan. Beilong also directly told the story about the Shiba family, allowing Kurosaki Ichigo to digest it. "Yes, Ichigo, I am indeed your cousin. How is your uncle recently? The last time I saw him was when he just married Aunt Masaki." Shiba Kankaku also said with a smile. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded blankly and said, "Dad, he is fine. Although he still acts like a child every day, he is in good health." "Really, uncle, he is still the same. But that's right, according to Soul Society's age, uncle is just a child who has just grown up." Shiba Kong was stunned and smiled even happier. "Uncle Beilong, I'd better call you that. This isn't the question I want to ask, it's mine." Kurosaki Ichigo's words were directly interrupted by Beilong. "You want to ask about your soul-sanding sword?" Kurosaki Ichigo nodded. "As for your Zanpakuto, just go back and ask your parents. Your Zanpoto does have some of my power, but the source is still your father and mother. About them I can't say anything about it, so I'd better let them tell you personally." "Okay, I understand, thank you Uncle Beilong. Also thank you Mr. Yoruichi and my cousin for your help." Kurosaki Ichigo bowed politely. Although he looks yellow-haired, Kurosaki Ichigo's tutor is very good. Although Shiba Ishin looks unattractive, he is one of the 5 nobles, not to mention Kurosaki Masaki, who is a noble pure-blood Quincy, given the name of a princess, cannot be bad at etiquette. There was nothing else to do. Beilong also asked Kurosaki Ichigo to play around in Seraiti. Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't wait to meet Rukia Kuchiki. Too many things happened today, and he hasn't had a good talk with Rukia Kuchiki yet. Abarai Renji from Division 4, why do I feel like the color of my hair has changed? Kurosaki-san, Ishida Ryu and others are still waiting for him to come out outside Mina. During this trip to Soul Society, it's hard to say, Ishida Yuryu's master is Shimizu's life. It's true that they were a bit unlucky. They met Yamamoto Genryusai, a big boss, and they died before leaving the battle. They had no room to perform. Instead, they were trained well by Yamamoto Genryusai. The one who improved the most was Ishida Ryu. The main reason was that Yamamoto Genryusai was so familiar with Quincy techniques. Teaching Ishida Ryu, who seemed to have not yet entered adolescence at Yamamoto Genryusai, was simply too much. "Take it easy. Don't worry, it's nothing. It's just that Uncle Beilong came to talk to me about some household matters. By the way, I'm going to see Rukia. Do you want to go together?" Kurosaki Ichigo didn't mention his relationship with Beilong either. He mainly talked about it. He seems to be a close relative, and Kurosaki Ichigo doesn't like this feeling very much. When everyone heard that Kurosaki Ichigo was going to see Rukia, they all wanted to go with him, but Ishida Ryu assisted and let Kurosaki Ichigo go to Kuchiki's house alone. Inoue Orihime was slightly disappointed, but quickly cheered up. Kuchiki house, to call. Byakuya Kuchiki and his wife put on their home clothes and just sat on the chairs looking at the 2 little ones in front of them. After Kuchiki took a sip of tea, he said lightly, "Tell me, Rukia, how you met." Although Kuchiki Heijun knew the crime for which Rukia was arrested, he didn't know the specific situation. Now Kurosaki Ichigo took the initiative to come to the door. Of course Kuchiki Heijun wants to find out. Since retrieving his sister, Kuchiki's attitude towards Rukia has become more and more like a mother towards her child, fearing that the sister she raised will be abducted by Huang Mao. Although Byakuya Kuchiki has initially approved Kurosaki Ichigo, in this matter, Kuchiki Heijun, who has always obeyed Byakuya Kuchiki, rejected Byakuya Kuchiki's intercession, so he must investigate for himself. Byakuya Kuchiki gave Rukia Kuchiki a helpless look. His eyes were watching his nose and his mind was wandering. Anyway, in the beginning, his attitude towards the yellow-haired Kurosaki Ichigo was average. When he thought about his little cotton-padded jacket being worn away, Byakuya Kuchiki's heart still hurts. Oni-sama, it's like this. At that time, I just went to the present world to investigate why Karakura town has not been haunted for many years. Rukia Kuchiki did not dare to hide anything, and told her about her encounter with Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo could only laugh beside him. He was really frightened by this enlarged version of Rukia Kuchiki. Although the lady looks gentle, Kurosaki Ichigo's attitude toward him doesn't seem so friendly. Slowly, after Kuchiki Heijun beautified part of the content through Rukia Kuchiki, the eyes he looked at Kurosaki Ichigo were no longer so sharp, and gradually softened. After all, this Huang Mao risked his life to come to Seoul Society to save his sister, although this incident itself was an oolong. But the 2 stabs he received in this world were real, and Byakuya Kuchiki had no intention of being soft at all. Abarai Renji cried and fainted in the toilet again. Didn't I also risk my life to save Rukia Kuchiki? How come no one cares about my feelings? I am the second male lead, right? Ishida Ryu. You are a piece of shit. Second, lousy as the second male lead. Not only on this set, but also on the set next door, lousy is also the second lead actor. Yuryu's voice actor plays the second lead actor next door, the old lead Jinchuriki. At first, Kuchiki Heijun was still a little angry with Kurosaki Ichigo. After all, in her opinion, if it weren't for this yellow hair, her sister would not be involved in this trouble, but listening to Rukia Kuchiki's description, Kuchiki really felt that this yellow hair was not so unacceptable. However, it was impossible for Kuchiki Fei to change his face in an instant. He was not an old Sichuan artist, so he just said lightly, "That's it." Byakuya-sama didn't pay close attention to me when he came back. Say it. Byakuya Kuchiki was also shot while lying down. This was the first time he heard what happened. But seeing his wife's expression, Byakuya Kuchiki stopped talking for a moment. It was nothing else. My wife squeezed her too hard. Even with the secrets taught by her master, she could only fight to a draw with Kuchiki Heijun. In order not to let his waist suffer, Byakuya Kuchiki decisively took the blame. However, we have to carefully consider the matter between you and Rukia. Kurosaki Ichigo, the eldest daughter of the Kuchiki family, is not so easy to marry. Ahem, Heijun, this kid is a child of the Shiba family. Byakuya Kuchiki whispered. Kuchiki was obviously stunned for a moment and looked at Byakuya Kuchiki with an expression of, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Byakuya Kuchiki could only start pretending to be dead again, not daring to say anything. Seeing that his man didn't speak, Kuchiki was speechless for a while, but after all the words were spoken, he had to let Kurosaki Ichigo know what he was saying. What I mean is, no matter what your status is, if you want to marry my sister, you must obtain our consent. Kuchiki Feijun was a little weak. After all, no matter from the perspective of identity, ability and personal conditions, Kurosaki Ichigo is really not bad. Born in the Shiba family, the next head of the Shiba family branch house, he is also a first-class Shinigami, and can also be regarded as the half-disciple of the captain's wife, Shihuin Yoichi. She is really qualified to marry the eldest daughter of the Kuchiki family, not even as a bride-in-law, but as a daughter of the Kuchiki family. Rukia blushed even more. "Sister, what are you talking about?" "I don't." As she talked, Rukia herself felt very embarrassed. It was really embarrassing for a funny girl to talk about marriage. However, Kurosaki Ichigo breathed a sigh of relief, and this meeting was successfully completed. After another week in Seoul Society, Kurosaki Ichigo and others are about to return to the present world. After all, he is still a high school student. Abarai Renji was ecstatic about this. He had long been unhappy with this yellow hair, but Rukia Kuchiki was brought back to the 3rd Division by Ichimaru Jin after Kurosaki Ichigo left Soul Society. Ichimaru Jin was ready to speed up the recovery of Rukia Kuchiki's Shinigami power. Speed. Abarai Renji cried and fainted in the toilet, still unable to have a good talk with Kuchiki. However, Kurosaki Ichigo and others did not stop after returning to the living world. Bawant, who was once researched by Blue Island, a member of the 12th Division, began to attack Soul Society in order to change the regime. But to be honest, even the strength of Bawant's boss, Karyagami, is only a 3rd-level spiritual power. He still has to strengthen his strength to reach this level. This time, Yuta Yuryu did not lose his strength when he encountered that female Bawant. So just relying on the 4 living Kurosaki Ichigo, they have easily killed this gang of Bawant and captured the boss of Bawant, Karyagami. Kuritsuchi Mayuri was so ecstatic that she immediately brought Narunamu to the present world and directly received Karya God, preparing to transform him and let Karya God fight for Soul Society. The rest of the Bawant, except for the one who looked very similar to Blue Island, were all killed. Not only that, Shinigami Ichino's Maki of the former Division 11 who defected from Gote 13 was also arrested, and Zaraki Kenpachi personally led people to capture him. Although Ichino's Maki still does not approve of Zaraki Kenpachi, he can continue to challenge Zaraki Kenpachi after serving his sentence. Zaraki Kenpachi doesn't care about this, after all, he has never been afraid of anyone challenging him. Bawante's plan was completely shattered by Kurosaki Ichigo and others before it even started. It can be said that he died before he even started. First team, conference room. Aizen's problem has not yet been resolved, so Beilong held another meeting of captains and vice-captains. Today's meeting has only one topic, that is, how should we deal with Aizen Sosuke's rebellion? Beilong said solemnly. Old man, just let me go. I will lead the 11th Division to go directly to Haweko Mundo and kill Aizen and the rest. Zaraki Kenpachi was the first to speak. Beilong glared at Zaraki Kenpachi speechlessly, and Ichimaru Jin quickly said, Captain Zaraki. Don't be so reckless. We don't know anything about Haweko Mundo's Aizen forces. We still need to have some intelligence to formulate an action plan. We can't act rashly. Byakuya Kuchiki nodded and said, I propose that since Aizen has set his sights on Karakura Town, then since he wants to destroy Karakura Town, we must protect Karakura Town. I think we should send a team of experts, went to Karakura Town to be stationed. I think Aizen will not be able to resist launching an attack on the living world. Beilong nodded in approval. This is what a smart person would say. Look at Zaraki Kenpachi, after so many years, he is still a reckless man. Hitsugaya Toshiro nodded and said, I agree with Captain Kuchiki's plan, but regarding this expert team, you must choose carefully. Then what else do you choose? I'll lead the team and that's it. Zaraki Kenpachi asked for a fight again. The main mission of this team is to protect Karakura Town, not to fight. Captain Zaraki, you are obviously not suitable. Shiba Kyan also said. Jashiro Yukitaki nodded, agreeing with his vice-captain's point of view. Kuritsuchi Mayuri smiled sinisterly, if you have any fights with Aizen's men, don't forget to leave me some of your opponent's body tissues. I will study them carefully. The captains had no objection to Byakuya Kuchiki's proposal. Hisagi Shuahei, who had just taken over as captain of the 9th Division, also said, then let me lead people. I just took office, and I must make some achievements. Beilong thought for a moment and knocked on the floor with his soul-killing knife. Okay, I already have an idea about the candidates for the team. Seeing Beilong speak, everyone fell silent. Command, the 11th Squadron's 3rd seat Madarei Makaku, the 5th Squadron Ayasagawa Yumachika, the 13th Squadron's 3rd seat Rukia Kuchiki, the 6th Squadron Deputy Captain Abarai Renji, the 10th Squadron Captain Hitsugaya Toshiro, and the 1st Squadron Deputy Captain Matsumoto Rangaku. Go to the living world to be stationed, and the funds will be allocated by Central 46. Beilong directly selected the candidate. Regarding the fact that the Captain Hitsugaya Toshiro is also commanded by the Vice Captain Matsumoto Rangaku, no one has any opinions. After all, Hitsugaya Toshiro knows that he can never defeat his senior sister, and Matsumoto Rangaku's status is quite special, and others are more. There is no point in refuting. Yes, okay, since there are no objections, let's go back and implement it. The meeting is dismissed. The captains and vice-captains left one after another. Matsumoto Rengoku also said excitedly, "Is this the real world? This is my first time to go to the real world." After all, Baelong's Rengoku has been with Baelong since childhood and has never participated in the Spiritual Arts Academy's real-life assessment, so this is really the first time to go to the real world. Similarly, Rukia Kuchiki became happy after knowing that she was going to live in the present world. Rukia Kuchiki, who had recovered her spiritual power and made further progress with the help of Hogyoku, had long wanted to come to the present world. If Kuchiki Heijun hadn't been watching closely, this girl would have secretly used the Kuchiki family's affairs to escape and show up in Kurosaki Ichigo. The last time Kurosaki Ichigo sent Karyagami to Soul Society, he only had a brief meeting with Rukia Kuchiki. Now both of them have begun to miss each other. Abarai Renji thought it would be a good thing to go to the present world with Rukia Kuchiki this time, but he never expected that Rukia Kuchiki had no intention of going with them. This world. When school started again, Kurosaki Ichigo looked out the window boredly. Kurosaki Ichigo, who returned to the hometown of the king, couldn't help but miss Rukia Kuchiki. Although they haven't seen each other for only half a month, Kurosaki Ichigo always feels that time has passed so long. Hey, I wonder how Rukia is doing now. Kurosaki Ichigo looked listless. After getting along with Rukia Kuchiki, Kurosaki Ichigo is also working hard to make himself better. He was originally at the bottom of the class, but in just 1 month, he has become the top 10 in the class. Of course, he is not the same as Ishida Ryu. The first place in 10,000 years cannot be compared, but for him, it is already a big change and progress. Even Kurosaki Ichigo's good gay friend Kojima Mizuhiro and the others looked at Kurosaki Ichigo as if they had seen a ghost. Ishida Ryu, Sato Yasutora and Inoue Orihime formed a small group and secretly observed Kurosaki Ichigo's behavior. Ring ring ring. Phew, school is finally over. Let's go home and see what delicious food my mom made today. Kurosaki Ichigo walked towards his home carrying his school bag. As soon as I entered the door, I heard a silver bell-like laughter. Yeah, and Masaki, Rigo, he will still be like this. Ha ha. Hearing this familiar voice, Kurosaki Ichigo rushed to his kitchen in 2 steps. Sure enough, the girl he had been dreaming about was helping Kurosaki Masaki cook together. Rukia, Kurosaki Ichigo said in surprise. Ichigo, you're back. Rukia showed a bright smile to Kurosaki Ichigo. The two just looked at each other. If Kurosaki Masaki hadn't been there, they would have hugged each other immediately. Ichigo, don't look at Rukia like that. Go and change your clothes. We'll be ready to eat later. Although Kurosaki Ichigo had 1,000 words to say, under the pressure of his mother, he had to change into regular clothes and in an instant resurrected, he came to the living room excitedly. At this time, Kurosaki Isshin also picked up Kurosaki Ichigo's 2 sisters and returned home. When he saw Rukia Kuchiki, he was also slightly startled. Although Kurosaki Ichigo told his parents that Rukia Kuchiki was now completely safe after returning, the couple still expressed deep regret that they could not bring Rukia Kuchiki back after all. But within a month, Rukia Kuchiki came back on her own, and also asked Kurosaki Isshin to look at Kurosaki Ichigo, as if he was worthy of being my son. Sister Rukia. Yuzu was also surprised when he looked at Rukia. After all, Rukia's aristocratic style is really in line with Yuzu's wishes. Although Shali was also very happy, she didn't show it. Rukia, how long can you stay here this time? Kurosaki Ichigo is most concerned about this question. If Rukia could only stay here for 1 day, she would not be happy for nothing. I may stay here for a longer time this time. I hope you won't find it objectionable. Rukia Kuchiki pretended to be a lady again and smiled. Kurosaki Ichigo was ecstatic in his heart, and Kurosaki Masaki also smiled and said, "It would be great if we could stay for a little longer. The longer we stay, the better." Kurosaki Ichigo has a lot to say, but he still can't say it at the dinner table. After all, he doesn't want Yuzu and Shali to get involved in these things. But this is actually inevitable. Both Yuzu and Shali contain huge spiritual power in their bodies. Shali can clearly see various souls when she is only a junior high school student. In addition to not having the power of Hollow and Spirit King, he is completely a smaller version of Kurosaki Ichigo. Moreover, Shali has the talent to become a Quincy, while Yuzu's spiritual power is not that outstanding, but he still has spiritual power. After the meal, Rukia Kuchiki still planned to live in Kurosaki's closet. The two of them were living together, but they both had a tacit understanding and did not mention this matter. After checking that no one was eavesdropping, Kurosaki Ichigo also asked, "Rukia, why are you stationed in the real world again? What, don't you welcome me here?" Rukia Kuchiki teased. "Of course not, I'm just curious," Kurosaki Ichigo explained hurriedly. "Haha, I'm kidding you. This time we followed the captain's order and went to Karakura town to station and guard Karakura town. After all, Aizen Sosuke's goal is obvious, which is the spiritual place of Karakura town. Rukia Kuchiki is also simple," explained. After all, Kurosaki Ichigo is a Shinigami agent, and Karakura town is his scope of work. This matter must be told to Kurosaki Ichigo. Beilong is not Yamamoto Genryusai. Without that awkward self-esteem, Beilong will not waste any of the power he can mobilize. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded. It turned out to be Uncle Beilong's order. Rukia Kuchiki was speechless for a while. They were obviously the same generation, but Kurosaki Ichigo was stunned to think that he was a generation below him. "Wait, you're talking about you?" Kurosaki Ichigo asked strangely when his hearing loss suddenly healed. "That's right, it's not just me this time. The 1st Team Deputy Captain Matsumoto Rengaku, the 10th Team Captain Hitsugaya Toshiro, and the 6th Team Deputy Captain Abarai Renji, the 11th Team 3rd and 5th seats Madarei Makaku and Yasugawa Yumichika are together sent to garrison in this world." So many Shinigami. Kurosaki Ichigo smacked his lips. After all, the above-mentioned Shinigami all know Bankai, so they can be said to be quite powerful in combat. "But, Rukia, has your spiritual power recovered?" Kurosaki Ichigo asked slightly worriedly. "Stop looking down on others. This time I got a blessing in disguise. I was raised from subordinate pressure to Earth-level subordinate authority at once. Even being the captain is more than enough," Rukia Kuchiki said confidently. After the two of them had finished chatting about serious matters, they now had to talk about some personal matters. The next day, a special guest came to Ichigo's house. "Well, this is my home." Kurosaki returned to her home after school with a boy who was slightly taller than her. Yuzu looked at Hitsugaya Toshiro, who was brought back by Natsuri, with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. "Hello, you are Yuzu, Shali's sister. My name is Hitsugaya Toshiro. Please take care of me." Hitsugaya Toshiro showed a smile that he thought was brighter. After all, Hitsugaya Toshiro was adopted as a son by Kurosaki Isshin. Now that he has come to this world, Hitsugaya Toshiro must pay him a visit in person. Mom, Dad is not good. Brother, Sister Rukia, come here quickly." Unexpectedly, instead of expressing kindness to Hitsugaya Toshiro, Yuzu yelled and called the whole family over. What's wrong? What's wrong?" Kurosaki Isshin heard his precious daughter's voice and rushed out of the room in a hurry. Alas, Shali has learned how to bring boys home. Kurosaki Masaki still looked open-minded. After all, when she met Kurosaki Isshin, she had just entered high school. She was older than Shali, but not a lot, so I accepted it instantly. Of course, Kurosaki Masaki does not know the identity of Hitsugaya Toshiro. Kurosaki Isshin was stunned when he saw Hitsugaya Toshiro. Just when he was about to say something, Kurosaki Ichigo also hurried downstairs with Rukia Kuchiki. After seeing Hitsugaya Toshiro, the two of them were obviously stunned, and then Kurosaki Ichigo's face darkened. "Toshiro, Shali is still a child." Kurosaki Ichigo felt as if his heart had been shot through at this moment. There is reincarnation in the way of heaven. Byakuya Kuchiki's boomerang accurately hit Kurosaki Ichigo's heart. It hurts so much. My little cotton-padded jacket is going to be taken away." Rukia Kuchiki, on the other hand, doesn't know what to say now. Should she speak as her sister-in-law, or in what other capacity? Anyway, she stood there sweating profusely. After all, if Hitsugaya Toshiro really had something to do with Shali, wouldn't her junior uncle have become her brother-in-law? Wait, what? Exclamation mark. Kurosaki Shali helplessly covered her forehead. She knew that her precious family members would cause trouble. Hitsugaya Toshiro was so angry that he couldn't hold back his reiatsu. After so many years of not seeing each other, his dear Captain Shiba Isshin is still so unreliable. What's even more outrageous is that his family members are also unreliable. What are you thinking about? Toshiro is here to find his father. Kurosaki Shali reluctantly told the truth. However, Yuzu's brain circuit is very strange, looking for his father. Is this his father's illegitimate son? As soon as these words came out, Kurosaki Masaki's eyes suddenly became sharp, and even Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia Kuchiki looked at Kurosaki Isshin with something wrong. Wait, what? Hitsugaya Toshiro is a disciple of an old friend of mine. What are you thinking about? Kurosaki Isshin also panicked and explained quickly. As soon as these words came out, Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia Kuchiki understood that their enemy, Hitsugaya Toshiro, was an old subordinate of Kurosaki Isshin, and it was normal for them to come and see the old captain. Although Masaki Kurosaki knew that her man didn't have the courage, it was still fun to scare him. Hearing what he said, she started laughing again. Ah, that's it. Yuzu finally understood. He didn't know why, but he felt a little disappointed. Maybe it was because he didn't get enough food. Kurosaki Isshin. Taka, you are such a filial daughter. But Hitsugaya Toshiro was instantly relieved when he saw Kurosaki Isshin's happy family. This may be the reason why Kurosaki Isshin did not return to Soul Society. Of course, Hitsugaya Toshiro did not expect that Kurosaki Isshin would never come back. It was not until recently that he found his Shinigami power. Before, he had no way to return to Soul Society unless he died. Since there was nothing to eat, Kurosaki Ichigo also took Rukia Kuchiki back to the room. It seemed that Hitsugaya Toshiro had something to talk to Kurosaki Isshin. Kurosaki Masaki also took his two daughters back to the house, leaving only Kurosaki Isshin and Hitsugaya Toshiro in the living room. Kurosaki Isshin invited Hitsugaya Toshiro to sit down and told him everything that had happened to him in the past few decades. At the same time, he also made it clear that it was not that he didn't want to return to Soul Society, but that he really couldn't go back. Hitsugaya Toshiro also expressed his understanding, but seeing that the old captain was living so happily now, he was relieved. After all, this guy had disappeared for so many years, and Hitsugaya Toshiro had to wonder if Kurosaki Isshin had died. After having a meal, Hitsugaya Toshiro also said goodbye and was about to leave. The funds provided by Soul Society this time were very sufficient. Except for Rukia Kuchiki, who stayed at Kurosaki Ichigo's house, everyone else had already found a place to live. Of course, this is all thanks to Urahara Kazuki, who arranged all the accommodation. However, before Hitsugaya Toshiro left, Kurosaki Shali went to see him off. This incident made Kurosaki Isshin petrified. He always felt that something bad would happen. And Kurosaki Ichigo's face was also very ugly. Even though Hitsugaya Toshiro promised that he had no other relationship with Kurosaki Shali, the two people's faces did not improve at all. Of course, Kurosaki Ichigo still met with other Shinigami stationed in the present world, such as Madarame Makaku and Ayasagawa Yumichika. Needless to say, they knew about the tie between Zaraki Kenpachi and Kurosaki Ichigo. So these two have a very good impression of Kurosaki Ichigo. After all, Team 11 relies on their fists to speak. Matsumoto Rengoku looked at Kurosaki Ichigo as if he was helping his best friend. After all, Rukia Kuchiki's seniority is quite special. Although she is a disciple of Ichimaru Jin, she is also Byakuya's sister-in-law. Even Hinamori Momo, the quasi-teacher wife, and Rukia Kuchiki are peers, not to mention Matsumoto Rengoku. These three are very close best friends. But for Kurosaki Ichigo, Matsumoto Rengoku is still very satisfied with Rukia Kuchiki's vision. Counting from the time he obtained his own Shinigami power, the speed at which he reached the first level of spiritual power can be said to be unique in the entire Soul Society. In addition, for it was only after he saved Rukia Kuchiki that he bravely entered Soul Society. This kind of thing is so destructive to girls that even Kuchiki Hyjin's biological sister has to admit that Kurosaki Ichigo is a man. So after a simple exchange, Matsumoto Rengoku recognized Kurosaki Ichigo. It was just a bitter experience for Abarai Renji. After all, Abarai Renji was not in the same circle as them. Abarai Renji, who played well with him, was in the circle of vice captain level. Madarei Makaku, Ayasagawa Yumichika, Kira Izuru and others all have a good relationship with Abarai Renji, but for the high-end circle of Rukia and the others, it is still a level lower. So Abarai Renji is now the bitterest of bitters. He was obviously the one who came first. How did it become like this? The main reason is that the Kuchiki family and Ichimaru Jin have a great influence on Rukia Kuchiki. Slowly, Rukia Kuchiki has become the star that Abarai Renji cannot catch up with. This is a typical case where Qingmei cannot defeat Tianxiang, let alone Tianxiang is still a yellow hair. Of course, Seoul society is taking action, and Aizen is not idle either. Although Beilong's knife nearly chopped all three of them into pieces when they finally escaped from Seoul society, relying on their own Hogyoku, the three of Aizen recovered from their injuries quickly. After recovering from his injuries, Aizen immediately held an Espada meeting. The meeting was attended by One Blade, Lilinite. Why not Stark? Because this time Lilinite was discovered by Jijiba before she could split into Stark. The lonely Lilinite directly met her partner. Of course, Jijiba was attracted by Lilinite's Reiatsu. Originally, he wanted to eat Lilinite, but he didn't expect that Lilinite would only hit this little girl with such a strong electric shock. Just half a pound. Since they didn't know each other without fighting, the two of them acted together. The second blade is still Baragan. This person is not the one who has been subdued by Gigi Sijiba. This person did not deal with Gisijiba at first and was defeated by Aizen. Three blades, Shark sister, Harabel. It is Manos Grande who has already grown up, and it is Manos Grande who I met specially. We have also not known each other before, and have become good friends and companions with Lilinette. After all, with a body like one-tail Shukaku's, Jijiba doesn't look like she could be a best friend at all. Four blades, Niliel, also known as Nilu. Nilu, who was supposed to be attacked by Enenwatra, was also a member of Manos Grande's best friend group this time. This time, Enenwatra did not have the courage to attack Nilu at all. With multiple tile-level Manos Grande together, Enenwatra felt that she still wanted to live longer. Year. 5 blades, Ulkila Cipher. GGG Ba's friend has been met by GGG Ba since he was born, and quickly developed into offline, and now he has gradually developed his own feelings. 6 blades, Zael Aporo. Although it split once and is now only an Ijuka's level Manos Grande, he still became an Espada thanks to his excellent research ability. Of course, this time he was defeated by the government of Tianjin. A non-staff member of the Bureau of Science and Technology Development, Kuritsuchi Mayuri almost scared Zael Aporo to death with his superhuman medicine, so he joined after being defeated. Zael Aporo surrendered decisively. After all, he also discovered that the already defunct Manos Grande group was really a little too outrageous. 7 blades, Lorca Piramia. It is a virtual creation created by Zael Aporo's technology, but its power is even more powerful than that of Zael Aporo himself. And now it has evolved into a tile-level Manos Grande, which cannot be more powerful. In theory, this person is the strongest among Espada, but he doesn't like fighting, and he is also a member of the Vasu sisters. 8 blades, Enenwatra is the one who calls me Little Cockroach. Enenwatra, who originally planned to attack Nelialu this time, couldn't find anyone to join forces with, and he didn't dare to attack the Manos Grande sisters. Anyone who came out could easily kill him. 9 blades, Grimjow. Good J6, turned into J9, there is no way, there are too many perverts. This is Manos Grande who was convinced by Ulquiorra's physics. Although he is still Ijuka's now, there is the possibility of continuing to evolve into a tile-level Manos Grande. Ulquiorra also let him go. Grimjow, who was pursuing power, joined Dengeki Denbei's team under the deception of Jijijiba. Espada is also a 0 blade. Manos Grande is also the most powerful among the Espadas. He has already done it. This guy was given the command to unify Hueco Mundo for his use by Beilong, so he has been looking for a virtual character that meets the conditions. Beilong is also preparing to use Aizen's help to make his team go smoothly. When the time comes, Aizen leads the Manos Grandes to invade Karakura town and give him a big surprise. No surprise, your Espada is all mine. Now this Espada, except for one Baragan, the other are all Beilong's Manos Grande. You think it is your Aizen's Espada, but you are wrong. This is my Beilong's Espada. Even Baragan wants to kill Aizen day and night. He can't accept a Shinigami sitting on his head. Just like this one can't beat Lilinite. All she can do is be incompetent and furious. Lilinite's abilities are just too supermodel-like. Infinite Sero, even Baragan, can't handle it. And not to mention Lilinite, there are several Espadas who can beat Baragan, but all of them are hiding under the leadership of Jijijiba. Woke up. Zai Palace. Espada meeting. Aizen also had a headache when he looked at this group of women Manos Grande. Each of these women Manos Grande was really tormenting, and none of them was easy to talk to. Looking at Ulquiorra with a stern face, Aizen felt that this was his best subordinate. Ahem, Ulquiorra, I need Inoue Orihime, bring her to me from this world, remember to keep Aizen intact, ordered Ulquiorra. I understand, Lord Aizen, I will bring this woman back. Ulquiorra said calmly. With that said, Ulquiorra turned away and went to find his subordinate Yami. This time Yami was not selected as Espada, and is currently Ulquiorra's subordinate officer, but Ulquiorra trusts Yami. After all, this kind of brainless hollow is best controlled. In Zai Palace, a group of women, Manos Grande, were making a lot of noise and expressed their dissatisfaction with Aizen Sosuke's orders. They said that they also wanted to go to the real world and have fun. If Tusen Konami hadn't scolded them, these women Manos Grande would have continued to cause trouble. Hieraku Shunsui was helpless for a while. He really had nothing to do with girls. He simply stood there and said nothing, pretending to be an expert. Anyway, if you ask me, I am right, yes, 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 yes. Present world, Karakura town. Kurosaki Ichigo is greeting some of his friends to go camping. Rukia Kuchiki also returned to school, which also made Kurosaki Ichigo's classmates very happy. After all, Rukia Kuchiki is pretending to be the eldest lady in Kurosaki Ichigo's class, without her usual cold expression at all. Of course, Inoue Orihime is happy and sad at the same time. He is happy because his friend Rukia Kuchiki is back again, but sad because his friend is living in the same house with the man he likes. Ishida Ryu and Sato Yasutora are happy from the bottom of their hearts. As two good gay friends of Kurosaki Ichigo, there is nothing better than watching their gay friends be happy. So this camping trip, everyone was very happy until. Ha 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 ha, is this the real world? It looks really fragile, a rough voice sounded. Yami, be honest, we have a mission here. Ulquiorra's emotionless voice sounded. It's okay, Ulquiorra, this mission is so simple, it doesn't matter even if we play for a little longer. Yami said nonchalantly. Don't underestimate the present world, Yami. Master Aizen has said that there are many masters hidden in the present world. Aizen-sama, it's just a Shinigami. Although Yami muttered unhappily, he still calmed down. There was no other way, the hollow was like this, the hierarchy was extremely strict, and a powerful hollow could do it at any time, devour other weaklings. Campsite. Inoue Orihime stretched out. The huge chest made Rukia Kuchiki, who is also a woman, feel a little inferior. However, thinking that her sister looks almost exactly the same as herself, and her sister is not a flat girl, Rukia Kuchiki also became more confident. After all, she still has a long time to grow. Even if she's not as big as her sister and Inoue Orihime, she's not too small either. As for Matsumoto Rangaku, he is truly gifted. He can transform the dead tyrant into a three-dimensional one, which would make even Inoue Orihime dizzy. It's better to go camping. Inoue Orihime sighed, releasing all the pressure in his heart. Kurosaki Ichigo and 3 others are playing with the barbecue grill. They are preparing to barbecue and let Rukia Kuchiki have a taste of what modern barbecue is like. Urahara store. The moment Ulquiorra and Yami appeared, Urahara Kazuki's instrument had already captured 2 Manos Grande's Reiatsu. Hey, this is Reiatsu. 2 big guys are here. Urahara Kazuki said, holding on to his bucket hat. But Kurosaki-san should be able to handle it. Urahara Kazuki murmured. After all, Kurosaki Ichigo's Reiatsu is already stronger than him. His Urahara Kazuki is stronger in brains, not in combat. Not only Urahara Kazuki sensed it, but Kurosaki Ichigo and others who were closest to Yami and Ulquiorra also sensed the Reiatsu of the 2 Manos Grande. This is. What a terrible Reiatsu. Rukia Kuchiki stood up immediately, her face looking a little ugly. Because Yami's Reiatsu is already a third-class spiritual power and will soon be a second-class spiritual power, and Ulquiorra will directly reach the second-class spiritual power. Hollow's panel is the highest among the three types of Shinigami, Quincy and Hollow. Although the abilities he masters are not so strange, he stands out as one who can defeat all magic with one power. Even Ulquiorra before her death was not something that ordinary captains could deal with. The moment Rukia Kuchiki stood up, Orihime also felt the Reiatsu like the vast ocean. Unlike Rukia Kuchiki, who is a second-class spirit, Inoue Orihime feels like she is suffocating. The gap between Reiatsu is really too big. Kurosaki Ichigo and the other three were also very excited. This was the first time they knew that a hollow Reiatsu could be so tall. Moreover, these two pieces of Reiatsu are actually straight and vintage. They are here. Rukia, Inoue-san, are you okay? Kurosaki Ichigo also quickly dropped everything in his hands and ran to Rukia's side. He had forgotten that Rukia Kuchiki was now the strongest among the five of them after him. Rukia Kuchiki shook her head slightly and said, I'm fine, but Inoue-san feels a little uncomfortable. Ishida Ryu and Sato Yasutora also became serious. No matter which one of these two Reiatsu it was bigger than the Reiatsu of the two of them. For a moment, Ishida Ryu and Sato were a little sad. They couldn't help much in Soul Society. Although they felt involved when they beat Bawant, it was just because Bawant was too weak. To put it bluntly, it sounds great, Kurosaki Ichigo Reiatsu can kill all the Bawant in 3 minutes with full power. Now they meet Manos Grande whose Reiatsu is beyond their imagination. Ishida Ryu and Sato Taihu are a little disappointed. Both of them are secretly determined to become stronger. Only in this way can they be able to help Kurosaki Ichigo. They are not support characters like Inoue Orihime, but they still really want to fight alongside Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia Kuchiki sensed the rapid approach of the two Reiatsu. They looked at each other, took the Gihin pills and disembodied together to become Shinigami. Coming, just after the two were ready, Yami and Ulquiorra also arrived. Which one of you is Inoue Orihime? Yami said with his mouth wide open. Seeing Yami and Ulquiorra, Kurosaki Ichigo and others were all stunned. Because these two Manos Grande, who exude danger, are completely different from the hollows Kurosaki Ichigo and others have seen before. They no longer look like grotesque beasts, but instead look like humans. It's just that there are more or less traces of the false mask on the body. Who are you? Kurosaki Ichigo did not answer Yami's question. Instead, he frowned and asked. Who are we? Ha 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 ha, it's so funny. There are still people who don't know my identity. Yami kept saying like a gossip. Since you asked, I will mercifully tell you that I am Shu, or Rankar. I am Manos Grande who is loyal to Master Aizen. Yami laughed. It's just that this stupid kid told everything. In an instant, Kurosaki Ichigo and others had an initial understanding. Manos Grande. It doesn't look like it at all. Instead, it looks like a Shinigami. Rukia and Kurosaki Ichigo cooperated tacitly and continued to talk. That's right, Shinigami, you are very discerning. Our Rankar is the Shinigami version of Shu. As he said that, Yami also showed off the soul-cutting sword-like thing on his waist. The person standing next to me is one of the Espadas who belong directly to Lord Aizen, the five-blade Ulquiorra cipher. Yami said it all as if he was possessed. Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia Kuchiki looked solemn and transformed into Shinigami. This is simply shocking. This is also the reason why Ulquiorra brought Yami out, because this guy is basically an answer star. He has no brains and dares to say anything. That's enough, Yami, you talk too much, Ulquiorra said pretending to be dissatisfied. Ah, yes, I got a little carried away. Yami calmed down after being scolded. Ishida Ryu and Sato Taihu were both shocked. Sure enough, what they perceived was right. The little man was even more powerful than the big man. Okay, Kurosaki Ichigo, don't waste your time, let's take Inoue Orihime away. Ulquiorra saw that the information was almost transmitted, and said directly. You want to take away Inoue-san? Do you think I'm dead? Kurosaki Ichigo sneered, this guy is so provocative. In fact, Ulquiorra was not provocative, he just couldn't speak. Rukia Kuchiki pulled out her soul-cutting sword, and was about to show off her strength to her man, but Kurosaki Ichigo stopped Rukia Kuchiki. "Rukia, you go protect Inoue-san, I'll meet him," Kurosaki Ichigo said, and also drew out his holy sword Zangetsu. Looking at Ulquiorra with a fighting spirit on his face, he also wanted to see how strong this Arrancar was. Now Kurosaki Ichigo has become smarter and knows that intelligence collection is essential, so he comes up personally to test Ulquiorra. Ishida Ryu and Sato Taihu are also protecting Inoue Orihime. Although they have basically no protective ability, Kurosaki Ichigo is ready to take action. If they can't beat them, they won't be scared. But they really don't want to experience this powerless moment again. Seeing that Ulquiorra was about to take action himself, Yami had no intention of helping. After all, he had not forgotten that the target was Inoue Orihime. He wanted to take Inoue Orihime away while Kurosaki Ichigo was fighting Ulquiorra. "Kurosaki Ichigo, didn't you understand what I said? Hand over Inoue Orihime." Ulquiorra also drew his sword. Although he was an undercover agent, he had to act realistically. "Then try it yourself." Kurosaki Ichigo moved his feet, and the holy sword Zangetsu in his hand struck Ulquiorra directly. Ulquiorra knew how powerful Kurosaki Ichigo was and faced him with a sword in both hands. But it's a pity, Ulquiorra is no match for Kurosaki Ichigo, who has been strengthened many times by Beilong. He was sent flying by Kurosaki Ichigo's sword. If the steel skin on her body hadn't been so hard, Ulquiorra would have been injured with just one blow. What a powerful force! Ulquiorra was secretly shocked. Before coming, Aizen had already said how powerful Kurosaki Ichigo was, but this kind of power was still beyond Ulquiorra's imagination. "What's wrong, Arrancar?" "No, Ulquiorra, do you only have this ability?" Kurosaki Ichigo said with some dissatisfaction. After Yawacha's power fell asleep, Kurosaki Ichigo felt that he was becoming more and more influenced by Zangetsu. Unconsciously, the desire to fight was aroused. When he saw Ulquiorra, his first reaction was the same as Zaraki Kenpachi's, which was to see if this Arrancar was strong. Ulquiorra steadied himself in midair and dived from top to bottom, hoping to use this speed to compete with Kurosaki Ichigo. Well done. Kurosaki Ichigo was not surprised but overjoyed. He rounded the holy sword Zangetsu from the bottom up. The two swords collided in the air. The violent collision caused the surrounding forest floor to begin to collapse. Kurosaki Ichigo used his strength to push Ulquiorra away again. This time, Kurosaki Ichigo didn't wait in place, but directly jumped into the air. After all, the world is not as resistant as Soul Society and Hueco Mundo. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't want to be defeated in a fight. When Ulquiorra held Kurosaki Ichigo's holy sword Zangetsu with both hands and struggled against Kurosaki Ichigo. If Ulquiorra had read the original script, she would have exclaimed, "There's something wrong with this script. I'm obviously the one who has the upper hand." Yami, who was watching the battle on the ground, was also shocked. At first, he really didn't take this mission seriously, thinking that he could complete it casually, but he never expected that Kurosaki Ichigo was so strong. "No, we can't go on like this. It's hard for Ulquiorra to beat Kurosaki Ichigo, I'm going to take action." Although Yami is a reckless man, he can still judge the most basic situation, so Yami instantly turned around and stared at Inoue Orihime. "Come here." Yami rushed towards Inoue Orihime. This makes Rukia Kuchiki very angry. "Good guy, I don't care about each one of them, right? Kurosaki Ichigo is her man, she can't say anything, but you, a little Yami, dare to look down on me." Rukia Kuchiki slashed with anger, sending Yami flying straight into the forest. She knocked down many trees before she stopped. A path was opened directly in the forest. Terrible woman. This woman's strength is no worse than Ulquiorra. Yami secretly cried out. But on the surface, he stood up in anger and said, "Woman. This is the true strength of Beilong's third-generation disciple, Rukia Kuchiki." Yami knew that force was too much, so she had to think of a way. Therefore, Yami gathered Reiatsu in her fists to form energy bombs, and kept waving her fists to hit Rukia Kuchiki. "Die to me, Shinigami. Eat my blank bullets. Ha 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 ha. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.